No, he has not come yet. He has not come yet. I hope everybody here has settled and taken their respective seats and is ready to immerse themselves in valuable speeches and heated discussions afterwards. Meanwhile, we are just to start our lighting the lamp. Just before that, I warmly invite my esteemed colleague Chetan Baji with an inspiring invocation, Aika Mantra, a slok of integrity in diversity, setting the tone of harmony for this gathering. Chetan Baji.
यं वैदिका मन्त्रदृशः पुराणाः इन्द्रं यमं मातरिश्वानमाहु वेदान्तिनो निर्वचनीयमेकं यं ब्रह्मशब्देन विनिर्दिशन्ति शैवायमीशन् शिव इत्यवोचन् यं वैष्णवा विष्णुरिति स्तुवन्ति बुद्धस्तथार्हन्निति बौद्धजैनाः सच्छ्रीयकालेति च सिक्खसन्तः शास्तेति केचित् कतिचित् कुमारः स्वामेति मातेति पितेति भक्त्या यं प्रार्थयन्ते जगदेशितारो स एक एव प्रभुरद्वितीयः। ओम शांति शांति शांति। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Chetan Baji, for your beautifully rendered invocation. Now, the time for lighting the lamp has arrived. I invite esteemed Professor. Yeah, thank you, Professor Fernandez, for honoring the guest of honor on the dais. So now, lighting of the lamp, the moment has come. So I request Professor N. Devasundaram, chief guest of this inaugural function, to kindle the light of wisdom and the knowledge for the inaugural session, and other dignitaries to join to it. And I also request Professor Ellen Tamin to join the moment. Also, I request Dr. Narayan Chaudhuri, the convener of this conference, to join the moment. Sir, please be ready for the bouquet. I trust our team is now ready for the bouquet and the salt presentation. And with this, I humbly request Dr. Narayan, the convener of this conference, to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Professor N. Devasundaram, the chief guest of this inaugural session. I warmly invite Dr. Pankaj Dwivedi, Officer in charge, NTSI, also Assistant Director of this institute, to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Professor Shailendra Mohan, the Director of this institute. And also I warmly invite Dr. L.R. Prem Kumar, Officer in charge, Vani, to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Professor Uma Papuswamy, Professor cum Deputy Director of this institute. Once more, I invite Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, Officer in charge CIIL, to graciously present a bouquet and oh sorry, it was just a small mistake. I think I warmly, sir, I warmly invite Dr. Tariq Khan, Officer in charge NTM, to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Professor Fernandez, Professor cum Deputy Director of this institute, CIIL. Now, moving ahead to the main program of this inaugural session, I warmly invite our esteemed Officer in charge, Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, to present a welcome address reflecting the preparation and ideas behind this program.
Thank you, Dr. Amam. So, namaskar, namaskara, namaste, vanakkam, adab, suswagatam to everybody. Welcome everybody to this heritage city of Mysore, the cultural capital of the state of Karnataka. A conference on artificial intelligence taking place in this tier 2 city. I believe this is awesome. I mean, we have been talking about it, but academic talk on what we are doing in terms of artificial intelligence at this place is really good, and I believe we should be proud of it. The chief guest of our conference today, Professor N. Sundaram, a professor of Tamil who has also worked a lot in language technology and linguistics in general for last 25 years, and he is still continuing by way of working through his company. This is a great achievement, and he has kindly agreed to be our chief guest. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Our patron, the director of the institute, and also my senior at my university, Professor Shailendra Mohan. A warm welcome to you, sir. You have been an avid field linguist with a never-ending energy towards providing your linguistic expertise to all Indian languages, has been an inspiration to all of us. Thanks to you, we have started things that are real academic and not mere administrative. You know that our institute is mainly a subordinate office, and with the dwindling number of staff that we have, it is always sometimes constraining to us to do more of administration than academics. But we have been lately doing more of academics, and that shows in the productivity that we have shown in the last 3-4 years here. Thank you for providing us your support and understanding the importance of technology in language promotion and development. I would also like to welcome our advisory panel members. Professor Dev Sundaram is already here. We have also Professor Ilan Tamil from University of Malaya, Malaysia, and probably Prashant Ghosh from IISc Bangalore. I'm not sure whether he has arrived, but he might be on the way. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We also have more than 10 other advisory panel members, and they are joining us online. So a very warm welcome to you all, sir, who have joined us online virtually. Professor Umarani Papuswamy, our professor and deputy director at CIIL, our peer in all matters and an early language technology professional, is also on the dais. A very warm welcome to you, madam. On behalf of all the participants of the conference, we look forward to hearing you. We also have our Professor Pierre Dharmesh Fernandez, our very amiable professor and deputy director at CIIL. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Our colleagues of the institute, Dr. Tariq, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Sujoy Sarkar, Dr. Alindra, Prem, Dr. Rakesh, and also other colleagues from the RLCs who have joined us virtually. All our colleagues and staff from various projects and schemes and units of the institute, a very warm welcome to all of you to this two-day event where we hope the institute will gain much to learn and inculcate in us. A very warm welcome to also our media personnel who are gathered here. We have more than 140 registered participants. I think around 40 of them have come from outside, and more than 60 have joined online with their requests. So I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. The weather at present in Mysore is rather hot for the standards of Mysore, but still I'm pretty sure that the weather here is much better than the rest of the part of the country. So I believe your next 2 days is going to be enjoyable, both in terms of the academic discussion that we are going to have and the other way around. We hope you will enjoy both the weather and our hospitality. So, welcome everybody once again to the first ever AI benchmarking conference here at CIIL. Introducing the topic of this conference, we have all heard much about AI in the past 2 to 3 years. Even the kids in school talk about it. We know what we can do, but probably many of us do not know how it does it. So this is a breaking down of how these AI things work and how we can better leverage it towards the goal that the institute has towards promotion of the Indian languages. The concern, I mean, we all know we have been using, but there are also some people who say that no, there are some concerns. Some people are afraid of it, while there are others who see an opportunity in it. The concern that we all see in the back of our mind is very common. The first concern is how reliable these applications are when it comes to responsible use case of such things. The government policy of how these applications should be treated is not yet framed, it is still under the making. How can government officers with stricter legal compliances and so on, how would they use it with the surety that comes with a manual check authenticated by real human beings? So these are the concerns that we will also consider here. The problem also gets aggravated when we provide services in our local languages. Now, if you talk about English, we all do very well, but how when we go into our local languages? Because most of the work that we do in India have so many languages, and we have to provide our services and works in all these languages. NEP 2020 focuses on mother tongues, and from here emanates the impetus that other services be also provided in local languages or the mother tongues. Being a central institute of the Indian language, we always see the requests coming from different corners of the commercial bodies, government bodies, that we want to provide testing services, we want to provide evaluation services, we want to provide education in mother tongue, and all sorts of these things. Not just from state governments, but also from sometimes from local NGOs and others. The recent growth of AI comes as a boon in disguise with various manifestations. Some perceive it as threat to human beings, snatching away the jobs, while many others also perceive it as an opportunity. This conference was conceived around 1 year back when we were doing a small workshop on benchmarking of the machine translation and the ASR applications that are currently operating in Indian languages. We have seen during that workshop, we had seen that there were tall claims from different places and different vendors. But those claims were to some extent true, but at many times it were falling short of even mere the claims. So, and there was no other way, there was no objective way to establish how good these applications are. So benchmarking has to be done. Benchmarking anyway is a part of any kind of research work that you see. But the benchmarking that someone else can understand or trust it, because the same evaluation cannot be done by the same person. Let's say, for example, government of Karnataka wants to do something in Kannada, and they are looking for some machine translation application, ASR application, TTS applications. How will they choose it? They'll either trust the different, let's say, for example, there are 10 papers that have come up, or 10 applications are there, they are all claiming, we support Kannada, we support this. But how good that is? Who is going to evaluate that? These government agencies, they do not have the capability to do it. So probably an institution like Central Institute, who is not into development of these things, but we are making the data sets, we are making the quality standards, and these things can be provided by the institution like this. So this was our idea to begin with this benchmarking, and that is why this conference. Now we started with the okay, so I'll move quickly to. So despite that it is not a very big conference, and actually we wanted to keep it small because we don't want, AI is right now a big thing, and whatever happens, it goes blown out. So we did not want to make it as big as this. So a small key, but the deliverables and the impact that we seek to make after the end of the conference, that is going to be of big importance. So this conference received a total of 25 abstracts, out of which the reviewers, 3 of the reviewers from renowned universities of the country, have selected a total of 17 abstracts that we are going to present here. The topic is very niche, so we start with how to scalably collect data sets in Indian languages, to how to evaluate different types of AI-based applications which have a public interface. It is not just a morphological analyzer that is used by a linguist. No, we are basically trying to evaluate applications that are being used by common public. So someone who is a reel maker, he is using a TTS. Someone who is a video uploader, he is using a subtitling thing, and for that he is using an ASR technique. Someone who wants to create some kind of a content and provide it in different languages, he is using a machine translation system. So those kinds of applications we want to seek here. The conference will also have 2 plenary talks that you are aware of. One is Project Vani of IISc Bangalore, which is very impactful, and another is a plagiarism detection tool developed by University of Punjabi University Patiala. And then tomorrow we are also going to have a panel discussion specifically on AI, and more specifically on generative AI and its implications in Indian languages. And we have invited all the industry leaders into this. So tomorrow we are going to have people from OpenAI, the developers of ChatGPT, people from Google who have developed Gemini and DeepMind. And then we also have Bhasini, the Government of India's project, which is making big waves these days. We also are going to have people from Ola Kritrim. They are also doing a lot, particularly in generative AI in Indian languages. And of course, a new initiative focusing only on generative AI and headed by Department of Science and Technology. It is a consortium project led by IIT Bombay. They'll all be here and we'll be discussing or brainstorming it. So this is about the conference, and I welcome you all again to this two-day conference. We believe it is going to be of great help to us. Thank you. Acha, I did not mention 2 more things. Media people are here and probably they are in a hurry to go, so I'll just mention 2 more things. Earlier we had scheduled that we would be releasing the data sets and the applications later, but we'll do it earlier now. So I'll just give you a brief. There are 15 datasets that we are going to release as part of the LDCIL scheme. LDCIL, you are all aware, for media people I may tell you, that LDCIL is a very old scheme of the government of India, where we are basically developing the digital corpus for the development of language technology in India. And we have so far developed 57, 15 more new datasets are going to come, one part. Another part, we are also hosting several AI applications, not generative AI, but AI applications within our CIIL portal. So we have a translation, ASR, TTS, transliteration, and different other types of linguistic tools that are helpful even for general public and for linguistics and language enthusiasts in general. So we'll go ahead with that first. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan Sauduri, the convener of this conference, for your very remarkable and key ideas expressed so far. And in our haste, we unintentionally skip a part of a bouquet presentation. So, data set. Yeah, okay. So, we are now in a segment for dedicated for data launching. So, I do request Dr. Rejita Case for the following session.
Keyboard.
लैपटॉप दे दो है लैपटॉप दे दो ऐसे कर दो
In which one? This one, sir.
just for token okay
Sir. Okay.
yes
No, I can talk or I can directly go to that. What I have to do.
we are very happy that our director is releasing the data.
You start directly.
Today, Linguistics Data Consortium for Indian Languages achieves another milestone in the journey of linguistics resource development.
Go to the first slide.
First slide.
Start.
LDCIL has been dedicated to developing and distributing high-quality language data and technologies to support and enhance Indian languages. Over the years, LDCIL has developed 56 datasets in Indian languages, including 19 raw text corpus, 24 raw speech corpus, and 13 analyzed speech corpus, and these datasets are publicly available. Now we are proud to announce the release of 15 new datasets in text and speech. Among these, the prominent is Mother Tongue Parallel Text Corpus of India. LDCIL plan to create a parallel corpus covering all 270 mother tongues spoken across the country. It is a groundbreaking concept to interconnect the linguistic features of Indian languages. This project began in February 2024 and we have successfully developed a parallel corpus in 147 mother tongues. The parallel text corpus in 147 mother tongues is releasing now, while the remaining mother tongues will follow soon. I would like to take this opportunity to express my immense gratitude to Dr. Narayan Chowdhury for this incredible vision and to Team LDCIL for their constant support and dedication. Our team worked tirelessly, reaching out to resource persons across India to find native speakers from remote regions who could contribute this project through our online platform. In addition to the parallel corpus, LDCIL is releasing 14 other datasets covering various Indian languages in both text and speech. These resources will serve researchers, linguists, and technologists in their effort to further enrich and preserve our linguistics heritage. LDCIL prepared text-to-speech datasets in 2 languages, and they are Assamese TTS corpus and Maithili TTS corpus. This data supports the development of high-quality TTS solution that gives diverse linguistics requirements, and it contributes advancement in voice technology. We are presenting 5 raw text datasets, including 2 from mother tongues and 3 from scheduled languages, and our gold standard raw text corpus in Rajasthani, Chhattisgarhi, Kashmiri, Maithili, and Telugu. We introduce 7 speech datasets that can be used in ASR and other language technologies. LDCIL gives equal importance on every script used by languages with multiple scripts. It strives to maintain a balanced representation, ensuring that language communities can benefit from the advancements of language technologies across all scripts in use. So we are releasing Manipuri sentence aligned speech corpus in both Bengali script and Meethe Maik, as well as Maithili sentence aligned speech corpus in Tiruta script. Maithili in Devanagari script is already available. Other speech datasets are Maithili raw speech corpus and sentence aligned speech corpus in Dogri, Punjabi, and Telugu. Along with the datasets, we are releasing a compendium of corpus documentations as LDCIL Corpus Insights. Thank you.
So this is our data portal. On our data portal, you will be able to. So if you go to this data portal, you will be able to see the 15 new data sets that have been released, along with the samples and the full documentation of each of the data sets, how it has been produced. They are now publicly available from today onwards. Now we'll AI वाला एप्लीकेशन का एक शुरू कीजिएगा. तेजस्विनी, can you start the web application? AI. Yes. So we would also like to release some of our AI and non-AI based web applications. So that is what we are going to do here. So we are going to talk about Anuvadika, Lipyantara, Lipidha, Anulekhika, and Anuvachika. These are the names that we have given to the AI-based applications that are of public use here. So I'll go brief to each of them. Our Anuvadika is a conglomeration of different AI-based applications put together. So the kind of thing that you see on Google, Google Translate. So it is like Google Translate, but it has some additional features that probably Google might not provide to you. So let's say, for example, here, first of all, we support only the Indian language. So from one Indian language to another Indian language, that is one part. You can translate. And the model running behind is that of the Bhasini or AI for Bharat, which is a Government of India funded project. And they had developed this application. And they have also used the dataset that LDCIL has produced. As you know that we are not a technology development institution, but we are the data development institution. And we provide it to whoever is developing it. So that model is freely available, and we have we have created our own application for our internal use, and right now it is also being made available for public. And it has the ASR also. That means you can speak to it, get your text transcribed into your script, and then get it translated into the language that you desire. It also has a TTS, so that means you can generate the audio and also download it, the audio, and then probably use it in, let's say, kind of a video or something that you are making. That also you can do. It also has the transliteration mechanism. So from one Indian script to another Indian script, suppose I don't know Tamil and I want to get it just simply translated into Tamil, then I can get it also converted into Devanagari, and then I can read it and I can speak it. So, I mean, and all of these are like, say, integrated into a single application. So that way it is a single one short thing, one part. Another part, the idea behind why we want Anuvadika to be here, hosted within our institute, is that we are also going to collect some data from people who are contributing to it. Let's say, for example, you translated and you found something wrong, you can submit a new translation for it, and this will add to the machine translation corpus that we are going to have. So this may also prove to become an additional resource collection methodology for us. So this is Anuvadika. Then, this is a screenshot of it. You can see this is our in-house developed UI for this purpose. Lipyantra is a simple transliteration tool where we are using, first of all, the inherent key mapping system for all the Indian scripts except for English and Arabic based scripts, where we use an AI model. So this is that. Then we have Lipidha. Lipidha is basically OCR engine. It is based on Tesseract, but everything is hosted here so that you don't go outside. If you have something, you can use it. We also use it internally for our own OCR purposes. Suppose if we have to do OCR, we will use our API for this purpose. This is Anulekika, which is basically an ASR tool. You speak to it, it will transcribe into your tongue, dedicated thing. Then we have Anuvachika, which is a TTS tool. You give your text and you get the audio output out of it. And then there are some other non-AI tools. Dhwani Parivartaka is simply media converter, audio file converter. Then Aksharanka, and then Shabd Sandhan I would like to talk about. Shabd Sandhan is all the text corpus of LDCIL put together at a single place. You can query it. You can also check for the word frequency in all of the corpus that we have, and we are gradually increasing it. And this is not meant for commercial use. I mean, this is you can use it along with the audio files also. Let's say, for example, you are looking for some word, let's say in Tamil, and you don't know how it is pronounced. You search for that word, you look for its audio, and you can see its pronunciation by different speakers, how it has been done. So it is also useful for academic research. Then there are several other web applications and also desktop applications. I'll not talk much about it because I believe we are running out of time. But all of these things have been included in your brochures. So there you can go, and also you can go to a site called medha.ciil.org where the links and what these applications are doing, all of these things are given there. So yeah, that's it. for it. Thank you. So many names, you see.
Very, very important part of our bouquet presentation. For this, I warmly invite Dr. Sujoy Sarkar to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Dr. Narayan Chowdhury, the convener of this AI conference. So please be on the stage. Wow, it's just unfolding and putting on the shoulder. Thank you, sir, so much. So for the remaining part of the session, I hand it over to Mustafiza Tamim. Mustafiza, it's yours.
Thank you, Nandra sir, for smoothly and wonderfully steering us through the initial part of the inaugural session. I now take the honor of continuing with the rest of the session. Now, for the theme introduction, I respectfully invite Professor Umarani Pappuswamy to present it on the dais. Ma'am, stage is yours.
Thank you. Ellargu namaskara. First of all, congratulations to LDCIL team and to Dr. Narayan Chowdhury for showcasing the precious gems of your scheme. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Devasundaram, CIIL Director, Professor Shailendra Mohan, my colleagues, Professor Fernandez, Deputy Director, Professor Narayan Chowdhury, dear colleagues, delegates from Mysore and other parts of India, my dear participants and friends, once again, welcome to Mysore. It's truly an honor and privilege to stand before you on this important occasion and introduce you the theme of this one-of-the-kind conference, AI Benchmarking Conference. When we talk about intelligence, human intelligence naturally serves as our benchmark. For centuries, humans have explored numerous ways to measure intelligence, from IQ tests to cognitive assessments to achievements in education and creativity. Reflecting on my own academic journey, I vividly recall my 7 years of enrichment in the United States at the University of Pittsburgh from 2000 to 2007, researching artificial intelligence in education. In those days, when I went there, it was the turn of the millennium, and the project was interestingly named as Y2K because people can remember the technology problems with the year 2000 and what revolutions happened afterwards. We developed this system called Y2K for physics. It was called as Intelligent Tutoring System for Qualitative Physics, aiming to help the machine to understand everyday language of English and use natural language dialogues to converse with the students who would be on one end of the system. They can be anywhere. Initially, we trained many of these dialogues with the help of a human tutor in Professor Ramesh Srivastava, who was from IIT Kanpur. He was my dear colleague at the University of Pittsburgh. Learning from those insights, we tried to map the everyday English into precise axioms using Lisp. Basically, we cracked the computational semantics of physics. Why am I saying this now? I'm just telling you this kind of work, though we started 25 years back in different parts of the globe, even those days when we were working on this Y2K system, we too relied on benchmarking techniques of the state of the art those days. That was VECA machine learning algorithms. I think some of you who work on machine learning, since there are people from industry, you would be aware of the benchmarking systems of those days. Basic idea of the VECA system was to identify and select the right algorithms for specific tasks, whatever your tasks were, ensuring that our models performed optimally. It was indeed a fascinating, rewarding, and truly transformative work. Today, after several decades, we are experiencing an incredible revolution in artificial intelligence, driven by the rapid emergence and widespread adoption of LLMs, large language models. Why not SLM? We do need large data. That's why we are talking about data sets. LLMs are now more like the engines for any AI machine to run. So it's important. Even we here at CIIL should not be just producing data sets, but we are going to be developers from now on. That's what I wanted to make a proposal here, because we were always developers, because we were the pioneers who developed morphological analyzers, spell checkers, concordances, and so on and so forth. So I think we should also continue that and be kind of not competing with industry, collaborating with industry and other colleagues who are in the field. Let us not forget, in the early days of natural language processing, NLP, even those days, evaluations were there. Those evaluations focused on what? Mainly on grammar and vocabulary. Because we know, linguists, we sitting here know that every time when we develop NLP, we were mostly interested, like Professor Devasundaram has developed many post-taggers, even from those days with transformational grammar and beyond that, taking insights from Noam Chomsky and other generative frameworks, and also the computationally tractable grammars like lexical functional grammar, head-driven HPSG, dependency grammars, and so on and so forth. The bottleneck those days was also semantics. So evaluation systems always attacked ambiguity problems, ambiguity resolutions, and how to take care of it. So these were going on. Significant developments happened in different parts of the United States, for example. We witnessed developments like the MOOC, that is Message Understanding Conference, developed in 1990s at Stanford. The idea of that particular tool was to extract information. I'm talking about 1990s. Maybe some of you were just kids, but we were in the field at that time. So we were kind of amazed, like how you are amazed now with the AI technology. We thought, wow, how can information extraction happen? Information retrieval was the term given those days. IR systems were picking up. And not only that, later benchmarks developed again by Stanford University was the famous SNLI, Stanford Natural Language Inference. And even today, another important benchmark developed by Stanford is famous, which is called as SQUAD. That is Stanford Question Answering Dataset. This is the technology has undergone several revolutions, and what you are using with ChatGPT or Gemini or DeepSeek or DeepMind, even now many of you sitting here, because you are not developers, maybe you are using the question answering mode of interacting with the AI chatbots, because the word itself chat, so you're chatting. So with the question answering, and sometimes it's frustrating, sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're not even sure what is happening. That is why benchmarking is important. That is why we need to know, if there are so many such models coming up, what am I going to do? Which one do I need as a user? As an institution, it's different. As a government, it is different. But for you as a user, you're not bothered about benchmarking. But then indirectly, you are also one of the consumers. So it's important you know what's going on in this field. Recently, now with the powerful LLMs, many systems have come. I think some of you are aware of bidirectional encoder representation from transformers, which is called as BERT. I think most of you know the acronyms, and even ChatGPT, you know what is ChatGPT. Probably you're not aware of the expansion. GPT is generative pre-trained transformer. So people are using transformer techniques or neural networking techniques, hybrid techniques. So many other techniques are being used to develop these platforms. We have every day new things are coming. Recently, we know DeepSeek was launched, and then, I mean, it's interesting to see. I even compared the conversations with ChatGPT and DeepSeek to see what's going on. How is it? Accuracy is one thing, time efficiency is another. So I noticed ChatGPT is going, like with regard to time, it's going down nowadays. I mean, I'm saying nowadays. So like Copilot is not able to converse as smartly as ChatGPT or DeepSeek. And we also have Mistral. We have so many things coming up. So what is happening is we have shifted our task-specific evolutions to assessments that look broadly at general capabilities like reasoning and understanding across diverse contexts, even those for which the models have not been explicitly trained. That is why we are frustrated when sometimes it cannot understand Adiyati, Ungaparane. Only Tamil people know what I am saying here. If even other Indian speakers do not know these expressions, how do you expect a machine to understand this vocabulary, or is it a slang, or what is it? So expressives and other important speech forms of a particular language still cannot be understood by any of these models. I can confidently say that. So it's important. But of course, most of the model which became very popular when it was launched in 2022 was ChatGPT, because it got lakhs and lakhs of users within 2 months. Users, within 2 months of time. All right, today we have so many other tools also. People are not interested in anything. I asked I was talking to a friend, I don't want to take the name here, a friend overseas, and I was asking, okay, what's the temperature like in your place at the moment? He calls, Alexa, can you tell me the exact temperature? So they don't even want to even tell directly and call Alexa, because they have Alexa sitting next to them. So it's interesting. I said, oh my God. All right. So anyway, so this is how we have become, because we are also, whatever we can do ourselves also, we do not want to do. We just want to sit, and we want a machine to do even small things for us. What we ourselves can do, we are losing our creativity, we are losing our so many other talents, because even one paragraph people write, they want to put it into some AI chatbot and see, okay, refine my English. All right, you can refine your English, but then creativity is important, you know. We should not lose. We are more intelligent than these machines. Let's not forget that. So with all these technology advances, we have several responsibilities, particularly in a linguistically diverse nation like India. For this crowd, I don't have to tell, but I think you all know we have 1,369 mother tongues, which includes 22 scheduled languages, 99 non-scheduled languages, thousands of dialects, sociolects, idiolects, etc. So we are really one of the most linguistically diverse nations of the world. That is why we need specialized and culturally sensitive approaches for AI evaluation. Today we are here to talk about benchmarking, evaluation, and let's not forget the complexities involved when we deal with Indian languages. Unlike multilingual countries like Canada with English and French dominating, or Switzerland or South Africa, where they have also developed for 11 official languages different types of benchmarking systems. They are all available online, and we also see the merits and demerits nowadays. Like earlier days, how we got the VECA outputs, we can also get these outputs and we can compare the statistics and we can see how they're performing. But in our country, with its unique linguistic landscape, we definitely need customized, or what people call as tailored context-sensitive evaluation strategies. It cannot be context-dependent, let me repeat, because even context is very, very difficult. In our cases, if you have an example like Ram said, that Sita said, that Lakshman said, that Bharat said, something like that, with so much of embedded clauses in it, and then finally say, do not cross the line, or whatever. So that Lakshman Rekha. So in order to get that inner meaning or the intended meaning, it's not easy. It's not like English where you will go for the innermost clause. If you are doing the parenthesis style and going from, let's look into the innermost clause and then the outer clause and the outer and the outer and the outermost. No. In our languages, because most of these languages have flexible word order, so it's possible you can even change the phrases, the order of the phrases, but semantics is more important when it comes to us. Okay, now at the Central Institute of Indian Languages, we already saw how LDCL is developing different tools, applications, data sets, kind of floating through all the challenges available in front of us through comprehensive research and very trendy strategies. They are developing parallel corpora. I just went through their website 2 days back because I did not have time to see it earlier, and then I saw, all right, so they've been doing quite a bit of things. Still, the role played by LDCL is indeed very vital, because the developing linguistic resources is one thing and putting them to use, and we are already distributing it free for research and at least I think for reduced cost for industry purposes or whatever. I think though we are giving this because it's important wherever we can collaborate, because LDCL has a lot of project fellows working, so maybe in future we could also be collaborator also wherever we give data sets, even a tiny bit. That way we will also be able to take CIIL to another greater height. So this is my request to all of you working in LDCL and to Narayan Chaudhary. We have text corpora, which started in early days, and then we have speech corpora. I just learned from your website that you have a what is it called? Red speech. That means somebody which involves speakers reading like the news readers read, and then you also have something called spontaneous speech, like how I am talking now. So you have different techniques, and you have also, that is usual. Actually, it is important for developing realistic text to speech systems, because you can capture language sounds, linguistic forms very accurately. Anyway, I'm not going into other details, but I'm very much impressed to see there I have also developed some software tools for translation, Anuvadika, and all other grapheme to phoneme conversion, transcription tools, corpus searching tools, and so on and so forth. However, as we all know, there is still more to achieve. At CIIL, especially at LDCAL, I think they might have already thought about this. Some future initiatives could be developing acoustic models also, because let's not forget there are languages like Manipuri, Mizo, Bodo, which are all tonal, and it's important for TTS to capture the tones very effectively. I do not know whether you have already done that, but if not, I think we should take care of it. So also, we need to develop specialized LLMs. I repeat, large language models, for those of you who are not aware of the term. So this is important to, not only for the major languages of our country, we need to develop LLMs for also the tribal and minority languages of India. We could begin by creating LLMs for all the tribal languages of Karnataka, like Hakipiki, Soliga. We have data from Spell, and maybe you could enrich more data by extending your corpus, or also languages like Beta Kurba, Jenu Kurba, etc. Not only that, other languages like Tulu, many other languages which do not have much visibility in cyberspace. These are the languages we need to turn our attention to, because in today's technology era, technology empowerment is language empowerment, which ultimately leads to people empowerment. We don't want anybody to be behind in the AI era. So by making these languages accessible through AI, we can definitely preserve linguistic heritage while also equipping communities with tools for digital inclusion. They should not feel left out. Recently, I attended a conference in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. The theme itself is interesting. LT for all, language technology for all. I had the privilege of presenting a poster there, which is available online for those of you who are interested. There I proposed a technology called collaborative language technologies. That's exactly what we should be doing in all parts of the world, not just in India. Because why collaborative language technologies? Because we are taking everybody inside with us, community or industry people or other academicians, interdisciplinary approaches. So it's basically it's not just language technologies. The future is collaborative language technologies. It's very, very important. There were many proposals, and I'm sure I'll attend some of the panels. I'm very keen to know what the industry people are going to talk here. So like Google or OpenAI or Microsoft, Amazon, etc. What are they doing now and how can we scale up our efforts? Enhancing AI for smaller, low resource languages is very, very important. Thus, here today, this particular conference is very crucial. A collaborative platform to discuss and develop benchmarks that are relevant to India's diverse linguistic landscape. We are different from the other parts of the world because we are multilingual and multicultural. So we also have so many scripts. Thus, India requires a framework, benchmarking framework that captures not only linguistic complexity, also addresses the so-called script diversity and cultural nuances, because we know that our culture is also very, very diverse, yet we are united, of course, but then at every 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, you will definitely experience a change in the culture. LLM benchmarks must serve as crucial measuring instruments in AI research. These standardized tests evaluate not only whether a model functions, but also how well it performs across linguistic contexts. They help reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the model, allowing it to be compared with others. Why are we doing it? Because we want to ensure that informed decision making is happening. Since I'm asked to talk about the theme, I will take another 2 minutes to continue this and introduce to this august audience, especially the youngsters. We need to pay attention to 3 pillars of benchmarking. Number 1, data sets. That's what LDCL is proudly presenting. Evaluation, I think they also do some kind of evaluation. I think we will march ahead probably in the coming years. And rankings. These are the 3 pillars. They play very important role in assessing AI performance. Data sets, you all know, so I'm not going to talk about it. And evaluation, I already told you, even today that SQuAD, the Stanford question answering data set, is widely used by several developers, AI developers. This is very important. Evaluation methods, more other techniques for linguistics example is BLUE, bilingual evaluation understudy for translation accuracy, and we also have something called BERT score for semantic similarity. Let's not forget semantics is a big ocean. It's not easy to swim across the tides. It's important. Any AI benchmarking tool must pay attention to the semantic nuances of a particular language. For India, benchmarking thus must address script diversity, code mixing, transliteration, and regional dialect variations. I do not know if corpus makers are paying attention to a corpus with so-called multilingual corpus. Code mixing is there. A few words in English, a few words in Tamil, a few words in Hindi or Sanskrit or Kannada. So it's important to also see how we address such kind of speech or written text. So that's one other important thing we need to do. And we also have now existing frameworks like XNLI, cross-lingual natural language inference, and GLUE. These are all they all offer some foundation, but they are not robust enough to deal with the semantics and pragmatics of our languages. Thus, I'm proposing in this 2-day conference, there will be a lot of discussions to see how we can develop robust AI benchmarking systems uniquely for Indian context, whether it is for ASR or whether it is for LLMs or for any other dialect variations, social variations. We need to look into all this. Benchmarks should also reflect socio-cultural sensitivities, preventing AI systems from misinterpreting expressions and frustrating the users or the stakeholders. All right, for lack of time, I'm not going to go into details of whatever I wanted to say further about how we can develop these benchmarks. Nevertheless, I wanted to say that there are several challenges. Let us not forget the semantic and pragmatic challenges, which must be considered as they play a very crucial role in this AI modeling techniques. So, not only robustness is important, the benchmarking systems must also be ethical and culturally respectful. This conference is indeed a space for all of us to engage effectively, exchange insights, and shape the future of AI for Indian languages. Let us collaborate to create benchmarks that are not just technically strong, but also culturally inclusive and ethically sound. Together, we can ensure that artificial intelligence empowers every language and community, preserving linguistic diversity while driving digital inclusion. I hope and believe CIIL will be one important player in devising a robust AI benchmarking technique. Let's make this conference a turning point for AI in Indian languages. Thank you. Nandri.
Thank you you so much, Professor Umarani Pappuswamy, for your such insightful and informative words. Now, moving forward, before inviting our chief guest, Professor N. Deva Sundaram, I would like to call my esteemed colleague and co-anchor, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Patil, to give a brief introduction about sir.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce Professor N. Daivasundaram on this special occasion. Professor N. Daivasundaram holds an MA in Tamil Literature and MA and PhD in Linguistics. He served as professor and the head of the Department of Tamil Language from 1985 to 2010 and also worked as the Director of the Linguistic Studies Unit at the University of Madras. Currently, he is the Managing Director of NDS Linksoft Solutions Private Limited, Chennai. With extensive experience in academia, he has conducted MA, MPhil and PhD courses in applied and computational linguistics. His significant contributions to linguistic research and technology include mainly the developing a Tamil word processor with a spell checker, leading the corpus analysis for Singapore written Tamil project for the Ministry of Education, Singapore, creating a Tamil dictionary, Tamil English dictionary for the same institution. Professor N. Daivasundaram's dedication to linguistic research and innovation has made a remarkable impact on the field. It is an honor to have him here. Thank you so much.
My dear friends, to deputy directors, they are my friends, and my colleagues, students, researchers, and industrialists. I'm thankful to organizers for giving me this opportunity to give the chief guest address. My touch with this institute is more than 45 years. From 1980, I have been in touch with the institute. And I see tremendous changes in this institute thing. Actually, I'm happy to participate in this benchmarking conference because at present I have been working in this field. But in the last 50 years, I see many changes. Changes is relative. For my father, my grandfather was conservative. My father is modern. For me, my father is conservative. I am the modern. For my son, I am conservative. He is modern. For my grandchild, my son is conservative. They are modern. This is the. Likewise in linguistics also. Around 1960 or 70s, the traditional grammarians were considered as a conservative by linguists. But the structural linguists. By 60s or 70s, the same structural linguists were considered as conservative by the genetic grammarians. Then 80 or in 80s, even these genetic grammarians or so many other theorists, they were considered as conservative by the computation linguists. Now, the computational linguists are considered as conservative by the AI people. This is a change I see in my last 50 years life. Actually, I studied MA Tamil Literature, then fond of grammar, actually I went to linguistics. Then after that, I applied linguistics to Tamil grammar. But in Tamil Nadu, when a Tamil grammarian see a linguist, he will be terrorist. No, they have come to spoil Tamil language. That is the mind of the grammarians. So anyhow, I managed the last 50 years in Tamil Nadu. Then I am fond of generative linguistics, everything. And then 80s, 80 or 90s, I wanted to enter into development of software for Tamil. So I developed some parsers and other things. So at that time, actually, because the computation, the computational linguists, actually, they transform the linguistic formalism into computational linguistic formalism. The pure linguistic formalisms cannot be adopted for the computational purpose. So how to change the linguistic formalism of human languages into computational linguistic formalism? For that, we have to get help from the mathematician, statistician, software engineering. So the computation is a multidisciplinary field. It is not the field of linguists. Even sometimes the computer engineers, they claim they are the computational linguists. Then he asks, what is the task of linguist? Just we can help giving some data or knowledge. This is a situation. So computational linguists actually, so they wanted to give the knowledge of language, human languages, to computer. By that actually they wanted to get many tasks done by the computer. So they attempted to convert all the linguistic knowledge to be given to computer. So once the computer is given the human language knowledge in proper computational formalisms, then we can ask the computer to do any task, any language task actually we want. This is a attempt of computational linguistics. Now, one of the engineers who has been with me for the last 20 years, so I gave her the linguistic rules, the computational linguistics for everything. Now, she has got training in AI. Now, when I open my mouth, she says, sir, I don't need any linguistic rules. I don't need any grammar. Then what I can do? You give data set. You give only data set. I can make the computer to do any task you like. This situation. Now I become more conservative to my engineer, right? That is a situation now. So I want to give, I have to give data set for her. For what purpose? That's a problem. Actually, the last 20 years, I have been working on developing grammar checkers for Tamil language. So I used many formats and everything. So based on that, because the grammar checker is more important for ordinary people, not for research purpose, because everything wants to write without any mistake in their language. So for that, the grammar checker is a must for them. Now, the AI people, I am also a part of them. They say, so you want grammar checker for Tamil. Okay? So then they say, how you can develop? There are many LLMs, large language models. So can you develop a separate LLM for Tamil? No, it is not at all possible. That is different. That can be done only by big organizations. Then what you are going to do? Sir, there are many pre-trained large language models like ChatGPT, Llama, like that. So I can get help from that LLM. What we can do? For that we have to fine-tune the large language model. We have to fine-tune the large language model. For that purpose, I need data set. Then the question comes. Till now, we did everything with the linguistic rules. Now you claim the computer can do, LLM can do. Now, I ask one thing. What are the things which cannot be done by the computational linguistic formalism? What are the tasks? What are the things cannot be done by the computational linguistics? What are the problems we have to solve yet? There are some problems. Then I ask her whether you can solve these problems with fine-tuning that LLM. Yes, sir, we can do. She said, okay. Then what kind of format you need? Data set you need. You see, there is only fine-tuning. So we are not giving to trillions of data to the LLM. Actually, we like to, now we are making some attempts to fine-tune the Llama for Tamil. So data set should be given, but trillions of data cannot be given. She say, without giving any linguistic knowledge, from the data set, it has to learn. It will learn, certainly. Sir, what kind of data set? How much data set you need? Trillions of data set? No, it's not at all possible. You know, Tamil is a low resource language. It's being said, Tamil is a low resource language. We claim Tamil is a Semoli, like that. But AI people says now, it is one of the low resource languages. There is not enough digital data for Tamil for that AI purpose. There's a problem now. So what can be done? So problem is, what is the efficiency of the present LLM, the Llama? What are the language tasks, especially for Tamil, can be done by Llama? What are the tasks cannot be done by Llama? So I have to assess, I have to evaluate the efficiency of the Llama. For that I need benchmarking. Then only I can understand what kind of data set it is lacking now. So then I can give. Then data set not with the linguistic knowledge. The linguistic data set means the linguistic knowledge will be embedded in the data set. Not the data set without proper linguistic knowledge cannot be given to AI. The data set, for what are the problems I have to solve with AI, for those problems I have to collect data set with proper linguistic knowledge. For example, one type of structure cannot be understood by your linguistic, that is traditional computational formalisms. Then I have to develop thousands of sentences which is embedded with the particular language problem. Then it will learn. It will learn from the data set. It will learn. But I should not miss any data set which is needed by that Llama for my purpose. So I should be very careful to understand what are the tasks can be done by the present LLM, what are the deficiency, what is efficiency, then what kind of data set I have to give. Then for that I need benchmarking. But most of the benchmarking tools, they are not for our local regional languages. That is mostly for English or other Western languages. So at this stage, though we may not be able to develop separate LLM, even small LLM for our languages, it's not at all possible. Even for fine tuning, it is very difficult for me to have the computational infrastructure for fine tuning. They say you have to have this type of computer, the processor, hard disk, like that. So I could not provide. So there are many problems with that. But first of all, I have to assess the efficiency of the Llama, which I like to fine tune. Then only after that, I can start to prepare the data set. Then only I can proceed in my what I can do, what I want to do, I can do. So this is a problem. So now we have, for regional, our Indian languages, we should develop proper benchmarking tools, or even adopting the existing tools. We have to develop the benchmarking tools. Then only we can decide what kind of data set can be developed, what kind of problems you can assign to the Llama. We are using hybrid approach. We are actually for 70-75% with my rule-based parser, I can do the parsing. I can do spell checker. For 30%, we cannot do. For the named entity, or for suspicious words, for some words which need a proper context. For that, I need data set. You know, actually, these things already we discussed earlier in Hallian systemic grammar. For a text, to understand a text, for you or by computer, you need context. You need context. That is this side, that side, context you need. Then in AI people they call it context window. We say code text. Then not only code text, we need the context, the extra linguistic knowledge. So when we converse with our friends, for understanding our conversation, we need the proper text and the context, that is contextual sentences, and the proper quote text. The proper quote text now can be understood by the AI mechanism, by the enormous data set, by the enormous data. There is a single word can have now 300 pages context window, 300 pages context window it can utilize for it. So the contextual properties, the pragmatic properties, which cannot be given at this stage by us to the computer. Now computer can, by enormous data set, can get the contextual knowledge, then quote text, then text, then it can understand the sentence. So for all these, first we should assess what we have done till now with the linguistics and computational linguistics. What are the problems we have solved? What are the problems yet to be solved? So what kind of problem the AI can come to help us? So in which way we can use the AI? In this way we have to think, then only we can move forward. So this conference actually is it's a good time to conduct this conference to emphasize the importance of this benchmarking. So because simply as a user of AI, no problem. So people just give some prompt, then it will answer, it's okay. For them that's okay. But for a researcher, for the people involved in this development of AI tools, for us it is very important to assess the capacity, capability, efficiency of AI tools. For that we need the benchmarking. So at this juncture, the conference actually a very important one. I hope you all will contribute to come to some conclusion whether how at present what are the tools we use for benchmarking, whether they are sufficient for our regional languages, or what are things to be done by us. These are things actually we have to discuss in conference. I hope this conference will be a success. Tomorrow evening, I hope we can come to some conclusion in which direction we can move to develop these benchmarking tools for our Indian languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your such an inspiring and insightful inaugural address. Just a little announcement, as we are already running behind the schedule, the session will be swiftly accessed. Just hoping for your cooperation. Thank you. And moving forward, now I would like to call Professor P.R.D. Fernandez, sir, for your general remarks. Stage is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Shailendra Mohan, respected chief guest, my senior, the father of Tamil computation linguistics, Professor Daivasundaram, my colleague Professor Uma Rani Papusamy, the Deputy Director, all my colleagues from CIIL, colleagues from different units, and dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't want to go to the AI and computational jargon in my general comments. But what I want to say is, now everyone is fighting and working for AI and artificial intelligence, the usage. Already so many industries, companies started using AI. Even the governments also, they are using AI. For example, this computer vision, so they can real-time traffic monitoring and also traffic management. So these are the lighter events the government is now managing using AI. I have a practical example of AI. Of course, you have for ChatGPT and other things. So I was taking a drive for a test drive for the recently launched Jeep Wrangler. So I was traveling in this road, this Mysuru-Bengaluru highway. I got a signal from my fellow passenger, traveler. I was flicked that I want to take your lane. I was in the middle of the lane. The vehicle which comes in the back, so it given the flicker the light. So I understood, I was a driver, because I crossed almost 1 lakh kilometers of driving. So I slowly started turning the vehicle to the next lane. Immediately the AI installed in the vehicle, it took the vehicle again to the lane which I am driving. I took the left turn, but the AI prompted the car without my knowledge, it comes to the same lane. So I got the voice message. You travel in 120 kilometers and you are not used the left indicator to go to the lane. So I came back. Okay. But these are the things that's happening in the industries. But why we sit here to talk about this? Because we want to apply AI in Indian languages. Microsoft is there, Google is there, and we have Infosys. Everybody will use the AI for the profit. They'll invest and then harvest. But the Central Institute of Indian Languages is given with the opportunity. You have to use the AI for the languages. Always we pride and proud with the complexity of Indian languages, diversity. But we know how many times it is a problem for our integrity. See, now lot of demand from different mother tongues that we need education. नहीं, इस सिलसिला में मैं एक बात करना चाहता हूँ. अभी NEP 2020 लेके हमारा देश में बहुत सारे चर्चा चल रहा है. मैं वो पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर, वो लैंग्वेज पॉलिसी के अंदर बात करने नहीं चाहता हूँ. लेकिन हमारे माननीय मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने कहा, आप लोग तमिल में इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिकल टीचिंग करने के लिए आप लोग कोशिश करिए. लेकिन इसके आगे नहीं जाता हूँ. मतलब लेकिन आप हिंदी सीखो और हिंदी ना सीखो, वो बात नहीं. बट ट्रांसलेटिंग द नॉलेज टेक्स्ट into different mother tongue, it is very cumbersome work. Because we need a lot of data. Just I share with you, for a simple machine translation, you need 1 lakh to 10 millions of data just to translate a small text. Because here everyone is talking about the data. I'll come back to that. But before you go into the data, what you need, why Central Institute of Indian Language, what linguists we do this? We need a linguistic intelligence. When Professor Daivasundaram, when we talked about it, everyone is taking the credit. Okay, computational linguist or not computational linguist, the linguist who is well familiar with AI, technology, let them take it. But why Central Institute of Indian Language is doing the benchmark is that for any data, leave it about the quantum of data, the quality of data, we need a linguistic intelligence. This was first found in Harvard University by a scholar, and he has taken different criteria that how the linguistic intelligence helps to understand the language and make the corpus and feed the computers. So, as I said earlier, so Central Institute of Indian Languages with the responsibility, and so many, the whole world is to work for English. But we, Central Institute of Indian Language, is the only institution with a mandate. Not only the languages are protected by the Constitution of India, which it comes in the 8th schedule, unknown, known languages, everything is the responsibility of Central Institute of Indian Languages. Through the coordinator, Narayan Bhai has taken a good initiative. He said, when he said that it's not a big thing, but it's an initiative, it's a creating a benchmark. For Indian languages, nobody will do that. If AI and other technology, okay, you talk about translating the things or any prompt for the public use, everyone will do that. But who will do the service? Being the BSNL is one of the PSU who works under the Government of India, for the long, you just to take about the terrains of Northeast India, to make a lost Indian citizen, he has to lay the cable of optical fiber because they have the social responsibility. Same way, Central Institute of Indian Languages is having the have the social responsibility to provide the AI in all Indian languages. So the Central Institute of Indian Languages through Dr. Narayan Chaudhary has taken a good initiative. I welcome and all the participants who have come and talk about Indian languages and AI, and I wish the conference very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful remarks. Now, I feel privileged to invite Professor Shailendra Mohan, Director of CIIL, for the Presidential Address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yalugu ko namaskara, namaskar, sat sri akal, johar, and good morning or good afternoon, whatever the time. So, Adarniya Professor N. Devasundaram ji, our chief guest today, Professor Umarani Papuswamy, Deputy Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Professor P.R.D. Fernandez Saab, Deputy Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, Professor from Malaysia, sir, Professor Prashanta Ghosh ji, and our colleagues at Central Institute of Indian Languages, including Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, Dr. Prem and others, as well as the people who all are working in LDCIL and others. It's an honor and privilege to be part of this AI benchmark conference that Central Institute of Indian Languages is organizing, and I welcome all those participants who have come a long way to discuss and develop the integration of technology with Indian languages, which is the need of the hour as well. So before I go in this, I'd just like to share one important joke. Professor Fernandez will ask you, why are you smiling? So recently I was in a meeting, and one of the ministers was supposed to be delivering the presidential address, and the program went up to 1 or 2 hours or something. So when Minister Sahab came, he started with Bharat Mata Ki, and everybody said Jai. So he repeated 3 times, and after that he said that, why did I do that? And he said that because it's already 1.5 hours, our attention time is very less, so it is the only way to make you people feel energetic is to say Bharat Mata Ki. So that's what the joke that I'm suddenly remembering. That's what the point is, that we all are looking into the technology and development of Indian languages. Much have been said by Professor Umarani, Dev Sundaran Sahab has already elaborated the benchmarking concepts. Fernandez Sahab already done. So I'll just have to include that we know that India is a multilingual country with 121 Indian languages, 270 mother tongues, coast pe pani badle, that kind of, and it is a task for as a Central Institute of Indian Languages as well as the technology people to how to capture these linguistic realities in such a way that we can serve the people in future, that language becomes a facilitator rather than the concept call. Our realities are different because we are a country with multiple languages. We are not like West where you have a one. So one model, one size fits all, that also not the case very much. But looking at the journey of Central Institute of Indian Languages, which has worked for last 50 years, and I hope with the new advent of technology that has come in last 10 years, 15 years, that will definitely give a fill-up to all those concepts that we usually either don't understand, like something like the languages loss or something, that the technology will be an aid in developing these systems. And tomorrow we may not have a concept in different ways. So our realities are different, so our solution to those realities should also be different in such a way that we can do that. So we have the LDCIL, the Central Institute of Indian Languages has been working in teaching learning of Indian languages. the language technology, the LDCIL, which is today they are releasing the data sets. We have National Translation Mission, so translation, testing, technology, teaching, training, has all been a part of Central Institute of Indian Languages. Now it is a time that we collaborate. What Umarani madam said, that collaborative technologies should come in such a way that we can develop these languages among in future. One thing that I would like the technologies to give us some kind of a solution to the problem, that our attention time perhaps is getting very less, 10 minutes, 15 minutes and others. What are the aids that we can do through technology, that the reading habits also increases, as well as our attention time also increases on those ones? That kind of a research, if we can do it, because what we see usually that the younger generation coming with these kind of a technological inputs, the reading habits and other things has gone perhaps very less. And as a researcher and as a research people who think that our generation should look into it, that what are the ways by which technology can provide solutions to these kind of problems that we all are encountering. So I welcome all as a collaborative enterprise where a linguist as well as the technologies should sit in such a way that the most of the problems that as a humanity we all are facing can be solved in a collaborative manner rather than in an individual. And I hope that this benchmarking conference should be in a way give us insights, and these 2 days of conference system deliberations will provide us insights that new generation can look into it. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. And now, as we approach to the conclusion of today's inaugural session, it's time to express our gratitude. With great respect, I invite my esteemed colleague and co-anchor, Mr. Amom Nandaraj Mehte, to deliver the vote of thanks. Come, sir.
I am back here again. I will try to be brief. We are already behind the schedule. As we come to the close of this enlightening inaugural session, it's my profound honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. Standing before you, I feel privileged to acknowledge the distinguished dignitaries who have come here and grace this occasion with their presence. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor N. Devasundaram, Managing Director of NDS Linksoft Solution Private Limited, Chennai. Sir, your presence has added immense value to this conference, and your profound insight about the dataset and its linkage to the benchmarking was truly sensible to our team. Thank you, sir. And I also take this pleasure to sincerely thank our professor, our director, Shailendra Mohan, for your kind words and supportive words. Sir, your timely guidance and dedications have been the driving force behind this event's success. I am very privileged, and we feel privileged to have a visionary leader like you at the helm. Thank you, sir. And could we show our sincere thanks to these two eminent professors with a big round of applause, please. And I also take this opportunity to sincerely thank Professor Umarani Pappuswamy, Professor cum Deputy Director of this institute. Ma'am, really, you have illuminated the profound impact of language technology in Indian languages. The kinds of jargon that you used during your speech was really, really meaningful, and it's beyond my capacity to explain it, please. And sincere thanks goes to Professor Fernandez, Deputy Director of this institute. Sir, in the beginning you started saying that you are not going to use many jargons used in the AI application, but the way you spoke, the way that you deliver, actually, it seems that you already have known, but you were acting. Your genuine remark will be serious later after this event also, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And why not, for these two professors from CIIL, we also need a kind of big rounds of applause, please. A special note of thanks also comes here, sir. Our Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, the convener for this conference. Sir, we really feel proud of you. It's just because of constant dedication, relentless efforts that today this program has been made possible. Sir, we felt your care, and it was you that we have been guided on what should and should not be done. Even just yesterday evening, during our final hour of the office time, he just shared with a very invaluable knowledge that everyone should have. So your timely dedication, hard working has been truly amazing. So why not let's all have a kind of sincere thanks to our sir with a resounding round of applause. Thank you for your support, and a special note of thanks goes to all the distinguished dignitaries and delegates, participants, presenters from across the countries. A big round of applause for them also. Of course, I also take this opportunity to sincerely thank the members of media fraternity for coming here down and the time to cope with and covering all these sessions. Thank you so much to all the media members, and special thanks goes to Dr. Murali Mohan from NTSI for impacting his coordination in managing mass and media communication. Why not? We should also give a big round of applause for Dr. Murali and the media representatives. And in between, I also would like to make a mention of Tokapian, cameraman CIIL, and Hoysala Kumar, videographer, who is just standing before us so far since the very beginning of this program. A big round of applause to both of them also. And I should not miss this opportunity because, of course, this AI-based marketing committee and the whole LDCI team, I do think that the team don't feel tired. I was just wondering, why don't you feel tired? It is just because of your sincerity and hard working and dedication that this program has been made successful. So why not? We should give, and we should have another big round of applause for the whole LDCI team. Just to a few remindment. See, we had an opportunity for releasing of the data. Of course, I just remember that those tireless dedication of our project managers and the proper guidance of officer in charge, Dr. Narayan, meticulously distributed the data to the reviewers and the translators across diverse mother tongues and the scheduled languages. So this is the time for us. Today, this release of the data stands as a true testament to our unwavering efforts of the whole LDCL team. Let us give a big round of applause for the whole LDCL team. To each and everyone who is present and or everyone joining from afar, I give a special thank to all of you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nandra sir, for your warm words of gratitude. With this, we have come to the conclusion of the enlightening inaugural session. We sincerely thank you all for your kind presence and attention. We shall now take a short tea break. I kindly request everyone to reconvene in the hall within 15 minutes and ensure the timely commencement of the next session. Thank you so much.
An introduction, and thank you Naranji for the invite and for all of you here to listen to me. So I'll get started and would like to share experience and learning from one of the large scale projects that we are doing in India languages called Project Vani. Okay, let me figure out here some logistics, because my computer is up there and only mouse and keyboard is with me. So I need to get adjusted to that. So let me see if I can. I think the screen here is still not up. Can you check? So while that happens, let me continue. So let's begin in a completely different context, right? With a completely different context. Let's talk about a teleconsultation, an Indic language enabled teleconsultation. So think of a lady, Shanti, from a remote village of India, and she is having cough, and she wants to take a teleconsultation and a doctor's advice essentially. Now she wants to express whatever she is having problem with in her own language, right? And then get an advice on what she should do. What is interesting here is that she speaks in her own dialect, and we need a system, we need an application which can understand her dialect, her language, and then give a response back, right? So as it turns out, that today we have a challenge with this kind of scenario, although this is something that we certainly want to do, right? We want to cater to people in the remotest of the places. And the thing that is missing today is the technology in Indian languages, both for speech and text. And we have been discussing this, as you know, from the morning, what is lacking, what needs to be done. So under this context, let me now tell you why we can't do this today. What is stopping us, right? We could have done that. The reason is very simple, that we don't have application, solution that can cater to Shanti. Why not? So let's look at a few statistics. So if you look at today, how many applications are actually voice enabled? There are very, very few, and that too maybe in few major languages. And there are many more that need to be voice enabled. There is a large list, which I am not going to read out. So what it means, we are in a very nascent stage today in enabling Indian language voice-based applications. If you look at these numbers came up earlier in the morning from Census 2011, right? India has 22 scheduled languages, 99 non-scheduled, 700 plus spoken languages, more than 1,200 language. People are more than 1,000 speakers speaking, very small set of speakers, but still they exist, and 1,369 many mother tongues, right? So with all of those language diversity and variety, what we have on the right, you see, as a technology that can be used today, of course not quote unquote accurate. There are 11 languages for which you have speech to text API from Google. There are 9 languages for which you have text to speech API. And there are 22 official languages for which translation exists. What about the rest of the languages? Who will think for them? Today, if you look at the data that drives this model, the data is the core of the problem. So today, if you look at speech data and language data, English is the dominant. It's a huge percentage in the entire world. Now, there have been a lot of initiatives that are being taken by Vashini here in India and many other supporting agencies to enable, make this happen like English in Indian languages, but we are still far off. So if you look at the Indian language, speech and language data sets that exist, here is a way I try to capture them in terms of their volume and the number of languages they cover. You can see that Shruti Lipi, Kathavat, Indic voice stand out, right? and some are yet to be open source. For example, from our effort that you are putting in through Respin and Cispin, there are also very large scale data sets which will be open source soon, and Vani, which we are going to talk about, which is not there in this picture. So we are going to put Vani and Respin and Cispin on this, and it will still not change it a big time compared to what as a language English has the amount of resources. So okay, so we have some data sets. So what's the problem with those data sets? The problem is that today all the data sets that you may know in Indian languages, they're collected in a language anchored manner. What do I mean by that? By that I mean we go out and collect Hindi language data. But the Hindi language data from Jodhpur, now I should struggle a little bit more to click there. Let me see if I can click, because the screen doesn't come up here, so let me see if I can do the magic of, oh, okay, all right. This is somebody from Jodhpur speaking Hindi. Mirzapur, let me see, I can't even see from here, let me see. Right, this is the second one. And the third one from Jaipur. So this goes without saying, right, that the Hindi from these three places are not same. And this is known to us. I'm not making a new case here. Now, how do you really capture that? How do you really capture this variety within Hindi? Right. Before I go into telling that, let me tell you some more things which I believe is a concern today. First of all, what about, aging population? Think of my grandfather or my father, in fact, right? And everybody, I think it is true for everyone here. They often speak the style, the dialect, and with such accent that younger generation won't speak, because younger generation are more exposed to English and more standard language. So what it means is that the varieties that we have today is like a tradition, it's our jewel. They are going to get lost, right? Which won't be preserved through the younger generation, because the younger generation are certainly looking out for more opportunities and options, and they know that sticking to the local dialect may not give them those opportunities. So how are we going to solve that problem? Not only that, we have a lot of endangered languages. Who will think for them? Right? And many more things that we are going to lose. Our culture, because language is the way to express our culture, express local knowledge, store local knowledge, and that's why it goes from one generation to the next generation. And imagine all these, except few major languages, rest are all gone. What will happen to this rich culture and the wealth that is there in Indian context? So now you may ask, okay, there are so many people to care for it. Why not? Why is someone not coming forward to care for it? An answer already came in the morning from Professor in the morning, that today the commercial entities, they are not interested in all these languages because their goal is for profit, right? That's number one. Then the next is there is a forced shift. If you do not go and use Hindi, you will be not getting these resources, for example, forms. Do you think we have forms in all languages of the country? No, certainly not, right? In many cases, not always. Then you will be excluded, right? Comes exactly there in the digital inclusion part, right? So the point I'm making here, that if we do not be conscious today to make sure that the languages that are gradually getting suppressed for various reasons are being taken care of, we'll see tomorrow that we are left with very few languages. Our culture, heritage, wealth will go away. So it's our duty to save ourselves, in a sense, right? Digitally, quote unquote. And the problem for all of this, as you know, is the pyramid problem, right? I don't have to repeat that and mention that. That's very clear for many of us. And that is exactly where Vani project comes in, to fill all these gaps. An attempt to fill all these gaps, I'll say. So what Vani tries to do is to cover the language landscape of India. Why do I say landscape? Language is like colors, right? If you take two languages, it's like one is red, another is green. When green changes to red, green changes to red, for example, it doesn't change drastically. There is a continuum in changing. Just like that, the languages are. And this I have been reinforced by doing this project even more. I must tell you one example from a district in Bihar where there is a river and we got some sentences written in that language. There's no digital text by a person in one side of the river. And then we are getting it checked or validated by another person in the same region. So we went to the other side of the river and gave a person that, do you think this sentence is written with a text or phrases in your local spoken style? That person says, no, this is not my spoken style. This is not the sentence I'll write if I'm asked to write this sentence. They say, why? What is the correction? So he made the corrections. Then I called for a blind meeting where I brought both of them without letting them know that they looked at each other's sentences. In the meeting it got revealed that just because it is on the two sides of the river, the style of speaking, the language, the phrases, the dialect, everything changes. And the person on the other side who actually created the sentence, he told us that, my in-laws' house is on the other side of the river. So when I go to my in-laws' house, I speak differently than how I speak on this side of the river. So it's enormously complex. So just to give a bird's eye view of what Project Vani is, it's a multi-phase project where we are going to collect speech recordings in every district of India. That's the holistic goal. So in the first phase, we have completed 80 districts spanning across 12 to 13 states. In the second phase that is ongoing now, we have taken up 100 districts more. And going forward, we hope to cover all of them, all the districts. Now, why go by districts? Ideally, I'd like to prefer, as I was discussing in the beginning of the project, to go ward by ward. Ward meaning the local ward, the municipality, right? Because as you know, as was spoken that, kos kos par badle pani and char kos par bani, right? So how do you really capture this variety? That's super difficult. So district became our unit to capture whatever language is spoken in that district. And number two is that we do not, that's very unique feature of Vani project, is that we do not go and tell a speaker, speak in Tamil, speak in Telugu, speak in Malayalam. We go and ask the speaker, what language do you speak at home? Speak in that language and tell us the name of the language. So we discovered the language also in this process. So I'll just move on. Many part of the slide I can't see. If it can be really good, the digital support team to put it up here on the screen here. Okay, so let's talk about what we are doing. So our overall goal is to, democratize AI in India languages so that everybody can use it, enable the ecosystem with these resources so that they can build technology, on this. And we are doing it primarily in three ways. So first you build data sets, then you build tools, AI tools, and then empower the stakeholders. These all are needed to energize this entire ecosystem. So now let me go a little deep into how we are actually collecting the data, and you'll see so much of depth and learning has happened there. So much depth you have gone in and learning has happened there. So let's take one phase, let's say phase one that you have completed. So we begin with identifying districts. So let's say we started with 80 districts for various reasons. Ease of access to begin with in the project, then the languages are spoken there, whether we have resources to validate, many factors. So we chose 80 districts. Then we go and collect images from those districts. So in Vani project, what we do, we collect images of local, places, food, festival, I'd say, okay, I think some magic is going to happen here. Okay, so anyway, so the images are collected from those districts, and those images are shown to speakers of that district, they describe those images in their local slang. Right, you understand? So now, why you went through this? There are various reasons. Number one, to capture the local dialect, the local language variation, I would say, we felt the conversation is the best way to go. But we could not do that because we have found that two people when converse, they quickly go out of ideas and then they stop. So we need an enabler. We need a stimuli. So we have these images that we have prepared. I'll show many of them. These are shown to the people or person or the speakers. Then that speaker look at the image on the phone and they speak about that image. And then finally, part of the data gets transcribed. So all the images, the speech and the transcription, meaning image, speech and text, it's a multimodal data, not just speech, not just text, not just the image. All of them are open sourced. I hope I could give a bird's eye view of the process. Now, why this approach? I just said, right? So there are multiple reasons. First of all, it will give us spontaneous speech, not conversational speech, but it will give us spontaneous speech. It will also help capture the expression of the person. It will, help to capture the local vocabulary of the place, and many more that are possible with this image as a stimuli. So what we have found is with image as a stimuli, a person is not silent when you ask them to speak, but what is also very nice, yeah. But what is also you can move it here maybe, that will be good. So what is also very good is that they find it easy to begin speaking. But we have also found, that is good, what we have also found is that they find it also difficult to speak about the image. It depends on the complexity of the image. I'm going to talk about that in bit detail. So you see the challenges that you have faced now, but we have taken this approach. This is one way to go, that we have to go one way, so we have chosen this. Okay. So now let me give you some example of what we'd like to really capture, right? So if you take, let's say, this image, it's a train station image, and we gave to a person from Balrampur in Chhattisgarh.
यह एक रेलवे स्टेशन का दृश्य दिखाई दे रहा है। सामने हमें कुछ पटरियां दिखाई दे रही है। एक पटरी में खड़ी हुई एक
So you got an idea, right? The person is trying to speak. Then come to Jamtara, same image.
यहाँ पे रेल की पटरी दिखाई दे रही है और यहाँ पे एक चेयर भी रखी है और कुछ लोग वहाँ पे बैठे हुए।
Sorry. This is from Sindhudurg in Maharashtra.
स्टेशन है, स्टेशन के पास में एक रेल पटरी दिखाई दे रही है और यहाँ पर 2-3 बैठने की बेंच भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
This is from Churu.
स्टेशन है जो स्टेशन के में सीढ़ियाँ बनी हुई हैं और
This is from Jyotiba Phule Nagar.
यह एक रेलवे ट्रैक है जहाँ पटरियाँ दिखाई।
This is from Gaya.
ये इमेज एक रेलवे स्टेशन की है। यहाँ पर एक मालगाड़ी जाती हुई नजर आ रही।
Now, these are all Hindi. It has their own style of speaking, pace of speaking, and this image, I'll talk about it in a bit, that there are some generic images also we gave, not only just district specific, and this is one of the generic image where all this variety came. So we believe this will help us capture whatever is the, so for example from Sindhudurg, it's a Hindi, supposed to be Marathi, right? Or Sindhudurg has a local Kolhapuri style language, right? Marathi. But somebody says I'm Hindi, I speak Hindi from this region. Now they should be having certain influence of the local Marathi or Kolhapuri. So we want to capture this variety, that's the goal. So now here is the step-by-step process for collecting the Vani corpus of the data set. So we start with, let me see if I have, I don't know, okay, doesn't matter. So we have 5 stages. The first stage, as you see, is to create the image, right? The next stage is to collect speech using that. Then we do curation of the data. Then we create part of that collected speech for transcription. And then after transcription, we do the transcription curation as well. So I'd like you to walk through this process and tell you the learnings that we have so far. So let's begin with images. So before we start collecting images, we asked ourselves, what images should we collect? Think of, I take an image of this room. Whether somebody, it will be easy for somebody to describe that image, right? The describability is an important factor. If the image is not describable, we won't get much out of that image in terms of speech. So as you can see, easy to explain. So it was very difficult to instruct people who are taking images. So we collected nearly 1.3 lakhs images across these 80 districts, and making sure each of those images are equally describable was very, very difficult. We wanted to make sure that there is diversity in the image in terms of the topics on which the images are collected, so that it generates rich vocabulary, right? Words that come out when somebody speak about those images. Of course, they have to be of good quality. They should be safe in the sense of not having something that is unwanted in the image, and it should be of current relevance. It cannot collect images from earlier days. So it should be of local relevance. So with all that planning, we started. Then we told people who are collecting, sorry for the text only slide, we told them, make sure that you should not, first of all, use these images for something else. So just make sure this is for Vani images, number one. Number two, we told them that you make sure that the images are not, blank. You don't just submit random blank image. Take a image of a sky and just submit, right? It will be easy for you to take images of that type. So think before you take an image. Make sure all images you are submitting, there are unique images. You can take 20 images of this room, and they will be all different, but they will not add value to the overall corpus or the data set, right? So we give all this instruction. And then this is how the image collection pipeline goes. So the vendors who are collecting data for us, they do topic selection. On those topics, they collect images, and we have actually increased the number of topics in the second phase compared to first phase. I'll tell you some numbers. Then on their side, they do some checks to make sure several things happen. I'll come in a minute. Then they prepare metadata for the image. Then they deliver the images to IISc. And then IISc have developed a bunch of automatic technique to assess the quality and the content of the image. And then some of those images which are flagged by the automatic checks, they are passed through manual checks. And then we accept or reject the images that are given to IISc. Then of course we inform vendors and then give a proper name to the image and then move on. So that's the process, lengthy one. We do a number of different checks. I'd like to mention not all of them, I think very few. So for example, we do check whether an image is natural or not, whether it is artificially generated. We check whether the image has any PII, called personal identifiable information. We detect and we give it to human to check. For example, somebody's face is visible. So for example, here if you see in this image, faces are clearly visible, right? And we reject that image. But in this case, we don't reject because the vendor masked the faces and gave us, so it was accepted. What happened in this process, we learned in a very hard way. So somebody, when all this data was put out, somebody from a district came up and told, in this process, you have masked the face of God. There's a God image, and the computer detected that there is a human face, and it masked. He said that this is religiously sensitive. You cannot put a God image and, put a cover on the face. So only you can do for human. So then you need an algorithm to detect whether it's a God face or a human face. They look pretty much the same. So new problems comes up, new solution has to be, developed. Okay, so now I'll just show you some examples which we reject, the kind of images. Look at the images on the left, right? These are images you can't really talk about. On the right hand side, the images that probably there are components, events, objects that you can talk about, right? This describability. There are images which are of poor quality. You can see there's a blurring, there are a lot of, discoloration happening. We reject these images. We take the, good ones that are not discolored. We, of course, make sure that these kind of images which has faces revealed are rejected. So it goes through all these checks done by the team members working at IISc and Art Park. And then it gives us a set of generic images and district-specific images. So the generic images are those which are not particularly, for example, we are not putting a picture of dosa plate as a generic image, right? It should be a building image. It could be a park image. It could be a pond image, things like that, right? And specific will be very, very particular, a temple in that district, or a bridge in that district, or it could be a food in that, or a cloth, or a festival, things like that. So here is a summary. So in phase 1, we have nearly 1.3 lakhs district specific images and 1.2 thousand generic images. And these generic images are constant over the phases. In the second phase, we have collected from 100 districts way more images, 2.2 lakhs images. And what is interesting is these images are itself speaking about that district, talking about the culture, the ethics, and wealth of that district in a sense, right? And now, as you can see, the number of topics in phase 1 we had very broad topics, but we have increased it to large number of topics. It could be we give a broad label as temple, but also give it's a Kali temple, Shiva temple, and like that. So it becomes larger. And we make sure every image is small in size so that the data transfer when somebody accesses this image is not much. The data bandwidth not consumed much. So these two pie charts talks about how the images are distributed. Nonetheless, with all of that, here is a summary of all the images. It's a very dense slide in the sense of a lot of information. So what it shows is that number of images on the x-axis and the district on the y-axis in phase 1. So all these districts, this first district has less than 1,000 images, and then gradually the number of images increases till this last district, right? And similarly for phase 2, as you can see, phase 2 has a lot more images. So that's all about image. There are many more to tell, but I want to be very concise. With these images, we now start collecting speech. And there are newer hurdles, let me tell you now. So here is the process looking like. So what we do, we tell vendors that go ahead and do speaker onboarding. There is a process for that. Not every speaker can do it, can get onboarded. If they are not sincere and serious, they won't be onboarded. There are some checks. Then they install the app that the vendor has at this moment, and they view an image, and then they speak. Whatever gets spoken gets recorded and put into cloud. And then the next image comes, and this speaker keeps speaking. So a speaker typically speaks on 60 images, and each of these images randomly chosen. And in that process, we get about 15 minutes of recording from every speaker. Now, these recordings are then segmented. For example, it's a long recording. We actually segment sentence-wise. So they say, इधर एक bridge दिखाई दे रहा है. Then ये bridge में bus चल रहा है. Right? These are two sentences. So we ask the vendor to cut every sentence, just like you see on the top, and then deliver to us. Then ISC will do the thorough check. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Now here it is. So what vendor does, they give us the audio data as it is shown, but they give the entire data, but they also mark, please use only this segment because that's the first sentence. In between, the speaker might have said, oh, what can I say? Let me see. Or his friend says, why don't you tell this, right? All this stuff happen. We don't record, we don't get them because there could be PII problem. So we take another segment which is clean description of another sentence about the image. So vendor share this data, they share the image, and then they also share a large amount of metadata that we collect. We collect speaker details. For example, we collect their age, we collect their gender, we collect their education level, the socioeconomic factors, and the languages they speak, and many others like this. So this becomes a rich data set in that sense. Now, when they deliver, we make sure that the audio file, even when it is open sourced, you'll see that the audio file will contain all the details about that audio file. Which state, which district, which speaker, with the speaker ID, and the serial number for that image-based recording, and the image ID are embedded in the audio file name. So we have found a large number of challenges. First challenge was getting coordinators. For example, in a district, we are reaching out to nearly 1,000 people to collect 200 hours. And getting 1,000 people is not easy unless you have a good volunteer or a coordinator. So it's an enormous challenge, and many of you already know from CIIL how difficult it is to get such recordings done, particularly in districts which are not easily accessible, right? Then how do you sample these 1,000 speakers? In a district, you can go to an university and get 1,000 speakers, but that's not representative of that district. That university may have people from all over country. That will not be, useful. There are challenges with internet connectivity. People found it difficult after recording to upload the data, right? There are challenges. And many such. And a lot of people gave metadata information, their age, education, and all of that. And sometimes there was no way to verify. You had to rely on their words. Now let me move to the third one, which is now the curation part of these recordings, right? So the vendor does a good job using these instructions and then deliver the recordings. And we have a very lengthy and detailed what we call quality check or QC. It starts with a 5-step process, starts with this what we call pre-initial check, followed by initial check, then automated checks, manual checks, and final acceptance. And in this process, we have discarded a large number of recordings. Of course, often vendors are not very happy with because they spend a lot of energy, time, and bandwidth, but we have no way to reject if we find it not suitable. So what is pre-initial check? These are very simple. We check whether the claimed state, district are consistent. For example, if they write Kolkata from Maharashtra, right? They used wrong code combination. We flag that. These are very simple, easy to check. Stuff like that, right? Segmentation level checks. Now the next one is the audio level check, where we make sure that the audio is as per specification. 16,000 kilohertz, 16-bit, and mono channel. Then we check the segmentation that they are provided is accurate or not. In the sense, end of one segment cannot be, after the beginning of the next segment, right? They have to be in order. So we check that order. Many other checks. For example, they can easily put, and this is one of the debate we had for a long time with the vendors, that if you look at here, the speech starts here, but when they mark, if they can put, let's say, 0.5 second silence on either side of the speech, it means for every segment they get a 1 second silence. And imagine we have several 100,000 segments, so you end up getting several 100,000 seconds of silence, which is not speech. So for a corpus of 16,000 hours, it will become a significant portion. So we have been very, very cautious and strict with such checks. So these are all machine generated, not human. They are all machine based checks where we automatically find out where is the silence. Is the speech really beginning where they have marked and all of that. And there are a large number of checks in terms of validity of the segment, file name matching, and so I'll not go into the details, but essentially I want to highlight that we just don't take what the vendor delivers. So we actually suspect that and then make sure we do our due diligence. After all that is done, automatic program flags that these are the files, probably there are some issues of this type. Then we take those to a human listener from that district. Because sometimes we do checks which are district specific, language specific. We also take some segments which are also accepted and we put that also to human for checking. And if human says yes, in terms of the checks, these are good, we say yes, good, tick, otherwise we reject that file, right? So that's the overall idea. And I must tell you, if vendor delivers 100 hours, we typically flag in the range of 8 to 10 hours, which are manually checked. So what kind of things we check? Let's look at the manual check part. We actually ask the listener, do you at all hear human speaking, right? Do you hear only one person speaking? Who is speaking, is male or female? Can you understand what they are speaking? Right? Does the speaker sound like from your region? Or there are a lot of disturbance in the audio? You can see the details of the manual checks that we are doing to ensure that we are not really including garbage data into our process. And of course, there are a bunch of automated checks that I have talked about. For example, this is a segment which is rejected as per the specification because we have a silence within a segment which is more than 1 second. These are some of the restrictions we put, that we should not have in a sentence more than 1 second silence by design. Okay, and this feedback, it is not that they deliver 16,000 hours and then you give all this feedback. No, it is a continuous process. So they deliver 400 hours, we give feedback. They improve their system. They deliver another 500 hours, again we give feedback. So it's a continuum, it's a continuous process on all the steps, the images, the audio, the transcription, so that we improve them. In this process, I personally believe that the people with whom we have to collect data from the ground, we have to educate them. We have to improve their system. We have to make sure that the entire ecosystem of data collection also improves. And this actually helps doing that, and I'm really happy about it, that many of them really big time improved in this process. For example, I'll just give one real evidence. So there was one vendor we were working with. We found that in the middle of the recording, there is something called audio drop. What does it mean? Suddenly for half a second, the audio blanks out. It's all zero values. And when you hear, if it's a very small segment, like point, you don't really get a disturbance, right? Because you kind of interpolate as a listener. When we found that something like 40 to 50% of their data is suffering from this problem. When you went back, they said, what are you saying? We have been delivering such data to big tech giants. Why you're stopping us from, not delivering such? I said, sorry, I can't accept, because these are data that will cause distortion in the spectrum or spectrogram, and this will not have information in those regions, so we can't accept them. So it was a very, annoying scenario, not comfortable scenario, but we had to make them do it. So what I'm saying is that they improved their, the reason this happened is they were using an web app, not an Android app. If you use web app, whenever there's an internet connectivity problem, the web app won't transmit those packets. It doesn't store locally. That's the problem, right? And this was learned by them in that instance, and they corrected it. Nonetheless, let us move on. Let's now look at, from this collected speech and then curated speech data, how do we get which files to transcribe? We don't transcribe everything. We transcribe 10% of the data from every district. And the way we do it is we select a subset of the recordings to ensure that we have maximum vocabulary coverage, we have all speakers, at least one file gets transcribed, we have coverage across all districts equally, and also cover the low resource languages. For example, if you go to a district which has, let's say, 5 different languages spoken, we make sure that all languages are equally covered in transcription, so that we represent all languages during transcription process. Here is how it goes, right? So we give 10% of the data, give it to vendor, they transcribe and give it to ISC, and this is how the transcription looks. And transcription is very, very detailed. So if there is a noise, they have to write what kind of noise they are hearing within a greater than, less than sign, angular bracket. Then if there is, for example, here is a breathing noise, right? Then if somebody speaks a word of a different language, they have to write that word in that language script. For example, if green is spoken, they have to write green in English, in curly braces. Similarly, blue, right? And so on and so forth. So we wanted to ensure that we capture the code variety. In a sentence, as you know, right, people keep switching from one language to another. So this is a very detailed, we provide a detailed guideline to the vendors. And we found that this 10% transcription was more tough or more time consuming, equal amount of challenges and effort equivalent to the entire audio data collection. So the 100% audio data collection effort was almost equivalent to 10% by the vendors, because it was very difficult for them to find people to transcribe, because we have a hard constraint that you cannot use any arbitrary transcriber. You have to use a transcriber from the same neighborhood, locality of the speaker who spoke that sentence. In the worst case, it can be up to 20 kilometers from that region. So we collect pin codes of the speaker and the transcriber to ensure that they are actually the same locality, so that they can use individual slang, right, locally. So the transcription is done in UTF-8, and we wanted a verbatim transcription. For example, I'll just give certain examples. There are a lot of details. I'll not go to each of them, but we certainly tell people that, don't do a short form. If somebody said do not, don't write don't, right? There are many ways you can shorten stuff. It's in English, but similar thing can happen in Indian language. For example, if somebody says went, right, you should actually write like that, even in Indian languages. So you should do exactly what is spoken. It may not be valid word, but that's okay, right? And we told the vendors that make sure you don't transcribe if any of this happens. So the transcriber had real challenge is making sure that none of this is happening, then only they transcribe. We make sure there is no multiple speakers speaking, it is indeed intelligible, they are not speaking arbitrarily fast or slow, because we have seen people actually play radio instead of they speaking. And sometimes they will speak very slow. For example, they'll say, ye ek bridge hai. Because they know they have to speak for 15 minutes. So they will speak dragging manner, so they don't have to think and speak. People are innovative, I must tell you, okay? And we have to be even more innovative to handle all of them. Then in correct language level, we have found people telling I speak Telugu, but they speak Hindi. They say it's Telugu, but they speak Hindi. And that is, I'm talking about from Krishna district. So surprising, meaning people are, this malpractice will be there, but it is our duty as a, as an engineer or technologist to catch all of them, correct all of them, and make quality calls. But that's why you're all here, right? We make sure they don't reveal any personal information, then they don't talk nonsense about religion, politicians, and all of that. So all of that has to be taken care, and we just don't transcribe them if it is present. We had large number of challenges even in transcription also, particularly getting the transcriber for real languages. These are all natural, and it's not. But our transcription guideline is very, very lengthy, 4-page document, dense document. So they found it difficult to follow those. And, getting script in many cases was difficult. Getting script meaning deciding the script. Many languages do not have script, as we all know. So which script to use, we had a lot of debates, and many others. So challenges are all there. We are here to make our best effort to solve them. With that, let's move on to the transcription curation part. In this case, we follow pretty much similar steps. We have an automated checks. Whichever we flag, we give it to human from the same district who are our own contacts, and then they listen and say whether these are correct or incorrect, right? And that went for finally in the open source domain or not open source domain. So here is how it goes. So the QC team, the quality check team, they get the audio file, they get the transcription from the vendor, they do the corrections. And then we see how much correction they are doing. If the correction is very little, we do not penalize the vendor. We accept that. Otherwise, we throw that transcription out. And this metric that we use is called either character error rate or word error rate between the original transcription and the vendor's transcription, the QC team's correction. So, in a nutshell, if the automatic validation says there is some problem and human sort of says yes, looks like, then you reject it. If automatic says it's a problem but human says yes, it is good, then we accept it because we finally rely on human. But on the other side, you see whatever human does, we take it, that decision, although automatic says is all yes. So human is a first, but we don't get human to check everything, but that's an enormously tough process at such a scale. Okay, with that, I'll move on. With all that effort put in over last 2 year plus, we could cover 80 districts in phase 1. That gave us 16,000 hours of audio in nearly 54 languages. These are all discovered languages in a sense, I'll say. Discovered in the sense people told that this is my language. And we had 84,000 speakers from all these districts together, 130K images, and 750 hours transcribed. If you want to access this data, they are freely available to download. Please download, go through, give feedback. We are always happy to get your feedback and correct our process, correct the data, quality and accuracy. So it can be available through Vani webpage, the link is below, or through Hugging Face. These are typically developer-friendly platform. Now we are already into phase 2. So currently we have discovered 84 languages as I'm speaking. 180 districts we are now have run our operations. 16,000 hours is open source already. Out 84,000 plus speakers and 800 hours of transcription. So everything is going up as the time progresses. I'll play some samples just for you to get the variety of, let's start with Kannada. This is from Bangalore.
ಬಲಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 3 ಡೋರ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಚೆಂಡು ಹೂವಿನ ಸರವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Now this is from Bidar. Both of them claim to speak Kannada. Let me play something, let's say Malayalam from Kasargod.
മണ്ണ് മാന്തി വാഹനം എന്ന് അതിനെ പറയപ്പെടും.
Trivandrum.
അതിന് നടുക്കായി നടക്കുവാനുള്ള പടവുകളും ഇടമുറ്റവും കാണുവാൻ വേണ്ടി സാധിക്കും.
So there are some differences as you see as we change from one region to another. Let me in a broad sense summarize the challenges that we went through. First challenge was geographical barrier. There are districts, particularly in Chhattisgarh, where due to Naxalites we are not allowed to do the recording. There are districts where female participants, female members of the family were not allowed to come out of their house to give the recordings. So the male could only carry the phone inside, they do the recording and return the phone, things like that. Yeah, I mean these are cultural aspects and it was challenging. It was difficult to get experts from some of these regions who we can train to collect such data at scale. We are challenged in finding linguists in some of these languages and regions. We had difficulty in developing engineering tools to do these automatic checks in many of these cases. And there are, as I told, issues of script. Many languages did not have strong evidence of script, so we had to decide them. And finally, which is most important, for any of these, people took this as an opportunity of earning in all these districts. And sometimes people do malpractice, sometimes they don't. But overall, what I found and the team found that a constant financial support is needed to run such things at scale, right? And one of the reason we are also open sourcing this is to see the society, the ecosystem, to get benefit and come forward and see how they can help even in this aspect. Having said all of those challenges, I'd like to highlight also a few interesting things that you have found out. So here is a very dense slide, but I'll tell you what it means. So on the top graph, as you see, right, it is showing the x-axis is the districts. In every district, it tells you the male and female speaker count. So the dark blue is the female and the light green is the male. So overall it was pretty much 50% male, female overall, but not for every district. For example, you can see the last district has predominantly female. Sometimes it is predominantly male. And this is the age distribution. I'll show you even better histogram to get an idea, but this is to give you an idea that most of the people are young, or rather between 20 to 30. So here is the age distribution as a histogram. As you can see, most of the people are below 30, difficult to reach out to elderly population. Here's the gender distribution, mostly 50-50. Here's the education distribution. Most of the people are 12th pass, followed by graduate, followed by 10th pass. And again, these are from the level that the people give, right? They may not give the right information. In terms of the phones that were used, Xiaomi, Vivo, and all of that, you can see Oppo and all of that became the top ones. So these are the devices they have used. Here you can see the number of speakers across different districts, their socioeconomic distribution. So lower middle was the majority, followed by upper middle. And we also had the language distribution, where Hindi was the predominant language because the districts were mostly in the northern belt, north part of India, followed by Bengali, Kannada, Telugu. Here it tells the number of number of hours, the duration per district, right? So you can see some districts has very little and some has really large in terms of language on this right hand side. So Hindi had the largest duration, and some of the languages are very small here. And this shows district wise how many hours we got. So pretty much they are around 200 hours, but it goes plus minus. Here are the languages that you have discovered, and some of them are known. It's not that it's a new language always, right? But what is interesting is that we got, let's say, a speaker of Marwari in a district where we do not expect it to be. So there could be that it's a migration problem, right? The people have moved there and so on and so forth. But some of the districts has really large number of languages, like 12 plus. It's in a district in Rajasthan. Here is the transcription-wise distribution again, the number of hours from different districts that are transcribed. Again, not very uniform, but these are the language-wise non-uniformity because most of the data was Hindi. Majority of the segments chosen were Hindi as well to cover all speakers. So here are the statistics on the transcription bit, which I already told you, 54 languages and from 84K speakers. Okay, I'd like to play some good and bad audio samples. So all samples are not really good, and we need both samples because when we build some AI tools, we need to make sure that we have realistic recordings, not always good quality. So let me try to play this bad Kannada recording. The reason I'm playing, you imagine how difficult it would be for the transcriber to transcribe, right? And this is the transcription. You can see there with all those, whatever noise the person hears. What happens in such cases, the vendor has an easy way to escape. They'll say everything is unintelligible, right? And they'll not transcribe at all, right? So let's listen to the Urdu one. It's a muffled voice. But if you look at the good one,
एक बड़ा दफ्तर है, दफ्तर की दीवारों पर नारंगी रंग हुआ है.
This is much cleaner, right? They claim this, so these are all claimed language by the person. So we had to handle all of these in the transcription process as well. And some of these languages, we did not find any spontaneous recording before. These are some of those languages that we got here to get the spontaneous recording. And these are all open source. So in my experience overall, to summarize, it was more of a operations project, majorly, right? 40%. And there are a lot of developments needed. Development of pipeline, tools, checking mechanism and all of that. And more importantly, the 20% that you see for research, they drive all those remaining 80%. Because the kind of questions we have, we do design and accordingly we make the planning for development and operations. So just operation won't work here, and it is not also only research project, right? But of course, many research will happen based on this data, but the collection itself is what I'm talking about. It is not just research project, nor just the operation project, but it's an operation heavy project. There are a large number of applications that can be built with this corpus. It could be, spoken language identification, could be several speech technology benchmarking, large language model in Indian languages, multimodal model, not just speech, image, and text, and also speaker ID and diarization, which is not there out in open domain for Indian speakers. So going forward, we'd like to expand in all directions. We'd like to expand in the collection, the geographical areas, to expand the quality, make sure the quality of the data is more accurate and less erroneous, and of course, impact in the developing the AI tools and applications. And all of your help is needed. Wherever I go, I request everybody to take part in it. Language is by us, so you all can contribute in some way or the other. Here we have experts in CIIL, linguists and language experts. Their inputs will be super valuable. We have challenges in identifying missing languages, so that we really, at the end of the project, you should not be having that somebody comes and say, you did not collect my language, why not, right? Then of course, development of AI models and tools. So engineers who are interested in taking part in this journey through those developments are also welcome. So all of your help are needed, and all of this is to ensure that we work towards an inclusive digital India. With that note, I'll stop, open for any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasanth Kumar Bose, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. And now I would like to request anyone for, it's open for question answers, just for 5 minutes if you have any questions for sir. It's a mic.
There is a mic.
There is a mic.
You can on it, yeah.
Just a second, sir. Sorry for the interruption. Could you please ask the question again by coming a little forward?
Thank you so much for your talk. So basically my question is about using this. I hope the feedback's not here. Okay. So my question is about using this data set for uncertainty modeling. So let's say for CIIL, when for object detection, a human notes a four-legged object as a horse or a dog, but we never call it airport. So there is uncertainty even in crowdsourcing data, which can be used to improve classification models. So if your data set has images of simple nature and also has on an average more than 10 samples for an annotation, or maybe like 10 or 20 samples for an annotation, then what are your thoughts of using it for like uncertainty modeling?
Talking about uncertainty modeling of the object level. That's a good question. So just to give you numbers, one image is covered or spoken by on an average 20 people. It gives typically the range of 5 minutes of data. Out of those, you can roughly say 10% is transcribed. So it will be something like 300, so 30. So let's say up to 1 minute it will be transcribed. So in terms of the text, you will have only roughly, let's say 3-4 speakers recording that will be transcribed. But speech will be for everybody. So if you are looking for the keyword, the person is speaking about an object in that image, that we are not labeling in particular. So we are just writing down whatever text the speech is spoken, right? So the objects are not labeled separately. So if you have to identify what are the objects, that could be an interesting problem statement, and see whether same object to what extent and variety it has.
Thank you very much for an interesting talk. I have several questions, but for lack of time, I'll ask only 2 now, or maybe we'll do it during lunchtime. Can have an elaborate discussion. So main thing is I would like to know whether you are looking into the data elicitation techniques used by field linguists, because you are talking about using images as one source of eliciting data, and you're using still images. So in recent years, especially in the last decade or so, more than a decade, people who work on language documentation, especially who go to remote villages, they elicit data using several techniques, what you call image processing or whatever. We use something like picture prompts. And you can have culturally relevant pictures is one thing. I am also advocating for the use of other modern techniques. For example, silent movies. It can be videos, because you are getting, say, 800 hours from 84,000 people over several districts or whatever. But from one district, I do not know how many hours you have.
200.
200. So from one district, how many people?
1,000 people.
So 1,000 people, 200. And on an average, it will be
4 per hour. 4 people during 1 hour. So 10 to 15 minutes per speaker.
That's all. And for that, you have a lot. I mean, it's an interesting work. The next step would be to have this so-called 15 minutes if you're getting from one person. You can have other techniques also, like silent movies. There are also something called storyboards. So the storyboards can be, since you come from a technology institute with supercomputers and whatnot, for you it's very easy for you to develop storyboards which are unique to a particular state, not necessarily a particular language family. And those storyboards can be played, and people using different regional varieties can talk about it. So you were telling it's very difficult to get conversations. So people also use something called picture tasks. So many things are there. Picture tasks with movies also, moving picture tasks, or you can have silent books. So that is one thing I wanted to point out. Like new data elicitation techniques are there in the field of language documentation. That could be incorporated as a next step. I'm not saying that image, what you have started, that's very good. That's a first step, because we have to always know to crawl before we can run.
Right.
But
right.
now since you have already crawled, I'm asking you to run. So that would be nice if you can incorporate some new techniques. And also what happens is when you have these pictures, the selection of pictures, when you showed me those pictures with the bridges, they are so empty. I would like to see more things to talk more. So almost everybody will say there is a bridge I can see, the bridge color, or you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
In order to say
Absolutely.
something, I need more things. So some picture, that kind of check can be done. And I mean, I don't want to talk more now. One last thing, I have several things to talk with you, maybe afterwards. One last thing I want to ask is, everywhere you had a manual check. So I was wondering, is it only one reviewer for that sentence? Do you have a rater agreement? Do you do kappa statistics?
We have, yeah, we didn't go into the details.
No, I'm just curious because rater agreement is important,
Correct.
especially when it comes to evaluation.
Correct.
So what kind of Cohen statistic or which one do you?
No, we have at least 3 people look at it. There are 2 validators from the district and a check manager, QC manager who looks at it.
And you have any rater agreement?
What
is the kappa ratio?
We do not compute kappa. We typically compute, we do 2 things. We do consistency check and between inter-rater agreement. So what I mean by consistency is that to the person who is doing validation from the district, we randomly repeat some to ensure that they are giving the same response. If they don't give more than 80%, then we don't use that rater.
And one more last thing, I mean I have so many things, but before I forget. It's very important to also show, I'm sure you would have that slide, maybe for lack of time you did not show. You could also show in a district urban versus rural speakers, because what happens in urban, I am from Coimbatore, but you're from Chennai, right? So when I talk with him in Tamil, I will use standard spoken Tamil.
Correct.
But when I meet only a Coimbaturian, I will use my regional variety.
Yes.
But a person like you coming and eliciting data from me, unless and until you say I need your regional variety, I may only speak standard spoken Tamil.
Yes.
So this is another problem on how you showed the Bangalore data and the Bidar data. I did not see much difference, because if you are taken Dharwad and Bangalore, maybe there will be a variety, or Mangalore, Kannada.
Yes.
So like variations will be there. And
for this reason, we take the moderator from the same district. So that
the moderator should know those regional
correct.
varieties.
No, they are from that district only. So whoever is coordinating will be from that district.
And for how long they have been there, because that's also important.
Correct. They are native. We always make sure that the coordinator is native and the speakers are also native of that.
Okay. So.
But what is interesting, I think all the points are very valid. We have thought upon it big time. See the videos that you're talking about, we have thought upon. It did not work out because of the connectivity issues. So video will require.
You can take it on and like on your laptop. This
No,
over the vendor.
see, when you are doing collection from 100,000 people,
Yeah.
Doing it manually, going in person is not what is happening here, right? This is all at scale. People are using in their app. So you install their app, the coordinator goes and makes sure they train the speaker, install the app, and then the speaker can do at their ease later on in the day.
Okay, do you give access to their mobile, because most of them have smartphones these days?
Correct. So they install. So what we do is the moderator from the district will go and find a speaker and install this app in the speaker's phone and give them training instruction on how to speak, what to speak, and everything. And once he sees that the speaker is doing a good job, then he'll say, now you take your time to submit 60 images record.
Yeah.
But it's not done in person because speakers are also not, they're reluctant to do it in person in front of them often for privacy issues or whatever reason, right? So they make sure that they train themselves and leave them, they can do even over a week or two. So that's where the problem comes. We have also thought many things. We thought that just not an image, but let's ask an audio question that will prompt them to think. For example, just not a bridge. They may have memories about that bridge. They have seen it being built. They can talk about that. But again, the question was, if we put an audio, bandwidth issue come, and the number 2 is that the audio, what question you will ask and in what language, that also becomes very clear.
That's why a certain movie or something might.
But again, bandwidth
you will
was
get bandwidth
bandwidth
will
is a
always be there, but you will get running text, spontaneous speech.
Text, we found it again challenging. So we have experimented with movie and text. So we landed on because we did. The vendor says that it's so difficult to reach people and they complete it because of all these other issues.
Yeah, and last thing, I said that before also, am asking. So suppose I like Kashmiri because you showed me that. So when you are asking someone to transcribe, do you give them the choice of script because it's written in Peshwa Arabic as well as Devanagari?
Yes.
It is I saw.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think this is where we wanted all of the experts' input. So we discussed with some language expert in that area that what script should be used, because some languages use multiple scripts, right? And somebody may not be comfortable with that. So once we finalize the script, we only get those people who are comfortable writing that script for that. If a transcriber is there which is not, because you have to be sort of uniform with this island for a language of that region to use the script. So we stick to one script for one of those.
But you need to identify the script.
Correct, correct. That,
You need both. For example, Kashmiri written in Devanagari as well as Kashmiri written in Peshwa.
correct.
Because you need the Yalaram for both.
That's correct. At this point, we go with the. So, what's happening here, ma'am? Doing it at scale brings different kind of challenges, and we are trying to address those first. Because once we have realized that if we get stuck at a small first step, we can't even move forward. So we thought that let's move, because nobody is really trying at this scale. So there will be noise, there will be error. I completely admit. Can we at least make it happen in large scale? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Actually, we are already running behind the schedule. So we had 2 paper presentations now, but unfortunately, we have to reschedule it after lunch. So I request everyone to go for lunch, and I kindly request everyone to reconvene in the hall sharp by 2 p.m. And ensure the timely commencement of the next session. Huh? You can go for lunch in IGS. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful talk.
Welcome back to all, and we are going to have our first paper presentation now. Before having a paper presentation, I would like to call Dr. Professor Fernandez sir on dais, please. Professor P. Rosario Dharmesh Fernandez, a well-known linguist who need no introduction actually, but as a formal responsibility, it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce Professor Fernandez, as one of the finest linguists of the country, has dedicated his career to the study and preservation of India's linguistic diversity. Currently serving as Professor cum Deputy Director at the Central Institute of Indian Languages, Ministry of Education, Government of India since February 2017. Professor Fernandez has previously held roles as Research Associate at the Anthropological Survey of India and the Institute of Asian Studies. His extensive research includes projects on endangered languages like Bhili and Nihali, with notable publications such as Endangered Language Bhili of Bhils of Kotra, and Social Transformation in a Rural Village of Gujarat. A recipient of prestigious awards like the UGC National Merit Scholarship and a nominee for the Mexican Government Scholarship, Professor Fernandez has also shared his insights at numerous national, international conferences, seminars, and workshops, enriching the field of linguistics with his invaluable contributions. Professor Fernandez, we are honored to request you please chair this session and start the paper presentations.
Very warm good afternoon to everyone. Let me start this session with a small note. Every nation start fighting with each other based on what kind of reserve you on yellow metal. This was the first in revolution. So how much gold reserve you have a powerful in the global nation. Then it is transformed how much natural oil, diesel, petrol you have. So based upon that, you have a say in the world economy. Now also you can say that Middle East countries, though very small, they have good resources for the natural oil. So they have a say on world economy, and they are so powerful. The forthcoming days, the data is the new oil. The data is the new oil. What quantum and quality of data you have the say on global. So with this, first I request Tina Verma to present her paper on benchmarking empty system, a public tool for evolution of empty system. Please welcome. Please come.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Tina Verma, and today I'll be...
Sorry for interruption, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. You keep 5 minutes for your next question session. Let the second paper presenter also present the paper. Then you have, altogether both of you have 10 minutes for interaction. Please go ahead. All the best.
Yeah, so I'll be presenting on benchmarking language technologies, a public tool for the evaluation of language models. So before I start, I would like to take this moment to thank the contributors of this work, Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, Stephen Fernandez, Grishma Mahesh, and Sri Vaishnavi, and all the other members of LDCIL who had extended their support, especially in the data collection and curation process. Right. So I would like to begin with this quote by Peter Drucker: "You cannot improve what you cannot measure." And we'll look at how this principle really drives our work in benchmarking for AI. So what is benchmarking in AI? It is a structured process which allows you to evaluate your AI model against a standard data set. And you can do so by using evaluation metrics, which acts as tests that tell you where exactly does your model stand, what does it lack, what does it need to improve. And it also, by benchmarking, it also opens a lot of avenues in research that help you rectify your AI models and other technologies. So it creates this sort of historical record about technological advancements, AI capabilities, what has AI lagged, what it is improving in, and all sorts of things. So before getting into the specifics of benchmarking, I'll just quickly go over data splitting. So for training any model, your data is usually divided into three parts. First you have your training data, then you have your validation data, and then you have your testing data. So as you can see, your training data, it takes up the maximum portion of your available data set. It comprises up to 70 to 80% of your data set. So what is this training data set? Your model uses this training data as an example to learn. It extracts patterns from the training data set, which it uses in the learning process. And if there's any sort of bias or prejudice in your training data, it will most likely show up in your model as well. Then you have your validation data. So your validation data is used by your model to provide feedback during the training process to tell the model that this is something that that is going wrong and you can improve it, so that it doesn't affect your final evaluation. And then you have your test data, which provides you with the ultimate score of the model performance. It's the ultimate assessment of how well your model works. And so we've looked at training data, we've looked at validation data, we've looked at testing data. So amidst all of this, where does the benchmarking data step in? So training data, validation data, test data, all these are internal to your model, to your data set. They exist within it. Benchmarking is something external. It is controlled by third-party organizations, and they are usually open source. So you use this benchmarking data as the gold standard to evaluate your model, how good it is. And it provides you a reference point for where exactly does your model stand when compared to the standard, the gold standard. So we've talked that you evaluate your model using certain tests, using certain evaluation metrics. So you must be familiar with generic accuracy metrics. So this is the mathematical formula for it. So generic accuracy metric is usually used for evaluating how well your model is doing. But there are certain limitations to it, especially when we talk about language. So we know that while dealing with language, there are certain scenarios where you can't tell if something is completely correct or completely incorrect. A lot of times something can be partially correct or partially incorrect. Also, like something, if we are looking at a sentence, it might be ungrammatical, but semantically it might make sense to you. And also, when we talk about something as creative as language, there are certain cases where there might be more than one valid answer. So these cases, a lot of times they get ignored by your accuracy metric. So here I've just provided some examples. So I am a Hindi speaker, and if I have been given the sentence, मैं कल दिल्ली जाऊँगा, and I have been given two model outputs. I'll be going to Delhi tomorrow, and tomorrow I will travel to Delhi. So as a native speaker of Hindi, I would not mark them as completely incorrect. Though you will see that there is a difference in the word choices and all of these things, but I won't turn them as incorrect, even if they're not completely same as the reference translation that has been provided to me. So, but if you have the accuracy metric, would term these two outputs as completely incorrect. So similarly with Kannada also. Any Kannada speakers here? So yeah. So you know that you would not mark those two outputs as completely incorrect. Though again, even if they're not as completely same as a reference translation, they're still correct. Similarly with summarization problems as well. So what I mean to say is that there is a need for developing more fine-grained evaluation metrics, which can take all these small intricacies, all these small nuances into consideration. So we do have some metrics. For example, for translation problems, we have BLUE, CHRF++. I'll be looking into that a bit later. And for summarization problems, you use metrics like Roche. So what do you need to create a benchmark? So first, you need a very linguistically enhanced data set. It needs to be reflective of the language that you are working on. It needs to mirror the language diversity. It needs to be authentic. And then you need certain metrics that you will use to evaluate your AI model, how well it is working. And these are some metrics that are used. You use perplexity for language models and WER for ASR models. So these are just some common benchmarks. Glue, super glue, human eval. So these are some benchmarks that are usually used. So with all of this preliminary information about benchmarking in mind, I would like to introduce to you multi-eval web. So it started as an initiative to evaluate the accuracy of machine translation system. So we use 3 evaluation metrics: Blue, CHRF++, and Meteor. And it's a publicly accessible website. And to calculate these scores, you just need 2 things: your candidate translation, which are generated by the model that you want to test, and then you have your reference translation, which are your human generated translation. So those are the 13 languages that the model was tested upon. We had started with 22 languages, but due to some data scarcity issues, we had to limit ourselves to 13 languages. So why was it developed? We've discussed that with the emergence of AI, there and our heavily dependence on it, we need to take it with a pinch of salt. There are some things that AI models do lack in, and also we wanted to provide an accessible tool which will provide us with numbers to see where exactly does AI stand. And it is also one good thing about this website is that we've tried to incorporate that a lot of non-technical users can also use it. There is abundance of information available on the website. You can go through it and familiarize yourself with all the technical terms and all the nitty-gritties of everything you need to know before running the model, and also to support multilingual research. So these are the 3 metrics: Blue, CHRF++, and Meteor. Blue looks for exact word matches between your candidate reference and reference translation. CHRF++ goes a level beyond, and it looks at the character level matches. And it's very useful, especially for morphologically rich languages. And then you have Meteor, which also takes into consideration the synonyms that if they are being used in the translation. So how we started was we had a data set of 5,332 sentences in English, and then these were translated by humans into the 22 scheduled languages. And we had used 3 platforms for collecting machine translation sentences: Google Translate, IndicTrans2, and Bing. So like I said, you need your candidate file, you need your reference file, you upload it, and then you'll get the results. So these were the results. I would like to go over some general trends that were observed. So one more thing I would like to mention, we had started with Comet as well, but as you can see, it gives you very, very high results. So there was some bias in the model, and it was also very computationally exhaustive. So we stopped with Comet, but I've provided it as a reference. So if you look at the results given by Blue, CHRF++, and Meteor, you'll see Blue reports the lowest scores, and that is because it is looking for exact word level matches. And also it reports lower score for agglutinative languages like Tamil, Malayalam, because it is again looking at word matches. And then you have CHRF++, because it is looking at character level matches, the score increases. And then Meteor, because it is also taking into consideration your synonyms, that is why it reports higher score than Blue. But there are a lot of times when CHRF++ it gives you a higher score because it can mark superficial character level matches as true, as correct. So we also tried to expand our work to include evaluation for ASR systems also. So we had developed a Python-based tool for computing the word error rate for ASR evaluation. And it is scalable, so you can use it for other languages as well. And it helps you to do a sort of comparative analysis to see, how well does your ASR model perform for low resource languages compared to resource-rich languages. So we encountered a lot of challenges in the data collection process. The first was with low resource languages, like we had the human translation for all 22 scheduled languages. However, these were not available on online platforms such as Google, Bing, and also one thing we, like for example with Bodo, there were different scripts that were used on these 3 platforms, so they were very inconsistent, which is why we couldn't compute the accuracy for Bodo. And then, like I said, limited language support by Google. So all of this showed that there is this need to develop indigenous machine translation system and not rely on Western tools, but developing our own tools for Indian languages for machine translation as well as for checking the accuracy. So future directions for multi-eval web. So we have used pre-existing metrics like Blue, CHRF++, Meteor. Future researchers can develop, like I said, indigenous metrics, especially for Indian languages. Also, we are planning to expand our work to include evaluation of TTS systems and generative AI models. Also, we can also look at trying to integrate user feedback into the website, and also expanding language support. So, yeah. To conclude, we've looked at benchmarking. What does it mean? What role does it play when it comes to machine translation system, ASR systems? I've introduced multi-eval web for you. Also, we've looked at the limitations of current metrics and also a lot of data availability challenges. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking your time. Sitting in benchmark system for machine translation. Go on, please. With everyone's consent, I can let the second speaker present the paper, then last speaker for the question. Now I request Rashmi T. Please come, and she's going to present the paper on formative evolution of generative AI models in Kannada sentiment analysis. Please welcome. The stage is yours. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am privileged to present my paper here. In this organization, it is the second time I am coming here, not presenting a paper. Before I attended here some of the conferences, and I am here. My paper is on my research work. I am doing research in Mysore University, and I am working as assistant professor in the Mysore University itself. And this is a part of my research work only. Here, before starting the paper, I wanted to tell that the data set will be created by myself, and help will be taken by my students and all. And the data set, whatever data set I have created, using those data sets only, I have designed this paper. And in this paper, I am not going to put any of the formulas and all the things. Just I have evaluated with the AI tools how the human annotators are going to analyze, and how the other AI tools are going to be analyzed. That will be shown in my paper.
ಯಾರು ನೋಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್, ಪವರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಯಾರು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅದು.
ಹಾಂ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. Okay, sir. The introduction about the sentiment analysis, as you all know about the sentiment analysis, it is the part of human emotions, opinion, whatever we feel, we are going to represent in the form of text. I have taken a text format. There may be a speech, there may be expression, there may be images are there, but here I am going to use about the text analytics, and here the introduction about this is nothing but as we know that in the social media nowadays many things are going on and everything will be expressed in the form of the comments. Okay, sir. Okay, as we go before, here it is there. Yeah. Okay, thank you. These are the contents which are going to be represented here. Only the introduction and what do you mean by the sentiment analysis, and how the formative evolution of generative AI tools will be used for the comparison with the human annotators, and comparative analysis and observations will be shown in the form of the results. Here, as we know that the social media is nowadays becomes a vital platform for public discourse, and particularly in Kannada speaking people, they are going to write their comments with Kannada mixed, code mixed language, like not only the Kannada they are using the script, they are using the code mixed script like English and Kannada, they are going to mix and represent it. And when we are going to analyze all these sentiments, those are very challenging for us to express how it is going to be converted. And here AI based sentiment analysis tools such as ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot offer promising capabilities, yet their accuracy compared to human annotation remains uncertain. How it is going to be uncertain? All of you know about the sentiment analysis. The sentiment analysis will be considered in a three form. One is neutral, positive or negative. Other than that, what we can give the polarities for the positive, negative, both. Neutral will be the stagnant, and positive and negative will be once again converted to three parts. One is the covertly positive, covertly negative, overtly positive, overtly negative, as well as positive and negative. They can be mentioned here. And as I told, the Kannada sentiment data set will be done. Here to do this Kannada sentiment data set, we scraped data from the social media, about 10,040 comments, and in that when we are calculating all the sentences, those are nothing but 15,202 sentences. And these are going to, in those data comment itself, I have chosen only the 10 comments which are having a different annotations, and using those 10 comments we put into for analyzing with the AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot to show the what are the polarities in that. This is the AI tool and human annotators, how they are going to be considered a differentiation. I think Kannada people can read this Kannada comment. That is nothing but ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಓದುವಾಗ ಇಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. This is nothing but stomach is burning with jealousy, such an opportunity never came when I was studying. And with that, this emoji is placed in the comment. So the annotator 1 and annotator 2 are going to consider it as when we are able to, in that now it is a time if we are also studying that part of time, like that. But ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot, they are going to consider it as a covertly negative. Why? Because human annotators saw the comments as appreciation, and while AI consider jealousy, disappointment as negative emotions. In this context, the laughing here, the laughing emoji adds a light-hearted and sarcastic tone. That's why what tool is going to consider it as it is a negative comment. But the human annotators, by emotionally, if we are thinking that if we doesn't get that time to read, now it is the time to read, so they are going to consider it as a positive comment. And this is one comment which is going to tell you about the positive and covertly negative differentiation about the ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot, but annotator 1, annotator 2 are going to annotate it as a positive. And here one thing, sir, I wanted to mention, here annotator 1 and annotator 2 are the different kind. One is girl, one is a boy, and both are same age and same education group. If we are going to give it to some other uneducated people and educated people, means there is also a emotional difference will come between the when we are going to annotate it. The next example here, once again, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಓದೋಣ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. This is the what we can say that the script will be in English, but the Kannada comment will be written in the English scripts. Okay, next what is the gloss of it is nothing but I feel like studying again from the beginning. And here in front of that, this emoji is, while seeing this emoji we are thinking that what emoji it is, what type of, is it sad emoji or is it emotional emoji, we are thinking that. But human annotators think that it is a positive comment, because once again if we get the chance to read once again means we can represent it. But the ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot is going to consider it covertly negative and slightly negative. See, Copilot and ChatGPT are going to consider it as a covertly positive, but Gemini is going to consider it as a slightly negative. Why? Because of these emojis, the reinforcement of the feeling worry on the anxiety. Other than this, another one example I have took. There are 10 of the comments I have not put in the slides. It is in the paper. And here this is the comment where we can consider it as this is content. Content is written in a Kannada script, but its content word is for the English. And content delivery ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ bro, but ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರೇ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. That is nothing but content delivery is good bro, but deliver your introduction a bit slowly, your name is not clear. This is the nothing but whatever comments we are getting in the social media, all are not a positive, not a negative. They are going to express their views according to their emotions, or we can say that opinion, we can say that. So here annotator 1 and annotator 2 are both are going to consider it as a covertly negative, because he was delivering the good note, but he was not telling very slowly or in the expression mode. And here ChatGPT is considering it as a covertly positive. Why? Because the good word comes under the comment. And in Gemini, it is going to show that in a mixed mode. That is nothing but either it may be mixed, either it may be positive and constructive negative also it is going to consider. Copilot is going to consider same as a ChatGPT, covertly positive. What is this? Mixed emotions were labeled as covertly negative by human annotators due to the presence of negative elements. However, AI is focused on the positive aspects and classification of them as a covertly positive. So covertly positive is by the ChatGPT and Copilot, covertly negative by the human annotators. Gemini is going to give you the mixed comments. So it is nothing but what human annotators are nothing but they are going to think about it. But ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot are already AI tools. They are going to observe which is the positive word, which is the negative word, and what expression should be done, and that. Another one comment here taken. In this, this is somewhat interesting. Gandandra Padu Govinda. Govinda, I think each and everyone know about the Govinda word. Nobody will know about the Govinda word. Is it we can consider it as a god name, or we can consider it as a negative comment as we feel, as we express our emotions. But here what happened, this annotator 1 and annotator 2 are going to consider it as a covertly negative comment. ChatGPT is also covertly negative. Gemini is going to tell that overtly negative. It is a overtly negative means overly expression will be given for that. So these are the things which we have observed with the AI tools and the human annotators, the differentiation between these two. And here what will be the final conclusion is nothing but final conclusion is AI tools are also almost near to human annotators, but in some of the comments we are not going to express our emotions with the situations. Human annotators are going to feel the situation and see that, but the whatever tools are going to analyze, the tools will be, it is going to compare with the whatever the words used in that comment and emojis in that comment, and these emojis are going to tell you about the negativity of that particular comment. So these are the examples we have taken and annotated with the different things, and what will be the conclusion is nothing but the finding highlights key differences in sentiment interpretation between human annotators and AI model, emphasizing the complexities and analyzing Kannada, English or code mixing comments. AI models often struggle with sarcasm, emojis usage and indirect expressions, leading to misclassification. While AI tool shows promise, they require further refinement to better understand cultural and contextual nuances in sentiment analysis. And if I think all of you understood what do you mean by the sentiment analysis, and sentiment analysis will be considered with the human annotators, and what is the difference between the AI tools. It is very much challenging to do the research on this, and many researchers are not done still yet. Kannada is the language, it is not done much work. Sentiment analysis was started from the 2000. It's still, it has to begin. I'm telling it has to enhance, not enhance. It should begin with many works. I'm very overwhelmed to present this paper. Why? Because it is a linguistic department. Maybe it is a very small work of me, but it's a big work for you people to do all these things. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, and both the speakers are very much in time, and so I thank Rashmi for a wonderful attempt.
it becomes very crucial when you're dealing with translation problems. However, one setback of Meteor was it works on a set of predefined rules. Suppose if your model generates a translation and it has a synonym which is not fed into the system, which is not fed into Meteor already, so it will mark that as incorrect. But between Meteor and Comet, we decided to go with Meteor because the issue with Comet was you would have noticed that it was yielding very high scores like 92, 94, and that is not possible. So, to answer your question, Meteor.
If you would have used word score, it would be reaching 99, 98. It's
Yeah.
useless at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you for this.
No problem.
First of all, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I was just looking at the statistics with respect to the evaluation metrics. My question is on what data these testing were done. Because normally I work a lot on data actually. When you're working on a translation for general text, general sentences, and the domain specific sentences, technical sentences, medical, or it could be pure science, something else. The metrics, what are the output we get, it differs a lot. So what was your approach for testing of these metrics?
Right, so like you said, for domain specific translation the results vary a lot. So this was an initiative. It was so that we had source sentences in English, and they were curated in-house by people who work in CIIL, and it was based on grammatical categories like a set number of sentences was for these particular nouns and these type of grammatical constructions. So they were not specific to any domain per se, but more general to just train the model and understand how it is working for a certain type of sentence. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, just the query. I think you mentioned somewhere in your slides that some problems with the Boro translated data. So you said that it is translated into Boro in different using different scripts. But as my knowledge actually, so if you check the CIIL Academy Translation Award. It started, giving translation awards in Boro in 2005. So it has been 20 years. But if you check all the translations, you will find it in Devanagari only.
Yeah.
So I do not think that you have problem with those kind of data. Maybe you have taken some very old, data, but it is there very much. So. I don't think that you will have a problem with this kind of data. Thank you.
So to answer that, the problem that I was talking about was for when we were translating from English to Bodo. We were using 3 platforms: Google, Bing, and IndicTrans2. So for one, the result was in Devanagari script, and for other, it was giving result in Roman script. So because of this inconsistency in scripts, we couldn't evaluate it because we would have to do the whole normalization process. So that was the issue that I was talking about.
Any questions to Rashmi madam, or still you have question to ask Tina?
So most of the metrics were used, but Meteor Next and EC scores were not used. Even NIST was not used. So any reason behind it?
Could you repeat?
So there are other evaluation metrics for machine translation which are NIST, Meteor Next, and EC. Any reason behind not using those metrics?
Yeah, so we had developed this model based on research done by AI for Bharat and IndicTrans2. So they had used these, they had prescribed, not prescribed, but in their paper they had mentioned these metrics, Blue, CHRF++, and Meteor and Comet. So that's why we had worked on that. But like I mentioned, future researchers can look into, what are some other metrics that can be used. And also, you can try and develop more metrics specifically for Indian languages. But our reason for using this was because we were also taking data from Indic Trans to Bhashani. So we went with metrics that were used by them.
Thank you, Tina Verma. Very all the best and keep going. Please take your seat. Now I request Rashmi T. The formative evolution of generative and AI models in Canada's sentimental analysis. The paper is open for discussion.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mark, for the wonderful presentation. It was really nice. It's a new concept for us also because I come from government sector. So we handle different data and we also into AI now. So developing in-house, we are developing a lot of AI products. In that, this was something new for us also in the sentiment analysis. My question is on, since you have done web scraping,
Yes.
you take all those sentimental data, is it like we see in the social media? It's like we use short forms also.
Yeah.
So how are you going to analyze that?
As I shown in the examples also, when we are putting emojis and some kind of pictures or some kind of whatever we are using, they have their own meanings. Okay, human annotators can't read all those things.
That was my point.
Yeah, human annotators only concentrate on the sentence and the word. And the human, as I have scraped the data from the social media, it is very biggest challenge for me to filter all those things. And even same comments are repeating 100 times. In 5,000 comments, there are 100 comments, same comments. And I can't take all the comments as into my data set. Why? Because it's the repeating process will not be considered. So all those, keeping one comment and deleting all the 99. Like that, it becomes very challenging for me. But when this benchmarking, I heard about it, let us try what will happen if I put the comments with the AI tools. At that time, I got little bit difference with the AI tool and the human annotators. Why? Because the human annotators, if it is, they are going to consider it as a positive. The tools are going to make it as a covertly negative or covertly positive. Like that, they are going to differentiate. The interference about the human annotators and AI tools are differ here. So it's a challenging that data will not be scraped directly. It can be directly scraped. We have many of the links and we can scrape it. But another one challenging is there. What it is means when the sentiment analysis will be done with the human annotators. If we wanted to filter all those emojis and whatever extra symbols which are included in the comments, then it is very challenging job. Why? Because when I wanted to scrape the data from the Facebook is going to ask me about whether you wanted to delete all these emojis or extra symbols, whatever punctuations, commas, and whatever extra things they have used. If I say yes, it is going to allow me only get the 50 comments to scrape, not more than that. Some of the scraping tools are there. They are going to allow you from one ID only 5,000 comments. The 5,000 comments are not going to be filtered. Directly they are going to scrape. And after scraping that, I have to filter all those things. And it's a very challenging. And when around 1 lakh comments I have downloaded, in that I got only the 10,000 or 40 comments to be finalized. Like that, it's not an easy job. And my topic is on sentence-based sentiment analysis. So the sentence count is much more required for me. 10,000 40 comments, but 15,000 something will be my comments, sentences I have analyzed like that.
Because the comments nowadays, if you see in the social media or any platform, the sentences are very less and the emojis or the expressions are
Yes, yes,
more.
yes. Of course,
Because
of
they are
course.
trying to convey through the emojis
Yeah, yeah.
expressions.
Yeah.
I'm angry or anything, any kind of smile or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
But the texts are very less. But the text and the emoji, there could be a lot
And-
of difference, two kinds of
Yeah,
expressions.
yes.
Yeah.
Of course, that's why the AI tool is going to differentiate about all those things. Have you seen in the last the ChatGPT Gemini is going to given a mixed, positive, negative, all comments will be together listed. But the human annotators either they have to choose negative or a positive. They can once again divide it to the covertly positive or overtly positive depending on the feeling of that person. If the human annotators taking a difference like a boy and girl are going to do means the girl is going to see that innocence in that particular sentence and she will take it as a positive. But the boy, no, it has to be very hard to ask. So he'll put it as a covertly negative. There may be a lot of difference.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question. You talked about ChatGPT, Gemini and Copilot.
Yes, sir.
Is there any benchmark for them to why does it overtly negative or covertly negative? So in the case of human, you said so one of the benchmark they have taken it for the
Yes, sir.
sentiment analysis.
Yes, sir.
Can you guess anything? And how the AI, like ChatGPT and Gemini and Copilot,
Sir,
what are the indices it has taken to analyze this?
Sir, actually, these AI tools are not going to be analyzed. They are only what we can say that evaluate. For example, if I am also the examiner, you are also the examiner. I am asking question to this girl, you are also asking question to same girl, but in a different way. For example, whatever I feed it to system, that will be output. Whatever she feed to input, the output will be there. But I want the output not like this. Something else you are asking means she has to change the input.
Why I ask the question is you yourself said that in a sentence,
Yes,
the
sir.
good is
Good is there.
man.
Yeah.
So the AI tool has the sentimental analysis. It has said it's a positive.
Yeah, sir. It is considering it as a positive sentence. When the smile will be given, it is considering as a positive. And even emojis, the representation of emojis in Indian India, it is different. In UK is different. In some other countries different. So we can't analyze by emojis. So AI tool is going to compare with all the feeded data with its own wave. But humans are not like that. Humans are going to consider the sentence is most important for them. Whatever, only I am going to represent only the what emoji or some expressions. It is not considered as a sentence.
Another thing you said the sentimental analysis is based on sentences.
Yes,
But
sir.
as Madam mostly said in social media,
Yes, sir.
we have less sentences and more emojis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I told.
How you
Sir, that's why I told no. Here I'm going to concentrate only on the sentences, and the human annotation will be done on the sentences. I'm not considering those emojis. If I wanted to filter those emojis, reality of the sentence will go off. Why? Because the comments are not going to be altered. Whatever it is there in front of you, that will be taken. And as I told, if emojis and all those things are given more means I need to filter it. I can't scrape the data directly. Scraping data is very difficult for me.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
So once again, I congratulate both the young speakers. One has talked about missing translation. The second one is about sentimental analysis. The two specifically in Kannada. She's also the Kannada speaker. So it's a very good beginning for this benchmarking AI work conference. I take this as an opportunity to thank Narayan Bhai for arranging a wonderful platform, first of this kind in government organization, that too in Central Institute, for a gathering of AI linguists to think about future endeavors on AA and languages. I congratulate both the speakers, and I thank all the participants who patiently participated and actively raised questions. Thank you very much. The session 1 is over.
Thank you, Professor Fernandez, for graciously chairing this session, sir. Once again, I thank you both the presenters and chairperson of this session, Fernandez, sir. Now I'll hand it over to our co-anchor, Vijay Lakshmi. The next section will be followed by.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next session. First of all, I would like to call upon Dr. Elantil Tamil Marutai at this distinguished event. Ilantai. I request Dr. Alindra Brahmaji, JRO, Central Institute of Indian Languages, to present bouquet and shawl to the chairperson. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Elan Tamil Marutai at this session. And Dr. Elan Tamil Marutai is a highly accomplished linguist and scholar. He holds a PhD, MPhil, MT, MEd, showcasing his vast academic expertise. He is currently associated with the Department of Malaysian and Other Languages, Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, University of Malaya. Dr. Marutai has made significant contributions to linguistic studies and education, particularly in Malaysian and Tamil linguistics. With a wealth of experience in research, teaching, and academic administration, he has played a vital role in advancing language studies at the University of Malaya. His expertise spans various linguistic domains, and his dedication to the field has earned him recognition both nationally and internationally. We are especially grateful that Dr. Marutai has travelled all the way from Malaysia to honor us with his presence today. And let us extend a warm welcome to Dr. Marutai. Okay. Now I request sir to take over the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all after lunch? A bit sleepy, right? Okay. I would like to welcome all of you to this session. We have 5 speakers today. The first speaker will be joined us virtually. So I'll be your session chair today. Fortunate or unfortunate, I'm your session chair today. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Gurdeep Singh for his presentation, A System for Automatic Translation of Punjabi Text into Indian Sign Languages using synthetic animation. He will present in virtual presentation. I hope you already joined. If you are ready, you can share your slides. I hope all the speakers already uploaded your presentation in the main system. Is he ready? The first session is a virtual session. If he's ready, he can share his slides. Mr. Gurdeep, are you ready for your presentation? He can share his slides. since we are short of time, so I would like to finish one by one. After presentation, you can, I will open for a question so that we can finish it. Thank you.
It appears that Gurdeep has not joined, so we'll go with the next speaker.
Next speaker, okay. Good. I would like to invite Mr. Ritesh Kumar for his presentation, Project BOLI towards a benchmark data set for evaluating an NLP and speech system in Indian languages. You have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay, hi everyone. I'll be talking about one of the projects that we have recently started, not very recently, but a couple of months ago, and that's it's an ongoing project called Project BOLI. And so whatever I'll be presenting will be the intermediate results. There's something to show, and also I'll talk about the motivations behind the project. Okay, so probably you have heard about these systems. So Meta MMS, Google UMS, these are called massively multilingual systems, in the sense that unlike what's a general multilingual systems that supports, say, it used to be 10 languages, 20 languages, they were called multilingual systems. When BERT was released in 2018 or so, 120 languages, that was the standard of a multilingual system. But in the last couple of years, that scale has moved to thousands of languages. So all the big tech companies are talking about now supporting thousands of languages across the world, and there's a lot of work going on around that. So I'll not talk in detail about what these are, but if you don't know, you could go ahead and read about these. These are all there on the web, the papers, etc. are there. The problem with all of these massive multilingual system is that they're trained on very limited data sets, right? So for example, Meta MMS, which is an ASR system for 1100 languages, it's trained only on Bible recordings. So this was the archival recordings, and somebody is reading Bible in their language, and it's one single speaker reading Bible, and that's what is trained on, right? And similarly, UMS, by Google's own admission, these are all trained only on YouTube data. Of course, it's a huge amount of data, much better than what Meta has managed to train, but it is still, for a lot of languages, there is not sufficient data available on YouTube. Also, there's serious questions on the variety of data that's available on YouTube, right? So there are very similar kinds of data that you'll find there. Now, that's the training part of it. On the other side of the thing, the testing part, the benchmarking part, the existing benchmarks such as Floris, which is for I always get confused. So Floris is for machine translation, Fluis is for ASR. I could be confused about this, but yeah. So those two are basically the same data, and so Floris 101 is a benchmark data set for 101 languages, where Wikipedia pages around 3,000 around 3,000 sentences were collected, and they were translated into over 100 languages. Now, which means that lacks diversity in lot of sense, right? So it doesn't have lot of morphological structures that are there in our languages, and it also, which means that it has limited efficiency as a benchmark for machine translation, right? So if you're not testing your machine translation systems for different kinds of linguistic structures, including morphology, you are not really testing it well, right? So if you are testing on 3,000 sentences, but out of those 3,000, 2,000 sentences are all declarative, simple sentences, that's not really a good benchmark to test on. Fluent's dataset was derived out of this. So these translated sentences were then read and recorded. And these are the topmost benchmark datasets that are available for evaluating your ASR system and for your MT systems. Right. Very recently, Meta announced this project called Bouquet. It doesn't have any data as of now. It's just an announcement that they're working on a project like this. So where they're trying to build data from the scratch for training and for benchmarking, and but it also suffers from some of the issues. For example, it uses a larger number of pivot languages, the source languages, but that is still not a lot of languages. So we'll look at, oh sorry, I think, yeah. So okay, so it basically has a pivot 7 pivot languages. Most of those are Indo-European, and only a couple are from other language families. So that's the question of representation and Eurocentricity and a lot of other issues, biases that will creep into a data set like this. So there's always the question of representation of Indian languages in all of these benchmark data sets. So not many Indian languages are included in these. Also, the fact remains that there is not much training data available for Indian languages. So the models are not being trained, so evaluation question doesn't really arise. Now what we try to understand before going into the project bully thing is how well different models work. So I'm just reporting the numbers for 2 models. We tested for Meta MMS as well. The reason we are not putting it here is because the results are pretty trivial. So the word error rate was in high 90s always. Later we realized that one of the reasons could be that Meta MMS produces results in Roman script, not in Devanagari. We're testing for Hindi, so, and which means that we were transliterating those. There could be transliteration errors as well, so which might have contributed to the, so it was not entirely ASR error probably. So it was not right to put those numbers there, but even if you look at 2 of the other most prominent ASR models, now of course if you look at these papers, the numbers that are there in the paper, the word error rate numbers that the papers report are pretty high, right? So ASR is considered a solved problem. It's considered a solved problem for Hindi as well. So there are a lot of people claiming that, but if you look at our best models, and so the reason why we used these specific videos for testing was for 2 reasons. One was that these were recorded in noisy conditions. So the one that you see currently, that's the election speech, so made in the field, right? And the other reason was that all of the speakers that I have used, they are non-native speakers of Hindi. So they are not native speakers of Hindi. Generally, while training the model and while testing it, we tend to use the data by the native speakers, and we assume that the system, whatever system works well for that, will work for everyone. It may not be so, right? So if you look at those numbers, of course, consistently across all the videos, Bhashini models perform better than the Whisper. So this is the version 3 Whisper that we tested, not the earliest one, but the latest one. And but for this specific case, we'll see that there is a the Whisper is double as bad as Bhashini. But if you look at other data sets, for example, other kind of audio. So for example, this was Tamil native speaker teaching Hindi. Tamil native speaker teaching Tamil in Hindi, right? So so it's all Hindi recording, and you'll see that Bhashini, of course, the performance goes down really badly, right? And of course, Whisper still remains bad. I mean, as bad as ever. then we also tested with the, so this person is a YouTuber, he's a speaker of Nishi language in Arunachal, and the idea was to test how well it works with northeastern language. Slightly better than the Tamil one that we got, but still it's a huge error. So also remember that these all are error rates, so lower the number the better it is. So it got 40%, not approximately 40% of the words wrong, right? That's what the number says. But in this case, the difference between Bhasini and Whisper is not really huge, right? So they are almost similar to each other. We also tested with one more Hindi. So this was a Galo speaker, again a language in Arunachal, and she's teaching Galo in Hindi and English, right? So you'll see that Bhashini in fact performs better than the earlier one, but Whisper has gone completely berserk, so it couldn't do anything. So this correctness by Whisper was probably a chance correctness. So in this specific audio something happened, or this could be the chance error in the other audio. So it could be other way around. Now the reason why I'm showing this is because we need better benchmark data sets to begin with. So data sets that could represent languages in a way that it actually tests the system well enough to be taken on face value, right? So these are the results that we got. Oh, there's more. So there's also, so this one was West Bengal's chief minister, and Bhashini. So she is non-native in this because she's a Bengali speaker, and that's a Bangla Hindi. So Bhashini again performs pretty well, but Whisper has performed really badly on all of this. So in general, and this is not new from the perspective of the fact that Bhashini outperforms Whisper on everything. That's well known, right? So for Indian languages, Bhashini models and the more recent AI for Bharat models, they're all better than the global models like Whisper. But also the point being that for the same model, you will see vastly different results across different kinds of speech, right? And those are all Hindi speech, different varieties of Hindi though. And that's why we think that better benchmarking data sets would allow us to evaluate the models better, right? Now, so with that aim, we kind of started working on the project and Project Boli. And the important point is that it's a collection of resources that we're trying to build in different languages. And this is unlike the talk that you had in the morning about Vani. This is something that we are trying to use a lot of insights from the field methods, from language documentation, how the data is collected, and also the other reasons why we need all this information. So this is a much more richly annotated data set that we are trying to build. It's not just recording and transcription, right? So it's recording, and there is a specific method of recording. So there's a method to the madness, and there is a lot of method to what we are trying to do, and a lot of reason why we are trying to do what we are trying to do. And then of course transcriptions in IPA and the native script, glossing and translation. So all of that in one data set. I think this is just the repetition of the same information that I just gave. So our main goals for the project, it was to ensure three things: diversity of languages. In the first phase, we are working on 50 languages, and we hope that this will be done in the next couple of months. The second was we wanted to include different kinds of linguistic structures, especially the linguistic structures that are found in South Asian languages, which may not be there in European languages, and which may not be there in the data sets that have been built for testing the systems by the European standards, right? So things like reduplication or conjunctive participles, they are often missing in the existing data sets, if you'll see. And the third is the diversity of data types. So again, unlike Project Vani, which uses only one method of collecting data, which is picture description, we're using a variety of methods so that different kinds of data could be collected. So till now, that's the list of the languages across language family for which we have already finished the data collection part. So I'll say we are almost halfway there, right? And wait. Oh, there is another set of languages that we are currently working on. So it's kind of an ongoing project in the sense that there is no finite or fixed list of languages. Other than that, we need to have data for different languages and different varieties of the same language. So you'll see that there are a couple of places where we are using, where we are collecting data for varieties. For example, we have already collected, say, Bangla is spoken in Jhargram, and we're currently working on Telugu that's spoken in Chennai. So those are different varieties as well that's coming into the data set. This is something that will increase over the period of time. The second thing about the diversity of linguistic structures, again, we have ensured that different morphological features such as tense, aspect, mood, number, they're all represented, and these are not very difficult things to ensure. If you're a linguist, if you have worked in the field, if you have done a little bit of field linguistics, you already know how we elicit the data, right? So the only thing that was needed was to scale that up, right? So you collect from more people, you use vocabulary from different domains, and you could very easily scale that up. So we had a set of 1,000 basic sentences, which kind of covers most of the structures. We also know that translations will not cover everything, so there are more methods of data collection that will be used, that are used. But these 1,000 basic sentences gives you most of the structures. They are, of course, based on the prior work that has been done in India. So on collecting data. And so this is, in that sense, the whole project is very much located within the language documentation and field linguistics tradition. Okay, so the diversity of data types, there are again multiple methods, as I said, translations, then there are text-based prompts and multimedia-based narrations, role play, spontaneous conversation, structured, semi-structured interviews. So for prompts, we already have 650 narration questions from 8 domains, and we'll probably have more questions from more domains as we move ahead in the project. Of course, for some of the things such as interviews and role play, those are more spontaneous things for which we do not have questionnaires. Okay, so as of now, so as I said, this is the first goal is to have minimum 1,000 translated sentences and 650 narration prompts. So this is to create a test data, to create a benchmark data for these languages, and wherever there is a chance, we'll build on top of this to collect more data that could be used for training as well. Okay, so I think I don't have time, but if we are left with time, then I'll come back to the data sample. 2 more minutes, yeah. So okay, so the next steps, of course, to collect data, of course, in other languages, to involve community. This is something which has become important. So we are trying to encourage community and participation, and to also have some training. So not community again. So the things that I'm trying to draw a distinction from Vani again. So because that's the only reference point where we could draw some comparisons. So our community engagement is very different. It's not through vendors. So we directly interact with the community as an organization, and we are directly involved in that process. Also, our training involves not just training for transcription, but for training for language documentation in general, so that the community itself could take up the documentation process and take this further. Of course, building model and evaluating model. One of the things that we are planning to do is to also evaluate LLMs for their linguistic reasoning capabilities. So reasoning in LLM has become really hot these days with a lot of reasoning models coming out, but they're all evaluated on only one kind of reasoning, which is the mathematical reasoning, right? So but linguistic reasoning is something, if you are truly a reasoning model, you should be able to do linguistic reasoning. For example, if you are given interlinear gloss data, you should be able to figure out the grammatical generalizations out of that, right? So that's the kind of thing that we are testing LLMs for, using our gloss data sets, and hopefully we'll have something. So if you want to contribute, again, we have at our organization, we have paid internship available for field linguists. If you're willing to collect data for your languages, get in touch. This is the email ID that you have to get in touch. We are already, as I said, working with a lot of people. All of them are trained linguists, by the way, so we don't work with random people, just say. So they have to be trained in linguistics. So these are all the people that has actually built all the data sets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your informative presentation. Now it's time for question. Any question from audience?
That was a great talk. Dr. Binu, yes?
Ritesh. I'm Ritesh. Sorry, Benu couldn't make it, so I had to come. Yeah.
It was a great talk. I have a question regarding data collection. You said you're doing it on your own, right?
Yeah.
And how are you scaling it up, right? This is just a handful of people.
Yeah. So these are our these are not our speakers. So in general, what we need is, say for example, we go to a village, right? And if we conduct workshop with the speakers, we need 1 or maximum 2 people to conduct the workshops with a larger group of people, right? And so in order to train the speakers, if you already have, these are the people who are trained in field linguistics, who are trained in. So if you are working in say 500 languages, you need 500 trained linguists to do this. That's the only scaling up that's needed, right? So it's not really scaling up. It's for us because we already have a huge concentration of linguists who have already worked on some languages, who are from these communities. Every year we churn out thousands of linguists doing MA in different universities across India, right? So we keep on getting these applications, and also that, I mean, it's not that these are all the applications that we got, but yeah, it's not really scaling up. So it's just about I think with using the field linguistic methodologies will has something which has allowed us to scale without giving it to third-party vendors.
Are they also taking care of the validation of the data?
Yes.
So what are your
so mostly till now these are the linguists who either speak the language or they have worked on the language, so they know the language. I mean, not necessarily as native speaker, right? In order to do a basic validation of the language, that's one first part. The second part is the field linguist methodology itself has validation techniques built into it. For example, I collected 1,000 sentences, right? Now the first thing that we generally do for analysis is try and speak those sentences to the speakers, to somebody else, right? So I asked somebody, you translate, I have a pencil, and that person told me in Hindi, मेरे पास एक किताब है, right? Now a couple of days later, one of us would go back and say, मेरे पास एक किताब है, अंग्रेजी में बताइए इसको, right? So, and that's the I mean, depending on what the answer is, if it's what was the original English sentence, that's good. If it's not, you cross question them and things like that. So that's the selective thing that one does. Also, because we are taking glosses, so word by word translations and all of that, so speakers are again, so this might take a little bit of time initially to collect the data, right? So, but it also gives you sufficient amount. Say for example, if you have 3 hours of glossed data, not everything could be glossed, of course. So 3 hours of glossed data, you have sufficient data to do automated cluster analysis, etc., on the new incoming data and see if it's actually the same or how similar the new data is to the existing one that we have. So those are a couple of ways in which, 2-3 ways in which.
Suppose I train an AI model on Vani dataset, and then I fine tune it on your dataset. Would that make a good model for retail analysis?
It could. It could. So the good thing about Vani data is that hopefully it will be huge in number. So something
That's
which.
what I meant when I was speaking about scale.
Yeah. So no. So it will be huge in terms of language for one specific number of language.
Covering length and breadth of the country.
There are a lot of questions around that. So, so there are questions based on what they have released till now. For example, they are in the Rajbangshi region, and they haven't got a single Rajbangshi speaker. So in there, that's there in there. So they have only one Rajbangshi, which is collected from south of Bengal, while Rajbangshi is if you know this, then Rajbangshi is mainly spoken in North Bengal region, right? And from North Bengal region, there is nothing there. So covering length and breadth and having data from all the districts will not ensure that you have data from all the languages. There are a lot of, so I think Professor Umarani raised some of those questions as well. So speakers will not, if you go and tell them that I'm recording you, you speak. This is true across the Hindi world, this is true across all of India. So when you tell them that I'm recording you and this is your picture or this is your sentence, you answer, that will not, they will not answer in the variety, no matter how hard you try, unless and until you spend some time with them and you develop. Again, there are specific methods to ensure that they actually speak. So you will have to discard first 5 hours of data, for example. Right, you have to build sufficient trust with the community so that they speak to you the way they actually speak. Right, so it's very unlikely that Vani will be able to cover the line. There are other things, for example, again West Bengal, I know that region pretty well. So say Alipurduar is a district in West Bengal. Now Alipurduar has only one village which speaks language called Toto. That's Totopada, and that's at the far end, at the Bhutan border. You need to cross 3 rivers without road. So a lot of those difficulties which will come in, and most likely the vendors would not be able to collect data from there, because again, you need to build more trust with the community, work in a certain way with them. So those data will not make it to the to that data set. So there are a lot of gray areas. It's not safe to assume, good to assume that Vani will have everything. Also, the fact that they're only using self-reported names for the languages is going to create a lot of problems. We have census experience, sufficient census experience around that. So 19,000 reported languages. That's what census returns. It comes down to, even with the most best of analysis, it will not go beyond 1,000, right? So People Survey of India says 750. Ethnologue had around similar number of languages that's spoken in India. So it's nowhere near 90,000. People don't name what they speak, and they name it different things. There are a lot of gray areas around that, and that's not being processed at all in Vani, right? So taking on face value will create another level of issues and problems. So yeah, but the reason it will still work for a large language model when you fine tune it using on a more so something that's more carefully constructed, the way we are trying to do, is because you will at least for ASR, because you will have a lot of different kinds of sounds represented in that data set, which is good for pre-training the data, right? And then if you fine tune with a good quality data set, that fine tuning will produce better results than, say, when you are fine tuning on something like Meta MMS, which doesn't have that kind of data for Indian languages.
Wait.
question actually.
Yeah.
This is a request. What happens actually when we go to the field and we just misspell or mispronounce the names of their languages?
Yeah.
Then it is very difficult sometimes to work with them. So my request is that I have gone through some names like Mite. Mite is actually not the name of the language. So if you use Manipuri, that is all right, but if you want to use the other name, you can use Mitilon. Mite is actually the name of the community.
Yeah.
Like that, another one is like Nishi, you spelled it correct in one place, N-Y-I should be the correct, I think. And like here, yeah, this is correct. And Kokorok, the spelling is correct, but they should be together, Kokorok. One word only.
So yeah, there are a lot of
and then again
no,
Santali.
all all taken in good spirit. There are a lot of variation in how people tend. For example, Kokborok, we used to spell it together. A lot of people who suggested from within the community that you write it separately. Similarly, there are a lot of issues around the spelling that Meitei should have, right? So I think state government doesn't use Manipuri, it uses. Yeah, so yeah, it's M-E-E.
is also correct.
Right. So yeah, and lot of variation around that as well. So yeah, Santali
I
as well.
think it will help you if you use.
No, these also these are so these are the spelling that I haven't used.
Because what happened when we worked on Nishi,
Yeah.
actually there are two names, Nishi and Dafla.
No, Dafla is obviously poorly dressed people. That's an offensive name.
Yes,
right.
that's why
That's
I'm
so.
requesting you.
So. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I mean, there's something also interesting about Bangla. Just on that note, so Bengali is the official name that's used not just in India but also in ISO standards. Bangla is in ISO standard. A Glottolog, for example, it's a variety of some other language I forgot, which is not an Indian language. However, the speakers insist that we use Bangla as the name. Right. So yeah, there are a lot of issues around that. Yeah.
Yeah, so right now we have multimodal models which can convert from speech to text as well as give us text summary or whatever we can. So an example for that is 0.2 audio or 2.5 audio. Have you worked on any of these models for the Indian languages?
No, I've worked as in tested or fine-tuned for some specific task. No, that was my question. So, worked in what sense?
Okay, so even on speech to text, because I tend to work on company, so it gave me a better result than the AI for Bharat models. So is there any work done for that area? Because instead of using speech to text and then using another model for summarization, we can combine it on one using multimodal models.
Yeah, you could always combine. So by the way, all the speech models are also multimodal models, right? So there's speech and text two modalities there.
No, when you say multimodal, it is not just used for speech to text, but it can be used for speech to text translation, speech to text summarizations, any other application.
There's still two modalities, right? Yes. So yeah, it could be used for any task.
There are specific models and there are general models. Like 0.2 audio is a general model, wherein Whisper is a specific model only for transcription and translation.
Not translation. Whisper.
Translation it is used for if you have any other language to English.
Yeah, so it's not
bi-direction.
Yeah, it's not bi-direction in that sense. Also, Whisper is generally used for transcription, right? I have a lot of questions around this observation that for Konkani, which model did you try?
I tried with 0.2.5 audio.
When? So, what kind of data how much data did you try out? And that lot of questions.
I used the CIIL data set, which is sentence elite data set, which is around 67 hours, I guess.
You tested on 67 hours?
Not tested on full data set. I just took 10% of the data set. Meaning I trained on 10% of the data set and then tested on other part.
So
and there is
this is the old CIIL data, red speech data, or
it is old data.
that's the red speech data.
That I have no idea.
Yeah, that I got sentence line, but there is that's the red speech one, na? Yeah. So try some.
Yeah, I tried a newer dataset which is published by AFO Bharat, which is around 40 GB.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean try with different kinds of data, see how.
Right now,
that
only
perform.
few datasets are available publicly.
No, I think Konkani will have lot of data available. I mean, not as data set, not as data per se.
Yeah.
Not as curated data, but something which is, you know.
YouTube data we used, but it is giving a high word error.
That's what I was talking about. Okay. So studio recorded red speech data when might work well. I mean, you could try could be other models that might work well, and but that's not what people are going to use. I mean, it's not in that situation, right? So they're not going to read in a studio. Yeah. So we'll talk later. Yeah, sorry for taking a lot of time.
We move to. Is he ready or? Yes. Is that virtual session ready or we move to next speaker? We move to next speaker. Okay. We move to next speaker. Okay. Let me invite our next topic is ABS evaluating low resources benchmark. Data set with LLM, large language model. I would like to invite Alvin Abranches. Pardon me if I mispronounce your name. You have 15 minutes, please.
Okay, so my name is Alvin Abranches. I am an assistant professor at Sri Damodar College and visiting faculty for Goa University. I'm a research scholar at BITS Pilani, Goa. So my topic is on Konkani aspect-based summarization. So what these are my contents. What aspect-based summarization is? It generates summary based on particular aspect. So in product reviews, we can say if we have a mobile phone, we can speak about the aspects as front camera, back camera, then we have battery life, we have screen, all those features which are known as aspects in our case. Or we can use topics for opinion mining. In case of we want to speak about a person, it is not aspects but it is topics in that case. Now the scenarios we can use aspect-based summarization is product reviews, news summarization, opinion mining, and domain-specific knowledge extraction. Now why I used Konkani is because it's a low resource language and it has limited NLP datasets. Now when you come to aspect-based summarization, there are no datasets. Even for summarization, there are no datasets in Konkani. Now the ABS work is mostly focused on high resource languages and mostly available for Hindi and Bengali when it comes to Indian languages. Now here we need resources for benchmarking. Hence we used a technique just using translation, machine translated sentences, and then we used a zero shot technique to do our ABS system. And mainly why Konkani is it is the mother tongue of all the authors in this paper. Okay, so the objective of this study was to benchmark by translating the OSM dataset. which is publicly available for all users. It's an open source dataset. Now we evaluated using large language models on these datasets, and the models were only open source. We didn't use ChatGPT or any other paid models like Cloud, because I think if we want to do research, we have to go in open source, and that can be used again by future researchers. The methodology that we used is we used the source dataset, which I have already spoken, but we only converted 1,500 sentences from the dataset. Not the the full dataset is around more than 10,000 sentences. So which was not possible with the computation we have. We use CPU based computation to do our research work. So if there is a higher computation like GPU computation, we can try with more sentences. The translation approach which we used was we used Indic Trans 2, which is provided by AI for Bharat. Now in the large language models, we used 19 different models, and we used only specific between 0.5 and 8 billion. You can see maximum of 14 billion. Now why did we select this is because of our previous work. So this paper was presented at ICON. So now in our previous work, we used total of 148 open source models, and we benchmarked on all those models for English. Now we divided them into separate categories. Whatever is less than 1 billion, we marked it as very small language models. Between 1 to 5 small models. Next is medium models, which are 5 to 20, large models which are 20 to 72, extra large between 72 to 200 billion, and extremely large models which we never tried because we don't have that much resource, which are more than 200 billion parameter models. Okay, so we tried till 72 billion models. In a finding, we found that medium language models performs 5 to 8% better than the small models, whereas the large language models provide 7 to 12% better results than the small language models. So this was our estimate. So we kept these conditions in our mind so that we can use small language models, and then we can generalize that okay, it will perform at least 7 to 12% better than the large language models. Now the evaluation metrics which we used is Rauj 1, Rauj 2 and Rauj L. I'll explain when I show the results in detail. Then we used Meteor. Why Meteor? It is normally used for translation, but why in a case I'll explain. Then we used BART score, which is semantic analysis of that summary. Then we used GPT critic. Now what is this GPT critic? I'll explain when I'm explaining you the results. Okay, so coming with the blue scores. Now if you see this blue scores, this is in percentage, and the blue scores doesn't give you all the information. They are specifically used for translation. But Meteor in the other case gives us estimate of how good the summary is. Now you'll see these are all in percentages. All the results which I'll speak is in percentages. Wherein if you see that DeepSeek 14 billion model which perform much better than other models. When it comes to Rauj score, also DeepSeek, both of the models perform a bit better, but when it comes to Quine also, here it performed better. Now Rauj 2 has similar. Okay, so what BART F1 score and BART F1 score does is it calculates the word order. Based on the order, it gives the score. So you all know what is F1 score, so I won't repeat it. So now using the embeddings of the BART, we calculate the F1 score. Same for BART model. There are two different models. This comes under deep learning metrics evaluation side. Now coming to GPT scores. Now how do we calculate GPT scores is we provided generated summary and the reference summary. So after providing this, we tell GPT to find out what are the relevant scores. Now the next scores which I'll be talking is all generated from GPT. Now here it is speaking about how relevant is the summary from the given summary, okay, reference summary. So here in most of the cases we'll see DeepSeek model to be performing much better, and the second one which will perform better is Quine, and the third one which performs better is Llama. Now what does coverage mean is how much summary is covered in that particular generated summary. Here it speaks about the rating. This is normal, we give rating to a product or something like that. So now the scores will be average. So here we don't see anything passing 40%, which is 2 stars. Then impurity scores. Now impurity scores should be lesser when it is better model. What does impurity means is how much percent of the summary is not generated according to the reference summary. So that is my impurity scores. So the least are the better. So in case of DeepSeek, you find it much better. Okay. Next is the consistency. Consistency is how consistent is it from the reference summary. Then we have coherence score. We have fluency score, how fluent it is. So the future scope of our research will be using, currently we have used machine translated, so we'll be going for manual translated documents or hybrid translated documents. Now hybrid translated documents will be using Meteor next for evaluation in that case. Next thing is we use this time a zero shot technique. Zero shot technique is basically we don't provide any samples to the model. So what does that means is normally when you put a text, Konkani text, and you tell it to summarize it, you put some examples. That is what few shot learning is, few shot technique is. And next thing is we are trying to fine tune the models for Konkani dataset. Also we'll be analyzing the comparative study between Marathi and Konkani because they are more similar to each other. So these are the references.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Open for question. Any question from floor? If no question, we can move to our third speaker. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Arunayaka for his presentation developing a benchmark tool for Indian sentiment analysis model. He is not present. Okay, our fourth presenter today, let me welcome Mr. Harpreet Singh Anand for his presentation, multilingual Hindi real-time chat system. Come again.
Harpreet is not available, so
Okay.
I'm Amulya.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought that was. Okay. Let us invite Mr. Amulya Ratna Dash for multilingual Hindi real-time chat system. You have 15 minutes, please.
Slide is not up. No. Slide, not this one.
Technical, kindly check the slide.
No, but
again?
where is the pointer? Okay.
Technical guys, please assist.
2 minutes. Just a minute. I found. I'll figure it out.
You can start.
Yeah. I'm controlling. Okay. I got it. I can also do it. Hello everyone, good afternoon. So our topic is multilingual Indic real-time chart. So coming to the introduction, so language barrier still hinders effective communication even within the country as well as across borders. And existing translation tools have some demerits because there is loss of information when we translate from one language to other. And there is definitely a need for having a seamless real-time multilingual communication, because it is real-time in the sense we cannot wait for a verifier to correct it or a validator to correct it. Then this such application, our intent is to the use cases for social media as well as education applications. Education applications because there can be students from multiple states, native speakers as well. So the objective of this application was to develop a real-time multilingual chart application, and that should support automatic translations as and when real-time, in the sense as someone types a question or SME answers in his or her native language, it should automatically be translated so that the other participant gets to know in his own preferred language. So that's how we ensure that natural conversation flow is maintained. So the last point, which is like evaluate translation quality using an appropriate metric, this objective is the core of this presentation and in line with this today's conference theme. So the overview of the system is, okay. So we use a ASR or a speech recognition component which converts the speech into text. Then we have integrated multiple translation providers which translate the output of the speech recognition or the ASR into the desired foreign language. Then we have a embedding model, multilingual embedding model, which we use to generate the embedding for the translated text. So basically the output of the second step. And as we are using multiple translation providers or models, so in the last step we try to find the best translation, candidate translation, by finding out the semantic similarity. Yeah, this shows a pictorial representation of the steps which we saw in the last slide. So here the input of the system can be a speech input, which goes through a speech to text conversion. Then we get the source text. This source text, as we can see here, it depicts that we are using two translation providers. One is NNLB, which is a no language left behind. It is a translation model from Meta, which supports 200 languages. Similarly, we know Google Translate, which is a commercial closed source translation provider. And we generate the translation of the source text using both the models. And once we get the translated text, then we generate embeddings using a embedding model. Here in our case, we tried with two different embedding models. One is Laser. Laser is again from Meta. Laser is language agnostic sentence embedding representation. And the second one is Mural. Mural is multilingual representation of Indian languages. So, yeah, once we get the embedding generation for both the candidate translations, then we calculate the affinity, like affinity with the source translation or the source text. So once we get the translation in foreign text, then we calculate the embeddings for both the candidates, one from NLB, one for Google Translate. Then we calculate the cosine similarity between the embeddings. Like against the source text. Source text is the one which we got from speech to text. Then we choose the one with the high score, and that is the translation which is shown to the user. So the intent is here is to have a reference-free evaluation of the translations. Okay. So in detail, if we look, then for speech recognition, we here use seamless M4T. If some of the Indian languages is not supported by seamless M4T, we fall back to Whisper Large. And for translation, we use two models like NLB and the Google Translate. For NLB, we have integrated the distilled version 600 million parameters one. And for Google Translate, we use API-based prediction. For sentence embedding, out of those two models like Ledger and Mural, we shortlisted Mural because Mural is focused on Indian languages. It is trained on 17 Indian languages, so it outperformed Ledger. So, yeah. Yeah. All other slides, the slide remains the same. What we discussed through the workflow, we generate the translation and get the source text. Then we generate two translations. Basically, this NLB and Google Translate. In future, we plan to integrate more translation providers, maybe IndicTrans 2 as well. So this here translation quality estimation, we try to find using embeddings the candidate translation which is closer in representation or semantically closer to the source text, and adjust the one which is closer as the best translation or the better translation. This ensures we preserve the accuracy as well as context of the source or the original text. Yeah. And this is a web application currently hosted in Hugging Face Spaces. We plan to expand it and host it on a different server in future. Okay. And it's interactive. Basically, it is a real-time chatbot system, so it is interactive. And so real-time updates here, we mean that the translations are happening as and when a question or a response is typed in or spoken. And we also decide the best translation on real-time basis. Basically, reference-free evaluation or the estimation of translation quality. And for text-to-speech, we have recently we have integrated with Google Text-to-Speech. The core of this work is having or estimating the translation accuracy in a reference-free manner and real-time. And all other components which speech to text or even text to speech are used as standalone components as a black box. We use as it is. No, demo will not work. But yeah. So for example, here we can see a screenshot. So here a user can when he joins the chat room, he can preferably choose any of his native language or his preferred language. For example, the user H1 chooses English as his preferred language, but the user 2 chooses Gujarati as his preferred language. Then for the Gujarati user or the user 2, he will see all the responses in his selected language. So even if if we see this in the previous slide, the user H1 has typed or spoken, and that got in text we can see, "Hi, my name is Harpreet." That is in English because he spoke in English. But the user 2 preferred language is Gujarati, so we see all the conversation in Gujarati. And this, before coming or getting shown on the screen, has passed through like multiple translation providers. Here it was NLLB and Google. Then we selected the best one, and the best translation is put on the screen or shown to the user. Yeah, same. We can have another user 2 who wants to read the messages in Punjabi, or he or she understands only Punjabi. So the same will be shown in Punjabi. Yeah, we have a lot of future work because this can really be expanded based on the use case, be it educational or for chat rooms. So we plan to integrate with LLMs. Here currently it's a chat room where the real humans are chatting and the text is getting shown in a preferred language. But this can be integrated with a LLM, where if LLM doesn't understand Indian language, so it says an apology message that it is not trained for that particular language. Then we can have a prior step where the query in a preferred language is translated to the LLM's native language, or maybe predominantly English, and then that query is passed to LLM. And then we do the back translation. Once the response is generated by LLM, we can come back to the preferred language. But there will be some loss in this cascaded approach. So, sorry, yeah, it's on. Thank you. So, and the second point of our future work is we have currently integrated NNLP and Google Translate. We want to extend it to IndicTrans 2, even other models. Even we want to try LLM as MT model also, LLM for translation. And third approach is like for affinity between the embeddings. Currently we have considered cosine similarity. We would like to see and use some other metric also. Currently this has been tested on generic sentences or general. We would like to experiment with domain specific data to see the robustness of the embedding model. And this has got multiple applications as we discussed. It can be used at educational sessions, online education systems where we can interact in different languages, also social networking. And these are the few references, the relevant ones. Thank you everyone. Open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mulia Ratna, for your informative presentation. Any question from floor? Yes, please.
So, just one question. So, have you done any qualitative evaluation of how will your translation ranking system works? As in how far is that given your
Yes. So basically, we took the flows data, flows 200 data, and we have taken 500 for 3 languages. One was Hindi, Odia, and Punjabi. 3 of the authors of this paper are from those native speakers of these 3 languages. So we evaluated it and we saw the ranking given by the embedding model for these 3 languages, and it was correlating with human ranking 70% of the time. So we thought 70% is a good number, so we choose that approach basically. And the data set, we can say per language it is 500 segments. 500 segments per language verified by humans.
Yeah.
And agreement is 70% time, or maybe 350 items were in sync with human ranking, relative ranking.
Maybe try and have independent evaluators if you could.
Yeah. So there is a lot of future scope on this topic that will come up with.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again to all of our speakers for their valuable contribution And thank you to the audience for your time and attention. And I would like to congratulate for the organizing committee for such a wonderful event in the program. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I would like to thank the chairperson of this session, Dr. Ellen Tamil, for being with us and chairing this session. I also thank all the participants for their wonderful presentation. Now we'll move to the next session, and I invite our colleague, Dr. Nandraji, on the dais.
Before we just start our session, there is a general announcement. A wonderful cultural event is coming up, promising to be a truly beautiful. So make sure that you don't miss it. Try to attend that program, and we have been putting a lot of effort for that. So kindly be present. Now we just done to our paper presentation, and this is going to be the last session also. For this, I would like to request Professor N. Devasundaram to be on the dais for sharing the session. And sir, session is yours now, sir. Please continue. Yeah, you have the
Now, yes, now we are here.
Okay, great. Okay, so I will
Thanks,
continue. Yes, I will continue.
Yes, sure.
Speech acts can be analyzed on multiple levels. So, Searle said for an illocutionary act refers to the literal meaning of the statement. In this case, it says it is cold in here. So the literal meaning is there is some, like, it is just the temperature in the room is low. And another illocutionary act could also be the hidden intention behind the sentence. Maybe somebody is asking the speaker to turn up the AC or maybe open the window. So the speaker's intention is the illocutionary act or the hidden utterance. Searle also further divided the illocutionary acts into statements, requests, promises, emotional expressions, and declarations, statements that actually tell you something more about the environment. Now, on a similar note, Grice also introduced this notion of implicature. So, what does a speaker imply by an utterance, right? So, there are two types. Conventional implicature, she is rich but humble. The meaning of the word but will always remain the same. This is the conventional implicature. It's universal, it doesn't depend on context. However, here, can you pass the salt? If you are sitting on a dining table, based on the context of your conversation, the meaning of the utterance can change, right? So this meaning is derived from the context in the conversation and according to Grician maxims also. So Grice introduced 4 maxims under the cooperative principle, showing that speakers will always cooperate with each other, and whenever they are saying something, and they have to adhere to these 4 properties to always provide the right amount of information, not too much, not too less, provide the right amount of information, be relevant to the conversation, and to avoid ambiguity. So an implicature can arise whenever there's a violation of any of these maxims. Let us look at this example. So here, क्या दिलीप को परीक्षाएं आसान लग रही हैं? आजकल वो सो नहीं पा रहा है. So the speaker is indirectly saying नहीं, दिलीप को परीक्षाएं कठिन लग रही हैं. So he is not indirectly answering yes or no by the statement आजकल वो सो नहीं पा रहा है. He is implicitly implying नहीं, वो सो नहीं पा रहा है, right? He is implicitly implying that नहीं, उसको परीक्षाएं आसान नहीं लग रही हैं, उसकी नींद खराब हो गई है आजकल. So this, by not being relevant, by flouting the maxim, he is actually implying something hidden in the conversation. So why are implicatures important? In real life conversation, direct answers can sound awkward, and implicatures allow speech to be concise and short. So in this example, the speaker could have directly said नहीं, उसे परीक्षाएं कठिन लग रही हैं, but he instead chose to provide a reason further why why he's behaving in such a way. Now, understanding implicature is important for NLP dialogues. So we ask the question, can LLMs understand conversation relevance? Let's firstly, clarification. We pose it like 2 turns. The blue bubbles will represent human turns, right? And then the first red bubble is the human's understanding of the conversation. So how was Johnson's presentation? This is an example from George and Mamidi. The reply is the topic he had chosen last time was more interesting. So he is trying to say indirectly the implicature in red bubble is no, the presentation was not interesting. In our experiment, we asked ChatGPT, given these 2 blue bubbles, given the conversation, what is the hidden meaning or what is the implicature? In our case, so this is a sample we tested with GPT 3.5 for our project on English in conversation implicature. So it is evaluated with a simple prompt in 0-shot setting. Now you can see he said the respondent found Johnson's previous presentation more interesting. This is the actual implicature generated by the model, which is not that close to the implicature that a human would have understood from the same conversation. So
ChatGPT failed to understand this nuance. We conducted this experiment in December. Now, we again redid this experiment with Hindi in this month, and we moved to Foro. So we tried a simple exercise of translating the sample. The translated sample is then used to generate the implicature, and then we also evaluate it against the true ground truths that the human understood in red. So you can see the ground truth was नहीं, presentation बहुत दिलचस्प नहीं था, but the model is saying इस बार का presentation उतना अच्छा नहीं था. You can say that it's almost there, right? It's very close to it. So however, it doesn't match the output exactly, even though the paraphrase is very close to the ground truth. This example also shows evaluating implicature is another big challenge, and currently there are no suitable metrics even in English. Let's just forget Indian languages. Even in English, our project is trying to find suitable metrics for implicature understanding. But let's move back to Hindi. This is another translated example which the model handled pretty well. क्या आप मुझे घर छोड़ सकते हो? And the person replied with, can fish swim? क्या मछलियाँ तैर सकती हैं? Now Hindi speakers here will find this kind of a turn in Hindi to be unnatural. We don't use the phrase क्या मछलियाँ तैर सकती हैं as like indirectly saying yes, I can drop you to the home. It is used by English speakers but not by Hindi speakers. So translating idioms, pronouns or multi-word expressions for Hindi is also not straightforward in implicature. Now let's move next. Yeah. Now I tried to make my own sample over here, which is more complex than the conversation data set from George and Mamidi. And I translated it using Google Translate. Of course, the translation is not perfect, but I gave these Hindi samples to Foro and asked, "Ki generate the implicature." And it says, the opposition has been demanding a date from the MP over a lack of funds, and the MP was missing from press conference. So he's trying to say the date has not been provided by the member of parliament. He didn't attend the press conference. He didn't tell any dates. So this is what the ground truth is. And GPT-4o is partially right. He says MP did not say anything directly in this manner. He's almost there when it comes to the chain of thought for reasoning. So I will show later, I will demonstrate later that some examples, some implicatures even 4o cannot understand. So let's look at how can we evaluate implicature. There are data sets for pragmatics. Two of the tasks, GRICE and IMPRESS, actually deal with implicature in this pragmatic benchmark by Shravanti. So the first one is GRICE. Here you will have a 10-turn conversation and an implicature. One of the 4 options is going to be correct. The model should pick up an open-ended choice from the option. The drawback is that this is very simple in nature. It's about moving fruits and vegetables in different rooms. On the other hand, the second data set, IMPRESS, it is more natural, naturalistic in nature, but the options are always 3. Like there are no open-ended questions in this particular setup. Lastly, we have another data set by the same data set by George and Mamidi, which is actually not an MCQ or a classification task. It's a generation task. So the model has to generate an implicature rather than choosing one of the correct implicatures, which is a more harder task to do. We know for English, these models are getting very close to human performance. And so we also want to see in Hindi, is that really the case? And this benchmark can help raise like some of these questions which Shravanti has addressed. We do show that in red, I want to show that the NLI data set actually always predicts the most ambiguous generation. It's not informative. And because any ambiguous answer is present, it's correctly generating. So it's not correctly predicting it. It's always predicting the same sample again and again. And so by majority chance, it's reaching this sort of a probability. So even measuring accuracy is not the right way to measure implicature, even when you take it as an easy classification data set. We show that in our other project also. So now we will look at Hindi implicature, right? Can we not translate existing English implicature data sets? So the problem is that previous literature has found that translation based methods will lose nuances of the Indian of other non-English languages. Especially Hindi is relatively free word order and it is morphologically rich. It is different from English. So when you translate an English sample, you will end up with translationist data which has a footprint of English origin, right? And there are other pragmatic differences in English and Hindi speakers also that we have to consider. An English speaker is more likely to use indirect reasoning. He's more likely to say it's cold in here. He will not explicitly say close the window. But Hindi speakers will explicitate this request that बड़ी ठंड लग रही है, ज़रा दरवाज़ा बंद कर दो या ज़रा AC कम कर बढ़ा दो. This tendency to explicitate is present in other European languages also. And so finding implicatures is also a difficult task for Hindi. There's another thing, interesting thing. So this paper by Dion and Kopok shows that the words you choose also impacts how you think. So Spanish has a lot of ambiguity for its word choice for the word finger. But English demarcates between a thumb and a finger. The meaning of the word finger is generally associated with these four fingers. So English implicatures are more specific. When they say a finger, he is more likely to point to a picture of one of the four digits than a thumb. So the choice, the way your language is encoded also makes the same utterance mean two different values for a Spanish and an English speaker. So we have reason to believe if we investigate this for Indian languages, we might also say similar things. So let's move on to the proposal. We are proposing first of all to translate the existing implicature data sets from English to Hindi, of course, but we are also proposing our own Hindi implicature data set. We will use indirect questions sourced from interviews from a task posed by Wang et al. So he has proposed a movie dialogue task where there are multiple turns, none of which directly answers a yes/no question, but one of the turns indirectly answers it. There's an implicature involved in it. So we also will aim to do this in the future. So we propose Hindi implicature benchmark using Hindi interviews. Now, I did do some anecdotal studies. So we have the Pradhan Mantri ke Sakshatkar from PM India government website, and we have found examples where there is implicature involved in Hindi conversations. A challenge is, first of all, if you look at the length of the context, in turn 2, it is about 700 words. So long context is something which previous implicature datasets don't handle even in English. Then there is another thing, that the intent of the speaker in some turns can be hidden. Here the intent is to ask the PM to, in turn 2, to actually produce a summary. So that entire turn 1 is indirectly asking the PM is साक्षात्कार का संदेश या मूल क्या है. So that is not encoded. So the model will also have to understand that. And finally, there is also scope of explainability. So here you will see that the implicature involves 4 reasoning steps to come to the final conclusion. So we can also use this in future for explainability or chain of thought evaluation as well. This is something not explored even in English, which we are also trying to do separately. We plan to first of all test English models fine-tuned on Hindi implicature datasets to solve the Hindi interview indirect questions. We also plan to directly use Hindi language models also for our evaluation. We also show, like, is this a worthy experiment? We have so we actually ask these questions to 4O, and we show that it starts to hallucinate incorrect assumptions, which I have highlighted in red. So here the aspect of being can you be on how do you get into politics, and people associate it with selflessness or sacrifice, and the model also indirectly associates janta ki seva. It has not been mentioned in the context at all, but the model has indirectly hallucinated this indirect reasoning. I will show this with another example. So in this case, actually, there are words like tyag, ya khud ko khapa dena, ya niswart, which are missing from PM's interview, which the model has actually hallucinated when we ask for reasoning. So this shows it is a challenging task. I will skip over this slide. And so, yeah, there are challenges to be solved if we propose this benchmark data set. And so we plan to collect 5,000 samples to make this data set. Yeah. That's it.
Very interesting paper. Very interesting paper. As I said, the speech act theory is having much importance in linguistics, especially in communication. Yes, when two persons involved in a talk, the talk should continue. So for that, there are some principles of cooperation, as said by here. That's grace and maxim. The speaker, he has to convey what he wants to convey with clarity, without any ambiguity. At the same time, the listener should try to understand what is said in that sentence, but that is not sufficient. What is done through that sentence? There are two things. One is some meaning is conveyed through the sentence. For that, we use the words and sentence structure, and the underlying is the speech act. That is more important. So then only the conversation can continue. So this is a AL, first initiated in 1962, I think. A.L. Astin actually, he proposed a theory, speech act theory. After that, many persons involved in it, and they have developed this theory. That is more important. So based on that, actually this is the first paper actually I see in this AI works. It is how the AI is able to understand the implied meaning or the speech act done by the speaker. That is very, very, very important. So actually I am very happy to hear your article. Now this paper is open for discussion. Yes. Very interesting paper, more important paper. It is implied, that is, everybody is satisfied with you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is an announcement. Presenters and other dignitaries, you can collect the DNA forms from the receptionist counter, and you can fill in and submit it to the official office, so that payment can be processed a little faster. Thank you. So please.
Next paper is by Alvin Abranges.
Actually, this person was missing.
Then?
Cover. Developing benchmark.
Okay. The next paper is by Mr. Arnav Kar. The topic of the paper is developing a benchmarking tool for Indian sentiment analysis models. I invite you, please.
I can change it from here, right? Sure. Yeah. Like that. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arunava Kaur. I have done my PhD from University of Hyderabad. I primarily work in sentiment analysis, clickbait detection, and recommender systems. I have developed NLP systems, tools, and deep learning models. The current work is actually an ongoing attempt to develop benchmark dataset for evaluating sentiment analysis model and API to facilitate automation. My planning for this dataset and API development is that there will be separate dataset for each Indian languages. I have developed the Bengali dataset. I am working on the Hindi one, and for the rest of the Indian languages, I am looking for co-researcher and collaborator to assist me in developing dataset for those languages. One of the prominent characteristics of Indian online interaction is the very high degree of code switching and code mixing. Any average Indian internet user use at least 3 different written linguistic varieties. First one is the Indian languages written in their own script. Second one is English, and third one is the Indian language written in Roman script. For example, if we take the example of the Bengali speakers, this is how Bangla's speakers interact online. The first sentence, it is written in Bangla, but with one English word, that is best. Second one is Bangla English code mix sentence. Third one is written completely in English, and the fourth one is Bangla written in Roman script. There are more of these kind of examples, and in my dataset, most of the my dataset includes these kind of examples which are taken from real users. These are taken from YouTube comments. Then I have developed another section which includes the ambiguous and sarcastic comments. These are mostly not taken from real users, rather they are crafted with linguistic insight, and these are mostly ambiguous and sarcastic sentences. I have experimented a lot with these kind of sentences, and most of the sentiment analysis model was just destroyed whenever I give these kind of sentences to them. For example, the first sentence, it is actually a negative. The sentiment expressed here is actually negative. But if I change only a single word, that is voy, fear, most of the time the model could not detect the sentence, though the meaning is same. If I change only a single word without changing the meaning, most of the time model could not detect the sentiment. Similar thing in case of the example 5, there is one word kormopotu, which means efficient. Since this word is usually positive, the model usually most of the time the model marking it as a positive sentence. It is more so if I just remove the emojis there. So most models are not that great if we give them complicated, complex, and linguistically insightful comments and sentences or utterances to test them. These are included in the dataset in order to test the depth of understanding of the sentiment analysis models. Another section of my dataset is devoted to the dialectal and non-standard language use. In case of Bangla, especially online, there are two different varieties of Bengali which is very vivid and very distinct. One is the Indian Bengali and other is the Bangladeshi one. The dataset has yet another section which includes highly abusive content. I did not include it here. I have also developed an API on the top of this dataset. The task of this API to evaluate any 2-class or 3-class sentiment analysis model. It is using the pipeline. The API is using the pipeline method from transformers library. So if any sentiment analysis model is using any architecture other than transformer, then the transformer wrapper needs to be applied on it. After that, the API can evaluate that model. There are hundreds of models on Hugging Face for Bangla sentiment analysis. I have been evaluating them one by one, including my own. Our model, Bangla multi-class sentiment analysis model, it scored 91% on this dataset. It was our earlier work, and it is developed to evaluate YouTube videos automatically. There is another model, Bangla BART. It is a BART-based monolingual model. It scored 93.75%. All other models performed worse. But I have seen that the Bangla BART did better in detecting the sarcastic and the non-standard text, which are mostly developed with linguistic insight. So I have been planning to expand this dataset to more Indian languages, as well as I am planning to expand it to aspect-based sentiment analysis as well. I hope this benchmark dataset and the tool will be a useful resource for the community at large. With this, I thank everyone. Now I am open for discussion and questions.
Thank you, sir. This paper is also related to the previous paper. It is on speech act actually. Yes, the listener cannot come to some conclusion based on literal meaning of the sentence. There may be some sarcasm, so it has to be understood by the speaker. Actually, sentiment analysis related to the speech act or implicated theory. Very good paper related to the previous papers. Now its paper is open for discussion by you.
Thank you, sir.
Any question? Actually, these are the difficult things to actually have the benchmarking. Very difficult.
Yeah.
Just the literal meaning or the sentential structure that can be easily judged. But these kind of things very difficult to.
Yeah, given a very complex kind of sentence, it's only a matter of complexity actually. All model gets destroyed at some point. Only you have to give more complex sentences, more complex comment to analyze.
Suppose if I am not satisfied with one person with this paper, I say, very good, the paper is very good. Then how to come to the conclusion? Whether I appreciate or I am not happy with that paper. Your paper is very good. But it's very, very difficult. So many times actually you won't convey directly the sentiment. Indirectly you convey, but the listener has to understand. You should not mistake. Right? So for any question?
Yeah. Yeah, can I answer? Just a second. Okay.
I was just curious, are you targeting any specific domains for this data set? Are you looking at that angle as well in preparing these data sets?
Yeah, actually right now the models are 2-class or 3-class sentiment analysis model. These are generic models. It can, if you give it any sentence, it will give you a probability distribution. So right now, no. Once I move to the aspect-based sentiment analysis, then I definitely have to choose some domain. Aspect-based sentiment analysis cannot be very generic. There has to be some domain.
Yeah. So in aspect-based sentiment analysis, I think you will have the additional challenge of the different aspects within that domain. So do you have like any plans of how do you sort of go about identifying these different aspects across domains and languages? Any ideas?
Since it is for benchmarking, I want to keep it very simple, positive and negative. For example, if I choose the mobile phone domain, say I take data from YouTube, and some of the comments are, say there is some cell phone model, and commenters are praising the battery aspect of that mobile phone, and they are not praising, and they are not at all happy with the other aspects, say display aspect of the particular cell phone. So I want to keep it very simple, positive and negative, like that, and it should be aspect based. Now there are technical challenges, of course, how to think about how to design the architecture around that. That is for the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you worked on human biased sentences? Like, for example, say suppose there is a match of CSK versus MI. I'm a CSK fan, so if a sentence comes, Dhoni hits a 6, so it is positive for me, whereas negative for the MI fans. Have you worked on any human biased sentences for sentiment analysis?
That is actually a very good aspect. You are talking about target dependent sentiment analysis, where sentiments directed to some person, some group, some community, like that. It is maybe I should include it in my next research. Along with the aspect-based sentiment analysis, I can include target-dependent sentiment analysis as well. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. The presentation was really nice, interesting. My point is that in government sector, we receive a lot of letters and mails. We'll be reading that and we'll be analyzing the citizens' sentiments over there. It could be a request, it could be something he's requesting very eagerly, or it could be an anger. He's telling that, okay, this is not done for me. So how the team is working. I mean, we receive a lot of every day. We receive citizens' queries. Okay, with different sentiments will be there, and maybe you should also try working on that. That was one point. And have you tried on that? Because when I see any mails or from the citizen when they are writing to us, I'll be analyzing that. Okay, is it in anger mode or is it in something he is telling to try in a very pleased manner? What is it? So try to work on that sentence, very important. And second thing is that previous paper when ma'am was also giving, I had suddenly when sir was asking, sir told like, okay, your paper was good. Okay, I'll in a message or any social media, I'll try to say that I'm good, but next time try to send something emojis which is very sad content, which is very sad. So how do you analyze those things?
Actually, for that reason, I have shown the comments made by the Bengali speakers. These are all real-time data. These are taken from the real users. So most of the comments has emojis, and there will be some comments that has only emojis in it. Actually, sentiment analysis model, especially the transformer-based sentiment analysis models, they are trained with large data, and they are actually good with emojis. It is actually easier to detect sentiment from emojis than from text. Is it? Does it clear your question?
Hello.
Yes.
It's a little suggestion actually. Traditionally, we have a term like ironic construction. Is it so, sir? Ironic construction. So when I say, it's good, but it gives a negative implication.
Yes.
But when you are not beautiful, when I say so, then of course he is already beautiful in the ironic manner. But I don't know how sentiment analysis is going to handle this sort of things.
Yeah, that's the thing. My dataset is going to my dataset addresses actually the section on the sarcastic and the sarcastic as well as the non-standard language use section. Sarcastic comments are, it is not easy to detect sentiment even for a human.
Even in the pragmatics domain also.
Yeah.
Some indirect answer is just taking the role of metaphor.
Yes.
I don't know how metaphor is again handled in this AI sort of analysis. It's really
Yeah, it's really difficult. For most model could not even analyze those sentences properly.
To understand your mind is very difficult. That's the problem. Just common sense is not sufficient. I should know who are you, what is your mentality, what is your world approach, everything I should know. Then only I can understand. I can understand your sentence. Very good, very interesting paper. So go afternoon.
Just let me add one point that most of the time when users are making any sarcastic comment in social media, most of the time they will use some emojis after the text. So it will usually a good cue for the models. Model can see the emoji and can understand that whether it is positive or negative. But if emojis are not there, then it becomes very difficult for the model, because model is not human. It is very hard to understand that where means exactly in which context this sentence is going to be used. For example, I have given one sentence here that you have become smarter than before. So it is actually negative. It is way of saying that you are unsmart. But all the models in my testing, all the model has marked it as positive. So all the model failed because they are looking only at the word, not the intended meaning.
So sentiment analysis is not reading the sentence, reading the mind, right? Reading the mind of course.
Yeah. Kind of.
So, any more question? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
So one more presentation is still there. So we just give on the dais. So he is the presenter.
The second paper.
Yeah.
There are two presentations. Let us be patient. What is the name of the presentation? Comparative benchmarking. This one, I think so. And one more is there. This paper or that paper? Second or third? Two pending. This one is now Joel is presenting, and this one is Pushpa ma'am. Last one. After that we have also. Okay. So you just here. First this one you okay. This paper. Again, this will come. Okay. Now the third paper. The topic of the paper is a comparative benchmarking study of online machine translation systems for Konkani. I invite you to present this paper.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Joel Lewis. I'm studying in Goa University, and I'm pursuing MSc in data science. So the research that we've been working on is a comparative benchmarking and study on online machine translation systems. So these are the table of contents which we'll be going through. So a language carries not only traditions but also the knowledge along with it. So it is important that we preserve these languages, because as time goes by, people forget to speak their native languages. They rather prefer some other languages like English or maybe Hindi or some other languages. So with that, machine translation systems play a very vital role in preserving these languages. But when it comes to higher resource languages, they perform very well. But low resource languages such as Konkani, which we have been exploring, they don't perform very well. So our research objective is to compare most widely used machine translation systems, Google Translate, Microsoft Translator, and we also included AI chat system, ChatGPT 4o Mini. So India is home to 22 officially recognized, also known as the scheduled languages, and many more, hundreds of more regional languages. Most of the Indian languages are considered as low resource, with Konkani being one of them. So about Konkani, Konkani is a language spoken on the west coast of India, mainly spoken in Goa, like very widely spoken, but also prevalent in other states like Karnataka, Kerala, Gujarat, Daman, Diu, in these parts. So Konkani exists in multiple scripts. So in Goa, mainly it is like most widely it is used in Devanagari scripts, but there are other scripts like Roman scripts, Pseudo-Arabic script, and Malayalam, Kannada scripts as well. So the main challenge is that there is limited parallel corpora for Konkani language, which hinders the development of machine translation systems. So this is some brief history about machine translation systems. So the journey basically started from 1956, also known as the Georgetown IBM experiment. So over here, IBM came up with an idea of the rule-based system for machine translation. So this, as the name suggests, it uses rule-based translations for grammar and machine translations. And this approach, this was rather used for English to Russian translation. Then later, this approach continued for several decades. And in the 1991, IBM introduced statistical machine translation. So this approach rather performed far better than the rule-based approach, which was used earlier for decades. And for the upcoming few decades, this approach was widely used. Until 2014, when researchers at Google came up with sequence-to-sequence learning with neural networks. So this is neural network-based machine translation, which was introduced by Google. So as soon as it came, again it received a lot of attention and was started to be used. And again in just some more time, about 2 years, a little more about 2 years, Google introduced in their paper known as Attention is All You Need. So this introduced the transformers architecture, which we rather well know today. This the transformers is rather used everywhere today, be it generative AI or many other tasks. So this was introduced by Google in 2017 and is the most widely used type of machine translation systems today. So in recent years, there is a significant increase in the scale of neural machine translation models. They are covering hundreds of languages, trained on millions of training examples and trillions of parameters. So the scale has increased a lot in the recent years. By 2020, Google's MT models could cover around 100 languages, while AI for Bharat, an initiative from IIT Madras, could by 2025 they can translate in 22 Indian languages in 462 translation directions. Additionally, Facebook also came up with an initiative known as No Language Left Behind here, and it expanded it to 202 languages and 40,602 translation directions. So about our study, our analysis, so what we did is we took, so there's a Konkani parallel data available on AI for Bharat website in their BPCC corpus, Bharat Parallel Corpus Creation Initiative, and this data was from this data 5,000 sentences were selected, and later these sentences were given to these MT systems for English to Konkani translation as well as vice versa, which is Konkani to English translation. The platforms used were Google Translate, Microsoft Translator, and GPT-4o Mini. We evaluated the translation quality using metrics such as Blue Scores, Meteor Next, EC, and CHRF. So these the data which we use was human annotated. So we are so what we did is compare it with how the machine can translate, how well the machine can translate it. So these are the evaluation metrics. So Blue is basically it takes n compares words, so n grams between the translated and the target sentence. Meteor is basically it takes into account synonyms. Then ESC basically sees word orders, and CHRF like how Blue considers words, full words. CHRF considers characters instead of words. So these are the results which we got. For Konkani to English translations across all the three systems which we use, Google, Bing, and GPT. So, and these are from two different translation directions, which is Konkani to English and English to Konkani. And what we can find over here is that from Konkani to English, the translation works much better than as compared to Konkani to English, English to Konkani. So these are the numbers of of all the translations metrics. So the as we saw that Konkani to English translation performs much better. This could be accounted due to there's a lot of data available for English. So because of this could be the reason that it performs much better for that. While for Konkani, there's a limited data. So from English to Konkani translations, the systems struggle. And we also see that the two translation systems, Google and from Microsoft, they perform much better, while ChatGPT 4 couldn't perform much well. Like this could be mainly accounted to that ChatGPT wasn't trained mainly for translation tasks. It is a generative AI model. But Google Translate and Microsoft Translator were trained for translation purpose only. That's why it could be the reason they perform much better. So all systems demonstrated superior performance for Konkani to English. And we also find that a lot of data needs to be created for these low resource languages. Over here, being Konkani. So, for the future scope, we would like to increase, include more models. Like we have just used 3 over here. We didn't use Inditrans at all because we took the data from AI for Bharat's website only, and these models are already trained on this data. So using test data for again valuation wouldn't make sense. It would perform better. So that's why we didn't include. So the idea is that we collect more data, not from this website, of course, manually perhaps do it, and include also models from AI for Bharat's website, AI for Bharat's initiative, and also use other generative AI models like DeepSeek. We didn't include it because our research was conducted some months back, and DeepSeek came after that. So that is our aim, to include more models, and also to include name entity based based translation benchmarks, because this is not being used in the current state. These are the references. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. And this paper is for your discussion. Okay. And finally we can have. Okay. Thank you, sir. Now the next paper is Madam Puspa, benchmarking of machine transit system in the light of government sector.
This one, no? Which one? Which one I have to?
There is actually a stick. Yeah. Teju, the presentation is there. Yeah, you can see that.
Yeah, I should click here. Which one?
The same one. Mouse.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good evening. Benchmarking of mission translation system in the light of government sector. The paper this paper mainly focuses on the government sector data for the machine translation. So the first slide. So normally for the machine translation we use the tools that are available, being Google Translation and the Inaugural.
Okay. You are not able to it is not visible.
No.
I mean, screen is not visible.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Thank you. In Government of Karnataka, mainly the translation is required for the policies and order or any acts. It could be normally we first prepare the version of the orders in the English version, and later on we go for the Kannada version. Then we use all these available empty systems. But what is the accuracy there? Okay. Normally these are the use cases where we use the empty systems. Administration, policies, order, acts, manuals, and it could be an enterprise or e-commerce. So why evaluation? The comparing the empty systems, which empty systems gives the better accuracy, so that the post editing could be less. Also the quality, whether the human translation or the machine translation quality assurance. We have seen many evaluation metrics. We have Blue, TER and Metro. I am presenting here the TER, that is a translation edit rate, which is the insertion and deletion and replacement or shifting of any words. First thing I would like to say here is that the text or the sentences which we use in the government sector are really complex sentences, domain specific. We use the terminologies here, which the Google or any other existing empty system find it difficult to give the actual output for us. So I have taken the 5 sets of data here from the different departments. First is I have taken from the agriculture department, food and safety, health department, revenue department, and many more. If you see this, you can see I also taken from examples of the translation department. Government of Karnataka has its own translation department, is in human translation. They do that. I have taken the 5 sets here, and I'm showing the edit word count now. If you see the statistics here, we can see what is the English word count, the actual sentence, and the Kannada experts who have done the good translation work, and the translation department which has done, and the Google, Bing, and Bhashini, Anvadika, and ChatGPT and Copilot. These are the edit word accuracy. So the more almost, I have even worked on Anvadika also, which is developed by LDCL and Bhashini. These are the metrics, the statistics here. And now comes the sentence-wise edit count. If you see here, if the count is for the 5th sentence is 44 words are there, and what is my edit count here? Edit count goes high actually. Every time if you see the edit count goes high, and some is minimum and some are high. And here the source English word sentence, what is the words? Usually English words will be the more when the translation when translation happens, and the translation or the Kannada words are really less. And this is the total word edit rates of the 5 sets which I have taken. So it is Copilot crosses 1. So these are the edit rates in the graphical form. So normally, as I said, we government sector depend on empty systems more for the translation and for the orders, policies, and everything. What is the challenges now? In the government sector, the sentences are really long sentences with the detailed information and domain terminologies we use, which Google, Bing, or any other translation system find it difficult to give the actual translation. And lack of empty systems, lack of contextual translation, it gives a sentence by sentence rather than the context based. Because when we are trying to convey anything in Kannada, when the source is English and the translated version is Kannada, the translated version should always be it has to reach to the citizen, means it has to be a public friendly. Citizen should be able to understand it very easily. So that somewhere the empty systems are behind. And what are the challenges we face? After the machine translation, post-editing, human intervention is required for us, and it is a time consuming for us. So now the conclusion is all the empty systems need to be trained more data on the government communication, government terminologies, so that we can minimize the post-edit, and also the training models should enrich with the terminologies, government terminologies, and it should be simple and public friendly. In this regard, even the government of Karnataka is also coming up with its own empty system, where we have huge corpus with us. Government of Karnataka has its own inside. It has so rich in data that we are using the same data of all the departments, and empty system is being developing, and it is working very in a good accuracy now. And also we have also come up with our own Padakanaja. We call it as it's a dictionary hub, we can say. We have more than 200 dictionaries there available, made public, including the government terminologies, dictionaries, department-wise dictionaries, and also we have Lipyantarana. We have 11 Indian scripts. We have developed the Lipyantarana tool also for the usage also. We have made it available for the public also. So, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, madam. This paper is open for discussion.
Thank you, madam, for the interesting presentation. You have made a mention about Lipyantarana and other sets, data sets
Yes.
are available in Karnataka government website.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
please name the website?
Yeah, sure, sir. It's ekanada.karnataka.gov.in. Okay. It's called as in Padakanaja, where we have around 200 dictionaries available, made available, English, Kannada, Kannada, English, and including the government terminology dictionaries also it is available. If you go to the eKannada website, you will find the link there, Padakanaja. At the same, there only you also find the Lipyantarana for 11 Indian script, including ISO and IPA. We have developed the Lipyantarana also there. It's available.
Just out of curiosity, I'm asking this question. Just is your department is collaborated with this Directorate of Translation, Kannada department? I mean, both of you are working together. Directorate of Translation.
No, but we have taken lot of corpus from them. But I would like to mention one thing here. When we started this 5 years, 6 years ago, we didn't had any data. We just started the project. First thing was what we did was we wrote a letter to LDCIL. So we wanted data. So I would like to thank Narayan Chaudhary sir and LDCL team that immediately they shared us whatever the Kannada text corpus they had to us, so that we could start something, developments, and also some dictionaries which were available with them. And later on we started developing our in-house corpus, because you know that building the corpus is a very tedious thing. That too in government job. We'll be having in a print form or some other PDF form. Again, we have to bring it then with an editable form. Again, the data wrangling happens. Again, processing happens. All this, it's a very time consuming. But still, we have come up with build a huge corpus, and we are training the systems on that, particularly mainly for government departments, so that and government terminologies and context-based translation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to proceed the last session. Now I hope this session is okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Deva Sundaram, for sharing the session, and it was an excellent session, and our chairperson conducted it seamlessly, and all the presenters did their role with great efficiency, and this makes the session ending part of it academically. We come to an end. And of course, there is a gentle reminder that all the participants coming from other part of the countries, please kindly submit your, tickets, soft copy, and along with the boarding pass to the provided link in our AI conference WhatsApp groups, please. And also, a beautiful, wonderful cultural event is coming up. And it's promising that the programs are going to be very, very entertaining and exciting, and make sure that you should not miss it. And of course, we are supposed to start the program but because of some inconvenience, it will be taken up very soon, within 5 or 10 minutes. And please don't go outside, and just be here and stick to your seats. Thank you so much. And our organizing committee, could you kindly come to the dais, so that you have to pull out, take out, and wipe out some of the things lying on the dais, so that our dancers and very very beautiful dancers could dance properly. Some of the dancers can be seen from the back side of the hall, and of course the strong people with the muscles can do all these things. Saurabh, who is going to come here? Can you come? Can anyone come? This has to be taken down. No. This cannot move. This is already fixed one. Yeah. This cannot be removed, na? Oh my God. What am I? No, I cannot handle it. What happened? Saurabh can come here now. This one. Hey, this one? No. He is telling he can do it. No, we cannot do it. We can push it up to there. But this has to be. But this is linked here now. Sir is there na? He will fix it. Here. हाँ एक मिनट खाली हो जाएगा slowly careful है ये इधर कनेक्ट मत करो ब्रांचिंग cannot be replaced ऐसे नहीं करो ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ ರೇಡಿಯೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ CIIL ಅಂತೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ कहाँ रखा है वो क्या इंस्टाग्राम फेसबुक ये बार किस चीज़ का है? हाँ वही है खुले अच्छी चीज़ें निकल ये इधर है वही दे निकलो हाँ ये है कोड़ो वाली लाइन कोड़ो उमेश रेडी tomorrow. No, we will use it. Somebody has to come and somebody has to announce one up to one. Sir, cordless mic है ना वो use कीजिए. हाँ. One cordless mic. 41. Who will manage this? I will. You will manage it. Give it to him. You will start. Sir, इधर है ना. Okay. Sir, हालत कम था. अभी वो मैंने देखा था वो ठीक ठाक था ये ज़्यादा एकदम ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್
Now I can see the smile on everybody's face because from morning to evening we had a lot of brainstorming sessions, academic sessions. This is the power of culture and art. So everybody is now looking very relaxed and I can see a relaxing smile on everybody's face now. So without wasting much of a time, we are going to start the cultural program very soon. This is So, ladies and gentlemen, let us embark on this cultural program with the melodious beginning to set the stage.
Hello, check.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us embark on this cultural program with melodious beginning to set this stage alight with soulful voice. For this, I welcome a talented Umesh Chamaling for his Nepali song. Umesh Chamaling on stage, please. So the best part are beautiful part of Umesh is he composes song on stage. Many times we witnessed it.
Hello. Good evening, one and all. I'm not a professional singer, I'm cultured, right? So this song also movie song. This is not my own song. Sometimes I compose songs, right? So this is very old Nepali movie song. So just be part of this cultural program, right? So I also participate as one of singer, right, from the Dataset. So hope you will enjoy this song. Though you don't understand the lyrics and word of this song, right? But try to enjoy. Just you jam up with this tune, right? This is very much love song. So I'll say you very brief about the song. So there was a girl, very beautiful girl, right? And guy liked him very much, but she did not give him green signal since a long time, right? And by the time one day they meet somewhere on the ground, and the girl was sitting over the lawn, drowned her, what is that, chunri somewhere, right? And guy asks him, so this much, many years, days, I proposed you, right? But you did not accept my proposal. I gave more than 12 to 30 times visit to you in a day. Though you did not accept my proposal, today I will sing you a song for you, and I myself will consider as a Ganasyam, like Krishna, right? And I will consider you as a Radha. So this is just background of the song, right? Don't feel bored. Hey, Fariyalai bhui malatari, hi. Fariyalai bhui malatari, hirchawari pari, hirchawari pari. Kilai sajo kanchi nani. Kilai sajo kanchi nani, jobana ko ba bari. Timro Ganasyam, तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी हाय म त तिम्रो घन श्याम तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी फरियालाई भुइँमा लतारी काम मेरो मोटर ड्राइभर घर मेरो बजार काम मेरो मोटर ड्राइभर काम मेरो मोटर ड्राइभर घर मेरो बजार छैन कोही सासु बुढी ढुक्कै आऊ घर पाउने छैनौ खोजी मोरी पाउने छैनौ खोजी मोरी हामी जस्तो केटो हामी जस्तो केटो 16-17 वर्ष पुगे 16-17 वर्ष पुगे तिमी भन्दा जेठो म त तिम्रो घन श्याम तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी हाय म त तिम्रो घन श्याम तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी फरियालाई भुइँमा लतारी रानी बनको सेरो फेरो जम्मै तिम्रो मेरो रानी बनको सेरो फेरो जम्मै तिम्रो मेरो सम्झन्छु म तिमीलाई दिनको तेरो फेरो रानी बनको सेरो फेरो रानी बनको सेरो फेरो जम्मै तिम्रो मेरो सम्झन्छु म तिमीलाई दिनको तेरो फेरो क्याउ जस्तो गाला तिम्रो च्याउ जस्तो गाला तिम्रो आँखामा छ दिउँसै मलाई लट्ठ पारे दिउँसो मलाई लट्ठ पारे जोबन मेरो छ म त तिम्रो घन श्याम तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी हाय म त तिम्रो घन श्याम तिमी मेरी राधा प्यारी फरियालाई भुइँमा लतारी थ्याङ्क यू
Thank you, Umesh, for your beautiful song. Even we wish on behalf of CIIL that this Ghanasham of CIIL should get Radha soon. Thank you. So now, get ready for an exciting blend of tradition and modernity with Sajila and group, Aishwarya, Shilpa, Lakshmi, Sarita and Priya, as they present a unique take on Oppanna, Kerala's below dance form. Witness the graceful synchronization of claps, movements, and melodies in mesmerizing performance that honors heritage while embracing innovation. Sajila and group.
Thank you.
A big round of applause to this team. At least we can clap 50% of their steps. Wonderful. Thank you, Sajila. And now I'm going to invite Dr. Nandaraj sir on stage, please, for a melodious Manipuri song. Yes, sir. And please, participants, be ready because it depends on my mood. There is no sequence. Okay.
It's very quick, man. I didn't prepare at all. Natural. I'm not a professional singer, but I will just try to sing it. One of very popular singers' song. Some sort of classical type, not fully modern, because I am not modern at all. So when at the last part of my song, please also follow me. There is a version called Radha Radha Govinda Radha. Kiritu mapungya menga chali mera tha ingalai yang Sumang khuding merawa thamai pareng diwali bare lila sansenba govadhon bukhurumba hari uthang kangjingba hari koloi shanatha joyo joyo radhe gobindo radhe 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 Govindo Radhe Mapuroi Bashevada Karai Tonga Landrabi Maikai Panga Kibi Ningol Shingu Sato Tha Mapuroi Bashevada Karai Tonga Landrabi Maikai Pangna Kibi Ningol Shingu Chakau Tha Joyo Joyo Radhe Govindo Radhe 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 Govindo Radhe Raksha Kumbha Tillabha Govinda Girashani Prema Rasha Kauramba Bhakta Vishinkayana Ikaulang ba kuong ba thamoy pinatak tha Ikaulang ba kuong ba thamoy pinatak tha Radhe Radhe Govindo Radhe 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 Govindo Radhe 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 Govindo
Wonderful, sir, and very melodious, and you really took us to Vrindavan. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a fusion dance by Bhagyashree and group. Brace yourself for an electrifying performance. Bhagyashree and group, Rashmi, Sonali, Mustafiza, Amuda and Tejaswini, bring your Melange, a fusion of Telugu, Rajasthani and Gujarati dance forms. Witnesses the rhythms, beats, dazzling footwork and cultural richness as they unite diverse traditions into one spectacular performance. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relaxed and enjoy the performance. Stunning performance. See, this is a witness. It is actually broken. You can just imagine the intense of that performance. Thank you, Bhagyashree and everybody, Bhagyashree and team. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be enchanted as words takes flight in the soulful recitation by the eloquent Shalu Shafta. Her heartfelt shairi will touch your hearts and leave you immersed in poetic beauty. Sit back, relax, and let the magic of words fill the air. Shalu Shafta, shairi.
आदाब नाज़रीन, अपने एक छोटे से शेर से शुरुआत करूंगी, फिर कुछ गज़लें आपकी पेशे नज़र करूंगी। अर्ज़ है, कुछ ही वक्त की बात है ये रंग भी उतर जाएंगे, कुछ ही वक्त की बात है ये रंग भी उतर जाएंगे, जवानी के दिन ढलने दो हम खुद ब खुद सुधर जाएंगे। ये मोहब्बत की गज़ल है तो मोहब्बत से सुनिएगा। इश्क में तेरे ये मेरा हाल कैसा हो गया, इश्क में तेरे ये मेरा हाल कैसा हो गया, आईना कहता है मेरा चेहरा तेरा हो गया, आईना कहता है मेरा चेहरा तेरा हो गया, रोज मैं खाने में जाकर बैठ जाना शेफ्ता, तेरी मैं परस्ती देख के साकी दीवाना हो गया, तेरे होने से थे रोशन घर के सब दीवार उधर, तेरे जाने भर से पूरा घर अंधेरा हो गया, रफी को उल्फत जिंदगी बेचारगी लिखूं क्यों कर, कल मुदफ्तर तेरा सब कुछ तेरा तेरा हो गया, वस्ल में बर्बाद हो गए फुरकत में थे तो शेफ्ता, महफिल में पढ़ने कुछ ना आया और तमाशा हो गया, महफिल में पढ़ने कुछ ना आया और तमाशा हो गया। ये गजल मैंने हाल ही में लिखी है, अधूरी है अभी पर मौका है तो पढ़ूंगी। पहचान लेते हैं लोगों को अब दूर से हम, पहचान लेते हैं लोगों को अब दूर से हम, आदत है आहोजारी है मजबूर से हम, आदत है आहोजारी है मजबूर से हम, अब तो किसी भी जगह हमारा जी नहीं लगता, अब तो किसी भी जगह हमारा जी नहीं लगता, निकाले गए जब से जाना मैसूर से हम, निकाले गए जब से जाना मैसूर से हम, वो भी तन्हा चलते रहे। क्या होता है कि हम लोग अलग अलग रहते हैं, किसी से बात नहीं करते हैं, अपनी आना में रहते हैं कि वो नहीं बात कर रहा तो मैं क्यों बात करूं, तो उसी के लिए शेर है, वो भी तन्हा चलते रहे हम भी किसी के हो ना सके, अपनी अना के मारे हैं कितने हैं मगरूर से हम, अपनी अना के मारे हैं कितने हैं मगरूर से हम। ये दोस्ती और जिंदगी की गजल है, सुनिएगा, वाह वाह करते रहिए, मेरा हौसला बढ़ेगा। ऐसे सबके याराने थे, कुछ झूठे कुछ बेगाने थे, मुझे जख्म दिए जिन लोगों ने वो सब जाने पहचाने थे, उम्मीद वफा जिन जिन से की उनसे एक ही सबक मिला, कोई अहले वफा हमको ना मिला, सबों के दिल वीराने थे, जा जा के जफाएं हमने चुनी, अब उनको क्या दें दोष मियां, गम चाहिए था सो गम ही मिला, सब दिल ने किए बहाने थे, उन्हें साथ जहान के चलना था, हमें इस जहान से क्या मतलब, उन्हें साथ जहान के चलना था, हमें इस जहान से क्या मतलब, यूं ही बहस चली हम हार गए, वो दाना हम दीवाने थे, वो दाना हम दीवाने थे। और सुनिए, अशार पढ़े नाकाम हुए, अशार पढ़े नाकाम हुए, ये सितम अलग है शायरों पर, वो शख्स ना आया महफिल में जिसको ये शेर सुनाने थे, वो शख्स ना आया। गए एक बार जो हम उधर, गए एक बार जो हम उधर, न फिरे कभी फिर दर बदर, कभी कुए यार कभी मैं कदा, यही अपने दो ठिकाने थे, यही अपने दो ठिकाने थे। और ये गजल है, इश्क में जब तकरार हो तो कैसी हो, हम भी नशे में हो जाना तुमको भी चढ़ी शराब हो, हम भी नशे में हो जाना तुमको भी चढ़ी शराब हो, तुम फिर से हमको झूठ कहो और खूब सवालो जवाब हो, तुम फिर से हमको झूठ कहो और खूब सवालो जवाब हो,
तुम बिखर जाओ तन्हाई में जी भर के बद्दुआ दूं तुमको, तुम बिखर जाओ तन्हाई में जी भर के बद्दुआ दूं तुमको, बस खुदा करे ये सच ना हो एक झूठा मूठा ख्वाब हो, बस खुदा करे ये सच ना हो एक झूठा मूठा ख्वाब हो। तुम जो लुत्फ लेने लगे हो इंतजार में भी शेफ्ता, खुदा करे वो आ जाए और मजा तुम्हारा खराब हो, और मजा तुम्हारा खराब हो। ये आखिरी गजल पढ़ूंगी। हम भी कुछ कर जाएंगे तुम देखना, खुद अपना कफन बनाएंगे तुम देखना, ओ नजर चुराने वाले जरा बात हमारी सुनता जा, हम भी नजर चुराएंगे तुम देखना। याद आता है उसने कहा था जाते वक्त, याद आता है उसने कहा था जाते वक्त, तुम्हें याद बहुत हम आएंगे तुम देखना। साथ हमारे चलना तुम मैखाने में, तुम्हें जन्नत हम दिखलाएंगे तुम देखना। और ये दोस्तों के लिए शेर है। खुशी के वक्त में साथ रहेंगे सारा दिन, खुशी के वक्त में साथ रहेंगे सारा दिन, बस काम पे काम न आएंगे तुम देखना। जिनको तुमने पलकों पे बिठाया शेफ्ता, जिनको तुमने पलकों पे बिठाया शेफ्ता, अभी असली रंग दिखाएंगे तुम देखना। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Shalu. Thank you, wonderful shairi, for your wonderful shairi. Actually, this stage was witnessing very less shairi program, and ये सिलसिला अब से जारी रहेगा. That this legacy will continue. So this is what happened with Anchor when Anchor himself is an artist. So after listening to shairi, I too, thought to sing a song of Muhammad Rafi. So if you are okay, then only I will sing. बहारों फूल बरसाओ, मेरा महबूब आया है, मेरा महबूब आया है। बहारों फूल बरसाओ, मेरा महबूब आया है, मेरा महबूब आया है। वो लाली फूल की मेहंदी लगाए इन गोरे हाथों में, उतर आए घटा का जल लगाए इन प्यारी आंखों में। सितारों मांग भर जाओ, मेरा महबूब आया है, मेरा महबूब आया है। बहारों फूल बरसाओ, मेरा महबूब आया है, मेरा महबूब आया है। Thank you, Chetan. Oh, myself. So, next, moving forward to the program, we have a stunning dance performance by Deepa Tamang.
Yes, come on.
We dive into the heart of Nepal with performance that echoes tradition and rhythm, presenting the vibrant and energetic Deepa Tamang as she takes us on journey through the captivative Tappa folk dance, a dynamic expression of heritage where the best grow faster and the passion soars higher. Witness tradition come alive. Deepa Tamang on stage, please. Deepa. It was really captivating and mesmerizing. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, to wrap up the evening on high note, get ready for some high performing energy as Shalinder Singh sets the stage on fire with power-packed Punjabi dance performance. Shalinder Singh. Shalinder Sahab. They just consider good and best things always take time. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the technical glitch, but take it in a very positive manner. So always good things takes some time.
Finding the perfect dress.
So, wonderful spectators, give a big round of applause as Teju. थैंक यू शाहिदा. चाहे टॉलीवुड हो, बॉलीवुड हो, without Punjabi song or Punjabi folk, no entertainment program will be fulfilled. Thank you all for joining us tonight and celebrating this colorful cultural program. Let the festival continue and make the spirit of unity and diversity shine bright. Enjoy. Good evening. Thank you all for encouraging the artists. Thank you.